Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. Saturday, 26th, April 26th, 2025. Folks, we're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is a crazy morning here, raining like out of control. It actually has stopped at this point, but it was raining. Cats and dogs, as the old people say, or all starts that hype. Yeah, that's the least hype of the hype. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I hope all of the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, regardless, though, because this is going to be a great day. Because it's raining. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. All right, folks, personal news-wise, for all the parasocialists out there, I'm early. I'm live at 10:53. What the hell is that about? This is crazy. Well, a special occasion. The special occasion is I'm feeling it. I'm feeling myself. How long do we think they'll check is the ick today? I think yesterday was 3 minutes. Probably might take a little bit longer because this is the early crowd. It's the early crowd. It's the EU club on a Saturday. The reason why I'm feeling myself is, I mean, not really any other reason other than I've hung out with some friends this morning before I started the stream, and it always puts me in a good mood. Always puts me in a cheery mood. Folks, from Graham for you, personal news wise.
Somebody clips and sends it to him.
What is this?
Come on down to Louisiana. We will go out to Jenna. I will link you up with all the people who have been organizing.
Oh yeah,
we've got a lot of people. Not a lot, but you know, we've got people doing the work. We can make it happen because it's out in the middle of nowhere for a reason. I will harass him nicely.
Yeah. I hopefully I might be able to do some. We might do some stuff, but I want to go with like a coalition. Like I want to get politicians out there. You know what I mean? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is for the parasocialists out there, for all the parasocialists that are wondering what happened to Hassan in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm gonna tell you exactly what took place. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so last night I ended the broadcast, hung out with the fam as always. It's my dad's last night here because he's going back to Turkey, and of course for that reason he wanted pizza, he wanted mozzarella sticks, and my mom bought like a bunch of pastries. I think I did a pretty good job. Why are you guys saying props to Kneecap? What did he do? Did they do some? I think I did a decent job because I just chipped away at a little bit of a corner of a chocolate chip cookie. That's all I had. I took one bite out of a donut pastry and I had one mozzarella stick, which is like not the worst possible thing. You know, your brother is hanging out with Emma on her stream. I doubt it. But in any case, I what was I saying? BM bir uzun kalmış, kötü görünüyor. Hani nerede? Day one after the facial, I can finally wash my face. Are you doing a cut right now? I'm supposed to be doing a cut. Yes, I'm trying to get back down to like the 225 when I was scary. You know what I mean? I took my shirt off and people were like, "Dang, you're looking hella good." That's depressing. The world is ending in 2 months and you were worried about having tiny tits? Excuse me. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay? Abso-freaking-lutely. Chatter. Let me explain something to you, okay? Let me tell you something. what do I always say? There are certain things that you can control that are in your own personal life. There's certain things that you can control. This is very important. It's important that this whole thing is tied together by goals that you set for yourself and that you achieve. For me, yes, getting on a cut before summer and then achieving that, like achieving body goals that I set for myself, is a good thing. It doesn't matter if the world is ending tomorrow. It doesn't matter if the world is ending 2 years from now. I'm still going to fucking continue doing what I'm doing. And you should too. You should as well. Removing the pit PFP wasn't a good thing. Okay, everyone is freaking out about this. Calm down, all right? Because it's not just about controlling the size of my titties. It's about controlling my life. It's about having ownership over my own actions. It's about having some semblance of control over things that are within my power. It's a great way to develop confidence. Doesn't matter if the world is ending tomorrow or not. You should all still focus on self-care in that regard, regardless of whether the world is ending or not. Anyway, but yeah, no, the diet side of things hasn't been that great, except for the past couple of days I've been actually doing great. And that exception was kind of broken last night. But having said that, I still think I managed fairly well in that process. This morning I woke up early. It started raining like crazy. Took the boys, Crash Dummies Pod Boys, to work out, and we got a lift in. We got a good push day in. I didn't really film anything, but breakout after skincare. No, this was already a breakout that she basically blew up the scar tissue on, but there's still a little bit of redness. Hopefully it'll go away eventually. I don't think I've had like any breakouts or anything, but who knows? Maybe I will. I'm using a new, I'm using the thing that she gave me for facial moisturizer and also face cleanser. So hopefully that'll work better on my face. So we'll see. Which Hazel brother trusts me? Hey, yo, we gonna get into politics or what? You want a diet or something? Kebab, bruh. Okay, see, this guy is like, I saw you said you're in a good mood. I'm about to ruin it, but it's not gonna work. Skincare routine, yeah. But in any case, that's all there is to it, folks. No Discord notification. I don't know. Was there no Discord notification? Maybe there was, but maybe it's because I'm too early. Perhaps that's the reason. Click start stream together. It won't go live. Click the settings next to the red call. Okay, let's see. Settings. Scroll down the moderator and select actions. What options? Let my show guests on stream. Okay. Do you follow Alt National Park Service? They're an amazing coalition of federal workers. I'm just hold on. I'm setting it up for a guest for stream together. Chatters. No blast off? Yeah, I haven't blasted off yet, but I will. Fuck you mean? Hold on. Okay. I'm looking through my moderators. Okay. What is it? Settings? Why is this happening? Setting sessions, camera, the browser sources, camera, mic. Low. Okay, that works. Sorry, I'm just going through this stuff so I can figure out how to do this thing later. When I create an impromptu CHADVICE situation. Okay, so you got a giant hair on the right side of your caterpillar stash is what people were saying, and I don't know if this is it, but I don't care. It's too late. I'm not gonna fix it. Yeah, once you're done with setting stuff, I just want to ask a non-serious what size your pants question before you get into the old politics and the real news of the world. Okay, don't know what you mean by that, but I'm a 36, I think, a size 36. So yeah, hold on a moment. Can we get Maya for the politics part? No. Who's your pick for the Pope draft? I already said it. I want Pinoy Gang. I want it. I want it bad. I think it'd be great. I think the Swagapinos need to have a come up this year. 36-36 or 36-48? No, 36 waist and 34 inseam. Ironically, Nazi Germany was the Burgerreich because hamburgers originated in Germany. You're featured on Finnish mainstream media again, Helsingin Sanomat. They've made news about you, which you read a long time ago. What did they say about me this time? HasanAbi, very big anti-Semite. Is that what it is? What is this? Wait, is it actually about anti-Semitism? The left's Joe Rogan challenges anyone and the chat goes wild. I tried to understand America's youth and watched one stream for a week. Left-wing influencer Hasan Piker is a rarity in a field where right-wing influencers are a familiar sight. Oh my god, we gotta read this. It becomes clear within the first minutes where Hasan Piker's fan base stands politically. The stream begins with the song And Lenin is Young Again, played in honor of Lenin's birthday. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is amazing. You never looked at that Atlantic article about Asman? No, we'll look at that today. All right, let's blast off. Let's blast off. Let's blast off. Let's get the people going. Let's get it twisted. We have a lot going on. And then I'll look at this article because that sounds like an amazing article. Oh my god. Yeah. Crash Dummies podcast. Impromptu. Dude, chatters are so funny. Just go to an indoor basketball court so we can see Maya cook your shit. It's like, yeah, oh my god, I hadn't considered that there are indoor basketball courts. I didn't realize that there are indoor basketball courts. It's crazy to me. Thank you, chatter, for telling me that I could just like roll up to an indoor basketball court. I can't believe I didn't even think about that. You can ball indoors. Thanks, man. Yeah. No problem. Payroll anytime for these thoughts. Thanks, dude. You're ducking Maya, little bro. I know. We're ducking. I'm ducking her. I'm turducking. Okay. Listen. Today we're gonna start out with POPEWATCH. Zelensky x Trump meet up at Vatican. Light news Saturday. Then into impromptu CHADVICE later. Get in now. Why are you gonna die long before you get to 60 years old? Wait, what? Nazi January 6th and Matt Gates coming to Gay WeHo tomorrow to harass queers. They gave them permits, Hoss. I didn't see this. Huge explosion in a port of Iran. Okay, we'll look at all of that. You're balding, bro? Am I? I don't think so. I already got the blast off meme chat. I'm finally visiting Poland for the first time. Happy Friday, everyone. All right. Show top of the head, bucko. Look at that. People that say I'm balding don't realize that I have had this hairline for, I think, for the past like 5-6 years at this point. And it hasn't changed. And it is because I do a diet of minoxidil and finasteride. Like I both use Rogaine. I both use Rogaine and also use finasteride. So that's like, it's stuck this way. You know what I mean? I'm about to be 34. It's not going to get any better than this, but it's not going to get worse, it seems. So that's good. You know? Also, worst case scenario, I mean, I'll just get a fucking hair transplant. You know what I mean? I can't go to Turkey to get one, but I'll just get one. I'll get it in the United States if necessary. Do you use topical or oral minoxidil? I use topical Rogaine and I use oral finasteride, I think is what it is. Whatever. I use the generic ones for both, but I'm literally in Turkey getting a transplant right now. That's amazing. I can't go back to Turkey, at least for the time being. But, you know, yeah, this is from years ago. For More Plates, More Days before... You know what's funny about this? This is before More Plates, More Dates popped off. This was like one of his first videos that went viral. And it's me and Austin talking about our hairlines. Hasan, we have a problem. Man, Derek subs are growing quicker than minoxidil microneedle hair combo. Do you think Trump will lift sanctions on holy water from the Vatican after his visit? Did Trump slap a 10% on the VAT as well? On the Vatty boys? The Yardigans had a fitness challenge for fans. Can we do this with Fearam, please, where we can send our progress pics?
This is my number one.
This is 9. This guy is fucking.
This guy's a fucking giant beast.
So this guy probably weighs less than the first guy, but he is.
This guy's like a lean 220.
He's the size that we used to say Ludwig had.
Yeah, we did used to say that. We used to say that all the time, and now we don't.
About a 12% body fat, maybe less.
He's got a full leg tattoo. He has a yard logo in the mirror blocking his penis.
Tasteful.
That is very tasteful.
This dude is yacked out of his goddamn mind. Yacked out of his gills, dude. Top 10 strongest yard fans. Hasan, how's your face feeling? It feels all right. I just feel great that I can finally touch my face again, which I feel like people tell you not to do regardless. if you don't want any sort of breaking out or anything. And it feels great that I can like, I washed my face finally. But I will say this, my face was glowing after that facial. I thought it was going to be like red and puffy and all this stuff, but I was glowing after that facial. The Poland thing was a joke about the no internet in Poland, but I will try to get this Chad to come in tomorrow's stream. What? Yeah. You should keep the vid going. You inspired me to start Finn. I'm a trans man, so my genetics fuck me on HRT, but Finn fixed me up real good. So happy to look in the mirror and feel confident again. Hustle. Hell yeah. Can you please talk about Canada's broken promise to arm Israel? They recently signed a $78.8 million contract to arm Israel, and people in my country can barely afford rent and groceries. I'm sorry, Chatter, but what you're saying can be perceived as anti-Semitic. Are you telling me that Israel doesn't need that money a lot more than homeless people in your neighborhood? The working poor in Canada? Excuse me. Someone call the Canadian FBI, please. It's time to arrest this person. Officer, right here. This Chatter right here. Get him to the gulag. To the gulag with you until you come back from the gulag and you say your 10 Israel highs every morning, okay? You come back from the gulag and you say your 10 Israel highs every morning, okay? The Mounties are coming after you. The walls are closing in, Chatter. You've made a major mistake. You've talked about how Israel shouldn't get another weapons package from Canada. We're sending you to the mines, and you are going to be writing about how you engaged in anti-Semitic behavior. This is what the Americas are doing. They're gonna send you to Nunavut, Chatter. I don't even know what that is, but that sounds ridiculous. I feel like we're doing a cultural revolution, but specifically for Israel. Was that whiskey? Are you drinking whiskey with water? Yeah, I'm a badass like that. Cut and style is fit. Keep this up for your own good. Love as a hairstylist myself. Thank you. All right. Let me see if I can get this article to how do I skip paywalls? Because I kind of want to read this article real quick about how this Finnish journalist at Helsingin Sanomat was watched my stream for an entire week to figure out what was going on. This didn't work. What's happening here? Why didn't it work? Okay. Archive is more reliable, I think. Okay. This is how to bypass paywall using incognito mode and restart PC, refresh article, and it will turn off. Thanks, man. I don't think I'm going to do any of those things. All right. The left's Joe Rogan challenges anyone, and chat goes wild. I watched one stream for a week. United States left-wing influencer Hasan Piker is a rarity in a field where right-wing influencers are a familiar sight. It becomes clear within the first few minutes where Hasan Piker's fanbase stands politically. Let's play some music in the background while I read this. The stream begins with the song "And Lenin is Young Again," played in honor of Lenin's birthday. Although Gen Z speaks fluent irony, it is clear that we are far from being middle-of-the-road Democrats. Shortly after the song, Piker gets a little heated. His comments have caused a huge stir in some circles. He briefly explains why the ultra-rich are a bigger problem in society than ordinary millionaires like Piker. Piker from the United States streams for 8 hours a day to his 2.8 million followers. He talks politics. Swedish accent for Finnish. You're going to trigger so many people. Okay, whatever. He talks politics, watches news videos, and argues with chat commentators. Piker's channel is one of the most watched on the live stream platform Twitch. Since Donald Trump won the presidential election, countless analyses have been published about where the Democrats went wrong. I watched Piker stream for a week to understand how left-leaning young Americans would answer the question. First, a few words about Piker. The man known as Joe Rogan had left. On Today Explained podcast, he describes himself as anti-war, anti-imperialist. He believes that the U.S. economy and society should be organized more fairly and that money should be spent on building a welfare state instead of wars. Piker doesn't consider himself a Democrat. On the contrary, he often says he's disappointed with their policies. For example, the Joe Biden administration, which used language borrowed from the right about immigrants and did not renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal. Okay, I feel like this article has avoided one major criticism that I have of the Biden administration thus far, and just in general, which is Israel. I don't know what like Finland's attitude towards Israel is. I wouldn't expect it to be pro-Israel though, especially considering like Norwegian history with Israel. I assume that Finland is probably in that category of like not being super pro-Israel either, but maybe I'm wrong. Norway definitely is one of the best like countries historically on Israel in comparison to I mean, this is a very low bar to clear, okay? Make no mistake. But Norway definitely is like historically much better on the issue of Israel than like many of its counterparts in the region. This doesn't mean that they're like rugged anti-Zionist, mind you, but you know, they're not fighters, Piker states. During the days I spent working on Piker's content, his topics of conversation are familiar from the news: the death of the Pope, the deportation of Gilmar Burger Garcia to El Salvador, and the trade war. However, Piker's way of commenting on the news is completely different from the style of traditional media. He is a condensation of the speech patterns and culture of a generation that grew up on the internet. In the stream, Piker watches videos, then pauses them every 10 seconds and interspersed with shouting and swearing, explains what is wrong with what the talking heads are saying. It's undeniably entertaining to listen to. In one of his streams, Piker watches a CNN video of far-right extremist Ivan Raiklin. He compares the man's appearance to Uruk-hai from The Lord of the Rings. It's horrible to watch. No wonder he's a Nazi. He says we have to defend the white race, but man, I'm not sure you're any race, Piker threatens. Oh no, they're playing my hits over there in Finland. Oh dude, that was so funny. I did say that. That is true. Those are words I said. Chatters receive similar, if not quite as harsh treatment. You're too stupid to realize this, Piker says when someone challenges him, but it is clear that there is no reconciliation now. Of all the news topic, Gaza receives the most attention from Piker. Talks about the United States' involvement in the murder of Palestinian babies, his disappointment with the traditional media's coverage of Israel, and how both Trump and Biden give Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu a free hand in Gaza. Even when Piker talks about the Last of Us series, he can't help but mention his creator Neil Druckmann is pro-Israel. During the weekend of the viewing marathon, Piker will be attending the Coachella Festival, where he'll be streaming a concert by the Irish band Kneecap, as the band performs the words "Fuck Israel, Free Palestine" are lit up in the background. Watching the stream, one gets the feeling that Biden's Israel policy is the Democrats' biggest single failure. I think so. That's a fair assessment. Sociologist Neil Gross wrote this spring in the U.S. newspaper, the New York Times, that young people did not vote for Donald Trump because he had become more conservative, but because of the economy. Not because he had become more conservative, but because of the economy. This view is supported by an AP Votecast poll, according to which 40% of those under 30 said the economy was the single biggest factor influencing their voting decision. In addition, Gross believes that some young people stayed home because Harris was considered too progressive or not progressive enough. Gross' assessment matches the atmosphere prevailing in Piker's chat. Many debaters find Democrats almost as repulsive as Republicans, so strongly, in fact, that sometimes even the moderator himself is surprised. When Piker talks about Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen's visit to Alberto Garcia, who was flown to El Salvador in one of his streams, many chatters don't think the act has any significance. Some say it's just a Democratic deception operation. What's going on in the chat? Why are you so pessimistic? Piker asks. One day, Piker says in a side sentence that he's receiving death threats from people who don't consider him leftist enough. Paisan Piker says he thinks it's healthy for people to be a little bitter about the rich. He's talking about healthy resentment, something that many young people in the United States are experiencing right now. The internet is misrepresenting the anguish of young people that they will never live the same life as their parents, one where they can buy a house and support a family of 4 on one person's income. The worry about finances that Gross identifies is chilling. For the angry and disillusioned, there is a wide range of solutions on the right. The internet is full of characters like Tucker Carlson and Andrew Tate who believe that the problems are caused by immigrants, feminism, and wokeness. For those who want something different, there is Hasan Piker. Interesting article. Not a Norwegian article, a Finnish article. There's demonstrations a lot against Israel in the U.S. Around the city of Helsinki quite often. There's plenty of supporters for an end to the genocide here. The government doesn't speak a thing against it. For example, they had a light tribute all winter last year for Ukraine. Blue and yellow lit up all night, opposed to ever a red, green, and black tribute. I think Finland follows the U.S. on this. Yeah. Norway while Trump glazes the king. Yeah. Today, we mark the establishment of diplomatic relations between Norway and the state of Palestine. Congratulations to the newly appointed Palestinian ambassador, Mary Sadin, on the presentation of her credentials to His Majesty King Harald. Is this a New York Times article? No, this is a Finnish newspaper that has written about me before. This person apparently was in the chat amongst us. And China warns countries not to strike trade deals with the U.S. What is this? The last part explains why he wants to come to China but dares not, because although he's a celebrity on the edge of the Democratic Party mainstream media, some left-wing politicians often interview him on their shows. Even the 24-hour Democratic Party Congress provided him with a terrorist media seat worth $500 a day for free, which is CNN-level treatment. He's afraid that he'll be blacklisted from the U.S. if he goes to China, which will lose his biggest base. Still need to eat. I think he made the right choice. What? Bro, this says, dude, I'm popping on Bilibili as always, okay? Yeah, the newspaper is the Helsinki Time, I guess. Helsingin Sanomat. The other article that we were going to read also was this one. Apparently, The Atlantic wrote about Asmongold, which I think is cool. I can't wait to see what like normies and their approach to Asmongold looks like at a time when people have gotten progressively more conservative. I do wonder what that will look like. I do wonder, you know, what people's attitude will look like. But China before versus after the trade war. Okay, here.
Well, China, the years of ripping us off are over. That's right. The United States isn't going to be bullied anymore. The global economic stage might be ordered precisely to our corporate whims, but that's not good enough. We need factory jobs again, a thing that is possible to achieve simply by imposing tariffs. That's right. It's time for tariffs. I hope you came prepared because we're not backing down and this is not a negotiation tactic. Well, I know what you're going to do, which is raise tariffs on us too, which is well played. And that's why I'm raising tariffs even more on you, let's say 250%, because let's face it, numbers aren't real anyways. You did this to yourself, China. And now the only way out of this is to make things immediately expensive in every way. There's no getting out of here. Good luck, my friend. Sir? You drive a hard bargain, China. I gotta say, I didn't think you had it in you. I'm glad you had the humility to come back to the negotiation table to negotiate, which is what this is. A negotiation tactic. We're gonna ease back some on the tariffs, not all, but mostly all of them. And we're gonna have a beautiful deal, a deal we generously give you because who needs factory jobs anyways? By all accounts, this is a massive win for my economic agenda.
Dude, I've been more annoyed than I ever have been about the economy. I'm gonna...
Shh, you don't have to say it. I love you too.
Everything is so busted. The economy has never been more busted than it's ever at this moment than it's ever been throughout its history. Okay.
The Galactic Empire.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you why. Because this is something that I have. This is something that we've exhibited already. This is something that we've observed already. It's so crazy that you have alarm bells ringing. Okay, everywhere. Total disaster waiting to happen. 40% of cargo ships leaving China for the US were empty today. Empty shelves coming to you soon. And when you look at the markets, like, people just don't care at all. Like, they are not making decisions for the immediate future. Like, these aren't even quarter by quarter decisions. I fear that it's just vibes that things will get better. It feels like there is no sanity. It feels like there is no sanity when you can pinpoint exactly where the pin is going to drop. You can basically, at this point, identify exactly when things are going to fall apart and people's denial of their material circumstances will come to an end. I don't know if we're like, I'm too young to remember what like the right before the 2008 crash vibes looked like, but I suspect this is how it was. And there were some people who were looking at it like we saw in The Big Short going, what the fuck is going on? Why is the market not recognizing the unimaginable pain that people are about to experience? That's how I feel like currently. Maybe I'm just not very smart and I just simply don't understand the financial markets. I just don't get it. And that's why I'm freaking the fuck out. Maybe that's the case. Okay. But when I think about the immediate impact of these tariffs and what it's going to look like in terms of real shortages in the interim and what that will do to our logistics, what that will look like for all of the companies that play a very important role in distributing goods to all around the country. Like, we're not fully there yet. And it's because the rich don't care and will profit from the recession. No, but that's not, like, no one is freaking out in the way that they should be. And I don't know why they're just like, nah, it'll be fine.
I think you pointed out. Okay, it's something called blank shipping, right? All right, blank shipping. So I'm just going to draw a container ship, blank sailing. I'm not going to put a sail on it because it's a big cargo ship, but you got a big cargo ship here. Okay, usually it's full of cargo on the top. Beginning of the year, these ships leaving Asia, 0% of them were skipping ports. They were going to every port. They were picking up what they had. Containers were full. 100%. Okay, now 40%. These are the numbers you're pointing to, Dan. As many as 40% of these ships, guess what? Okay, this is May's schedule. Bypassing ports. So
inventory is down 40%.
And ships have to go when they have to go. You can't just sit around and wait. So they're going with just a few containers on them. Just, these half-empty, who knows what, from 0% to 40.
And just think about what it's going to look like over the next week, 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And that's ultimately, that's why deals need to get done, because this is what business leaders from e-commerce, you know, across every industry are basically saying, like, time's ticking, and guess what's going to happen? Shortages, massive price increases, and that's where, look, we just talked about for the US consumer
LTVBOV3. Thank you for the 10 gifted.
It goes back to, like, it's like being on a beach, and all of a sudden, like, you're in the ocean, there's no water. You're like, oh.
As a truck driver, I can tell you is getting crazy. My company works at Mexico border. We pulled most of our trailers out of Mexico. They're just sitting in Laredo at a yard like a flock of dead crows, looking like a bad omen. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, truckers, longshoremen, like, these are the first jobs to go when shipping dries out, when there's no packages to haul. Like, these are key parts of the American economy that are going to not have the same work that they previously relied on. And it's like that has an impact across the board. Those jobs are, I mean, people are going to have to experience layoffs in these sectors. Then on top of that, you have, considering that everything is like, you know, just-in-time manufacturing, every aspect of our supply chain is so fickle and designed around unlimited trade happening at all times. When you shut off the manufacturing base all of a sudden for no reason other than Trump deciding, you know, he's bored and he wants to implode the economy, like, everything is going to dry up. Grocery stores are going to experience shortages. Tsunami coming. Nice scapegoating the Japanese law. No, it is like a tsunami in the way that it's a perfect analog. It is the calm before the storm, and people going, oh, look, water levels are pulling out. Like, look, the beach is so still and so awesome. Meanwhile, it straightforwardly is about to be like, there's a tsunami warning and everyone's like at the beach right now. It feels like everyone is at the beach going, oh, look, what a wonderful, what a beautiful day to be at the beach. The water is so still.
Oh, this is crazy.
I'm going to run out and check it out.
I'm going to run out. You're like, no, it's because the tsunami's coming. So the point is that the reality is that he needs to get deals done.
But because this question, Peter, that I'm trying to understand. With China, a deal doesn't just happen with a snap and a finger and a go. No. I mean, at least there would. Yeah,
there is a like multiple month logistics process here that no one is factoring into the equation, that I keep repeating over and over again. Even if they started this, even if they open up the trade faucet, there is so much. There is going to be a period of empty shelves, regardless. That is due to Trump's ridiculous tariffs agenda early on. Like, we haven't seen the impact of Trump's decisions when he decided to nuke global trade for like a little bit. You know, we have yet to see that. We have not seen that yet. That hasn't happened yet. It's coming.
There'd be nothing to indicate that that's how it's going to happen. But we're in a situation where if you look at the ships and you look at what's happening, right, that can be a blip only if you have an immediate sudden change afterwards.
The logistics of I'm working with a guy named Andrew Sofko who runs a company called Batch. We've talked about how AI is coming into the logistics space around trucking in the United States, and how complicated that is, and how important it is that every little check, the trucks have to be full, they have to be on time, all of that works. Think about it, when you're only going at 40% inventory, that's going to start, so the ship lines are going to be losing money. Everybody is going to start losing.
You don't get your inventory, then I don't get mine. They don't get theirs.
Then if it opens up back up, those are all late.
And then you even talk about like Christmas thing. Like the point is the supply. That's what we're dealing with.
What tariffs are still in place? No, there's plenty of tariffs that are still in place. The problem here is there's already a bunch of tariffs that are still in place, but there's also the complete. The Chinese tariffs that are specifically in place, and China is 30% of all trade. So Donald Trump effectively severed 30% of all trade with the insane tariffs that is slapped on to China. it was going to be a problem if Donald Trump applied a 25% tariff to China. That would have had economic impact as well. Now we have 10% universal, 25 on aluminum and steel, and 145 on all Chinese goods, some of which he clawed back, but then he keeps saying, actually, we didn't claw it back. We're still doing it. Like, it's also, that's the other part of this. This is so volatile. It's so unstable. You can't tell, like, there's no way to decipher exactly what kind of tariffs regime we're operating under, because the Trump administration is routinely going back and forth. Like, they keep going back and forth on what tariffs they have versus what tariffs they've decided not to have. It's just like, it's so stupid.
The retailers, those small businesses, and we talk about the stuffed animal company, they're saying they put in their order for 80% of their sales, Christmas, by the end of May.
Correct.
So that's normal.
That is the lead time for this thing. And that's the lead time that's going to start affecting when it starts affecting food and all kinds of other, look, you saw that with Target and Walmart. Actually, the CEOs of a lot of the retailers went to the White House apparently to talk and say, this is real for us.
And how do you price it? Because you don't know what you're pricing. And you've talked.
Is there a Themasius playlist, by the way? I didn't see it this morning. I don't know. Does anyone have the link?
Huge uncertainty. Well, here we are, another weekend, and again, the market hoping, right? Because the market's saying, got to be a deal because the alternative is so horrific it can't contemplate.
Correct.
It
And look, the market felt strong. There was the advances versus declines were good. The buy side felt like it was buying with intent. So there are buyers in the wings, right? And there must be smart money thinking that a deal has to be made because the alternative is really ugly.
All right.
We have just witnessed the final goodbye to
Let's
the
look at the
People's
Pope real quick while I go
Francis
pee.
earned that name. He always wanted to be close to the faithful, even insisting that when he would lie in state in the Vatican after his death, that his coffin be low to the ground so that those who would come to pay their respects could see him. And they did come, an estimated 250,000 over 3 days.
And about just as many people filled St. Peter's Square this morning. The crowd's overflowing for his funeral mass. Screens were set up outside the square so more people could see. Attending the funeral, some of the most powerful people in the world. 2 American presidents, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Dozens of heads of state, royalty there too. Prince William representing King Charles. After the mass, though, something that has not been seen in over 100 years. This right there, Pope Francis taken on his final journey, a procession winding through the streets of Rome.
Yeah, just incredible to witness this. And all attention next will go to that secret conclave to choose the next pope to begin in the first or second week of May. The man they choose will have great power over the direction of the church, the 1.3 billion Catholics worldwide, and the future of Pope Francis's legacy of inclusivity and his championing of those less fortunate. We have team coverage in Vatican City this morning. We're going to begin with ABC's senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, such an emotional morning.
Who is this news for? Brother, what are you talking about? The entire Catholic population on the planet, which is like what, 1.4 billion or something? Like a pretty large number of people all around the world are kind of laser focused on this. I mean, first of all, even the non-Catholic Pinoy gang, okay? Everyone that is even part Filipino, they're laser focused. Let me tell you something, okay? Pope Tagle sounds good. I'm as an honorary Pinoy gang, as an honorary Swagapino, I'm excited for it. Is the Pope the Khalifa for Catholics? Yes, he is the caliphate. Yes.
Truly, Rhiannon, good morning. On this beautiful spring morning in Rome, more than 250,000 people came here to St. Peter's Square to say a final farewell to Pope Francis and to hear the High Mass, an ancient ritual, of course, that means so much to ordinary Catholics. It's a moment that drew world leaders and ordinary faithful and all kinds of people, young and old, who just felt close to this remarkable man who led the world's 1.3 billion Catholics for 13.
It's crazy that everybody's glazing him, but like, I feel like when he was alive, HasanAbi's cardinal bias, yeah, this is my cardinal bias for sure. Dude, there was a really funny TikTok I saw that made me really reconsider everything. I saw someone doing fan cams of like the possible progressive popes, the possible progressive cardinals that could become popes. I was like, I feel like we're in a weird place. Okay. We are in a weird fucking place, man. Wait, let me see if I can find it actually. Hold on. I got to show this to you because this is so dumb. But also I liked it and I reposted it. I liked it and I reposted it because I'm dumb. Hold on. Let me see. Drag the puzzle piece into place. God damn it. I hate these fucking. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Dude. This is a bit much. Okay, this is a bit rich for my blood, but honestly. Dude, come on. Kawaii filter on the fucking Pope gang? Kawaii filter on the Cardinals? Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. We have come a long way in our evolution as mankind across the board. Because like if you show this to a medieval peasant, you're getting burned at the stake. Okay? The Inquisition is coming after you and burning you alive. Think about that. Like, we're talking. This is possibly blasphemy territory. Like, are we blaspheming? Amazing. I love it, personally. I think it's awesome. I'm glad. Yes, if you enjoy this, you're going to hell. I guess I'm going to hell then, because I'm blaspheming. Or as the chatter pointed it out, blaspheming. Okay, what is this?
Next Friday, the eliminated queens go head-to-head in the splashiest Lollapalooza yet.
Our eliminated queens will battle it out for the cash tip of 50,000.
Okay, this actually works really well because, like I've said this before, but there's a lot of, I mean, it's very queer coded. Like the Vatican is gay as fuck, and I don't mean like, oh, they're having man-on-man sex, which they are, but that's not even what I'm talking about. Like the pageantry of it all is very drag queen, drag race.
$1,000. Let the lip sync Lollapalooza.
RuPaul's Drag Race, all new next Friday at 8. Next Friday, the
Anyway, let's continue.
Years. This morning in St. Peter's Square.
Yeah, they're literally hiding themselves away to have a massive gossip sesh, like, let me in. I know, there's some fucking hot tea that's about to be spilled, okay, during the conclave.
The solemn, formal farewell.
All the girlies from literally all around the world are coming together to fucking do some hot goss.
To Pope Francis, a mass attended by a vast crowd for the man who led the world's 1.3 billion Catholics for 13 years. Thousands of mourners from all over the world filled St. Peter's Square, with many lining up since dawn for a chance to attend the ceremony.
I can hardly stand up, but this is incredible. This is the chance of a lifetime to see this.
Many who waited through the night sprinted to the square, hoping to secure a prime spot. Heavy security watched over the gathered crowd.
Yeah, Girly Pop Nation is out. It's more like Girly Pope Nation, okay?
Crowds. Francis died on Monday morning following a stroke after that unforgettable final appearance on Easter Sunday.
The final image we have of him, which will remain etched in our memory, is that of last Sunday, Easter Sunday, when Pope Francis, despite his serious health problems, wanted to give us his blessing from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica.
From the balcony.
After his death,
Catholicism is so great for the Filipinos that divorce is still illegal. Meanwhile, contraceptives, sex education, and family planning were only implemented in 2012, and the Catholic Church protests it to this day. Yeah, but this Filipino Catholic Pope is actually woke. So I think it would be good for Pinoy gang in general to have... Okay, let me tell you something, okay? Everything I know about Swagapino gang is that Pinoy gang goes nutty mode, okay? When there is anyone of any prominence with like 1% Filipino in them, okay? The entire country will be up in arms. They will be following the note of whatever this person says. Now, when we talk about like the Pope, which is automatically the leader, the de facto leader of 1.3 billion people around the planet, that person being Pinoy gang, like I feel like if the Pinoy Gang Pope turned around and said, honestly, I think we need to implement socialism. That's it. The entire Philippines is socialist. Okay. There is a awesome level of power and prominence that this person has. He could just like flip the script entirely, dropping the one bastion in the South China Sea that America is using against Chinese interests in the region.
The Pope lay in state for 3 days in St. Peter's Basilica, where the Vatican says more than 250,000 people came to pay their respects. Last night, a moving ritual, the rite of the closing of the coffin, a white silk cloth placed gently over the Pope's face, a deed recounting the accomplishments of Francis's papacy put in a metal tube in his coffin.
By the way, the grave, like the coffin being this, is deliberate. He wanted to have like a very humble, like he wanted to have like the most basic wood casket you can have on purpose.
Coffin, a bag of coins minted during his papacy as well, all part of the ancient ritual. The coffin was sealed, then nailed shut. The Pope had requested that he be laid to rest at the Basilica of St. Mary Major in the heart of Rome. The Pope's hearse, a converted Pope-mobile. And Francis had asked that his tomb be undecorated, with a one-word inscription, Franciscus, his name in Latin. Leaders came from around the world paying their last respects to the Pope this morning, including President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill, Ukrainian President...
Yeah, and for all the chatters that don't know, Pope Francis spent the last 12 years packing the voting cardinals with his own appointees, so the next Pope will be someone of the same vein, though none of the current frontrunners have been Jesuits the same as Francis did. Yeah. Tagley is literally considered Francis' successor by many Catholic insiders. Dude, there's so much tea. And I love that all the girlies are in on the inside baseball of the fucking conclave. Is crazy. We shouldn't know this much in general. We should not know this much. I think it's the movie. The conclave movie kind of did a number on this generation. Maybe that was part of it. I don't know what it is, but I literally went to Catholic high school from preschool to high school. Okay, Catholic school from preschool to high school. I mean, even then, it's like, why the fuck is everybody so laser focused on this?
Zelensky and Prince William. Pallbearers carried Francis's coffin out of St. Peter's Basilica and into the square where the funeral mass was held. His casket was placed under the balcony where he first appeared as Pope 12 years ago. The gospel laid out on top of his coffin.
Per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Amen. Around 200,000 people attended the Pope's funeral mass.
God shows no partiality.
And the first reading was done by an American journalist, Kelsey Jussie. 91-year-old Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re remembered Francis in his homily as a unifying force in a rapidly changing world.
He gave of himself by comforting and encouraging us with a message capable of reaching people's hearts in a direction.
Yeah, there were Palestinian flags at the funeral as well. Palestinian flags at the funeral of the Pope today because God forbid anything about them, or anything won't be about them for 5 seconds, says Uri Kurlianchik, Jewish Zionist, ex-Soviet Israeli geek author, blah, 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 whatever. Fucking so goddamn butthurt, dude. Yeah. God forbid Palestinian humanity is recognized by a fucking Pope that offered infinitely more support. These people are so insane, dude. Just stay mad, loser. Nobody likes your fucking apartheid state, okay? It sucks, and you suck too. Suck my dick. God. Yeah. God forbid the Catholics in Palestine mourn the death of the Pope, in between getting bombed, in between getting their lives and their churches destroyed by the Israeli state. I think Pope Francis is a large reason why my Catholic grandma has become incredibly pro-Palestine. Hell yeah. Yeah, here's some other cool shit that he did, by the way. Final honor guard for Pope Francis included migrants, prisoners, transgender people, the homeless, and others selected by Vicariate, is that how you say it? I don't know how to fucking say that word, of Rome as a symbol of the late Pope's mission and inclusion of outreach. That they should be the ones to welcome Pope Francis' coffin in the Basilica is because these people are those who represent the focus of his mission. They are those who live on the peripheries, geographical and existential peripheries. Father Giulio Albanese, head of a missionary cooperation and a communication for the Vicariate of Rome. It is from 2023, not during his funeral. Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that a pro-Israeli account is also spreading fake news? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm so shocked that someone who's pro-Israel lied. Oh, my God. What a shocking moment. It's like breathing. For people who want to defend the apartheid state of Israel doing a genocide, to lie is like, the sun coming up tomorrow. It's going to happen. It's going to happen no matter what. You know? It is so insane that the hospital talking point they're going with is, the world is talking so much about Palestinians. Like, why can't they shut up? Yeah. Guarding the funeral of the pontiff with a sci-fi drone jamming mega gun is maybe the most Warhammer 40K coded thing to ever happen in the real world. Yeah, it is pretty wild. The anti-drone guns are crazy looking. Oh, Donald Trump also wore a blue suit and was the only one in the crowd. Like, the photos are so funny because, like, obviously you're not supposed to wear, it's a fucking funeral, right? Like, there is a dress code. And the one thing that you're not supposed to do is wear something that's not black. And Donald Trump straight up wore a blue suit, a navy blue suit to the Pope's funeral because he is exactly that kind of guy, okay? He's that bitch. He said, I am that bitch. I will be wearing a suit that is not black to the fucking Pope's funeral because this is all about me. Classic diva behavior.
Correct. An immediate way.
And a striking moment.
Like, look at this. Look at it. Everyone, with the exception of like the Cardinals and shit, like it's not even navy, just blue. It was bait. What do you mean it was bait? Literally, he stands out.
Leaders exchanging the sign of peace with one another afterward. Now there will be 9 days of formal mourning, and then the Cardinals will be meeting, and at some point they'll set a date for that conclave when the successor to Pope Francis will be chosen. Whit?
All right, Terry. I mean, just a remarkable morning. Hundreds of thousands of people.
Not even like a dark blue. He's just standing out. He's like, fuck it, YOLO.
Seeing them lining the streets of Rome. But I want to ask you, though, in your days covering the passing of Pope Francis and his funeral today, is there a moment or conversation you had that will stay with you beyond this experience?
Well, with certainly the few conversations, brief conversations that I had with Pope Francis, just as a reporter on his plane, he made a point of coming back and talking.
Is this suit really that big of a deal? No, dude. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. I'm just pointing it out because he's such a goddamn diva that he wanted to stand out, okay? That's the reason why he did that. That's it. It's debunked anyways, LMFAO. What do you mean debunked? Why do you keep saying debunked? It's bait because it's debunked. It's debunked anyways. What are you talking about? It's debunked. Was he not wearing fucking blue or not? What are my eyes deceiving me? Was he not wearing a fucking blue suit? Am I crazy? I saw the photos. What the fuck is debunked? Wider pics show other blue suits. Okay, you're the president of the United States of America. What do you mean debunked? Others were. HasanAbi, don't die on this hill, man. I don't care. Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? That doesn't debunk the situation. You're supposed to wear a fucking black suit to a funeral, okay? What difference does that make? Oh, others were wearing blue too. Oh, okay, got it. I guess you debunked it. Don't die on this hill. I don't even give a shit. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter. Everyone is supposed to wear black regardless. It's a fucking funeral. What do you mean? People that don't do that are doing that because they are, they're trying to make it all about themselves, okay? I feel like that's the type of thing he would criticize about someone he doesn't like. What? Oh, Trump absolutely would, but I don't even give a fuck. I don't, I'm not operating off of like Trump's ethics here or his moral boundaries. I don't give a shit.
To us and he had
not only do I not give a shit that Trump didn't wear a black suit, I'm just bringing it up because he deliberately chose not to wear black because he is a fucking diva.
Gift for connection, didn't he? And I'm thinking in particular somebody I met here in the square the other day, Mohammed Daoud. He was born in Sudan. Family fled the war. There was in a refugee camp in Chad. They went to Libya. Civil war broke out there.
They're saying this is debunked because the wider photo presented shows other people wearing, you know, different colors as well. And it's like, okay, who gives a fuck? Are they the president of the United States of America? If not, nobody cares. I mean, look at fucking Melania, dude. Like, she knows what's up. Yeah, this person's wearing grayish as well, if you want to get really into the nitty gritty. But, you know, look at her. Melania even had a hijab on. Yeah, she's actually found the light of Allah. That's why she was hiding her hair.
They ended up in one of those rubber boats across the Mediterranean, and he met Pope Francis, and he said, this is a man who understood me, who connected with me, and he felt close to this man. Muhammad is a Muslim, but he felt close to Pope Francis in that way that so many people did. He had that gift, a charisma of connection, of touch. And I think that's how he'll be remembered. And it's a gift to the church that he leaves behind.
Oh, what a powerful, powerful message. All right, Terry, thank you so much.
8 weeks after their explosive showdown in the Oval.
Yeah, look. This was debunked, see? There's a person wearing blue here. There's a couple other people wearing navy in the back, it seems. Debunked, debunked. Like, what are you debunking? You're the fucking president, dude. What the fuck is so stupid? Hasan called a mantilla a hijab. Catholicism is truly the only religion rejected by society. Sad. Hold on. Debunked. I thought you didn't care. I don't. But I also find it really annoying where people go, this is going to be a big deal. People are going to yell at you about this. It's like, dude, Donald Trump has exploded global trade, destroying due process. Literally, his administration, his administration just arrested a fucking judge, and you think this is going to be the major point of contention? Yeah, it'll become a major point of contention only if you're the dumbest person on the planet that allows Republicans to fucking dominate discourse like this, okay? Oh my God. Donald Trump, the most Hitlerian American president, okay? The most Hitlerian an American president has gotten in the last multiple decades, and these guys are like, well, actually, him wearing a blue suit wasn't that big of a deal. You're making it. Hold on. Yeah, the administration. No, Fiona. JD not at the funeral. Yeah, he wasn't allowed for some reason.
Office president.
Yeah, they don't let the assassin come to the fucking funeral, dude.
Trump and Zelensky came together again, this time with encouragement from Emmanuel Macron instead of the incendiary interventions of Vice President Vance. Both sides calling these talks constructive, held in the grandeur of St. Peter's, just steps from a pope who'd long advocated an end to the war. Zelensky went on to have separate meetings with European leaders, President Macron and Sir Keir Starmer among them, an opportunity to coordinate on how to reach a ceasefire that might safeguard Ukrainian security.
Mr. President, how did the meeting with Trump go?
Really well. Productive meeting. I don't want to go to a lot of details, if it's possible, because the questions, very sensitive questions, of course, totally it's about how to bring peace.
On X, Zelensky said a good meeting with Trump had covered protecting the lives of our people, full and unconditional ceasefire, reliable and lasting peace that will prevent another war from breaking out, and calling it a very symbolic meeting that has potential to become historic if we achieve joint results. Under the deal being pushed by the Trump administration, Russia would retain control of the territory it currently occupies. It would, for now, give up any claim on parts of those regions that Ukraine still holds. But the US proposal that Washington would recognize Crimea as legally Russian, even if...
Catholic conspiracy dropped. Opus Dei was due to vote on a new set of statutes, which have been rammed down his throat by the Vatican at a meeting this week, but within hours of Francis' death, the vote was quietly canceled. A thread. Wait, what? When he died on Monday, Pope Francis had been on the cusp of signing into canon law a huge reform of Opus Dei, an abusive call to the heart of the church. Those reforms may now never happen. Dude, Opus Dei was due to vote on a new set of statutes, which have been rammed down his throat by the Vatican at a meeting this week, but within hours of Francis' death, the vote was quietly canceled. This comes after years of Opus Dei dragging its feet. Francis issued a decree demanding reform in July 2022. It came after allegations the group was involved in human trafficking and enslaving young girls. Opus Dei demurred. It submitted revisions. Dude, I don't know anything about this. Dude, maybe JD... Wait, hold on. What's this DEI stuff? Yeah, Opus DEI, more like. All right, let's
Ukraine
just keep
will not
going. Trump criticized Putin after Zelensky meeting at
required
Vatican.
to appears to be a red line for Kyiv.
What is really crucial is to have direct communication, direct dialogue between Trump and between Zelensky, because in this way we can remove lots of misunderstandings which have accumulated so far. So for me, it's a very good sign what has happened, and I'm really hopeful.
The objective clearly to use a few snatched minutes in Rome to try to shift the perception of the US president. Trump's response was a masterclass in burying the lead. Having attacked a New York Times reporter, Presidents Obama and Biden, he eventually added, with all of that being said, there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently through banking or secondary sanctions. Too many people are dying. Hours earlier, Trump had called his envoy Steve Witkoff's latest meeting with the Russian president pretty good. Today, the Kremlin saying Putin had communicated Russia's willingness to negotiate with Ukraine without preconditions. Also today, Putin briefed on what Russia's army chief called the total defeat of Ukrainian forces inside Russia's Kursk region, for the first time confirming the involvement of North Korean soldiers. Ukraine's military said it was continuing to fight inside Russia. After weeks of intensifying US and Russian pressure on Kyiv, this has, it seems, been a good day for Ukrainian diplomacy. Will it last? As with so much these days, a question for Donald Trump.
Well, Harry Fawcett then. Joining me now is Keir Giles, who's director of the Conflict Studies Research Centre and a senior consulting fellow of the Russia and Eurasia programme at the think tank Chatham House. Thanks very much for joining us this evening. First of all, that extraordinary picture, what do you make of it?
Well, it depends which extraordinary picture we're talking about, whether it's the postings from Donald Trump on Truth Social, which we may or may not want to read into some genuine meaning, or the two sitting down together with that very different body language, Trump and...
I mean, it's funny because it's like, there's not, like, Trump is so wishy-washy on everything that what he said today is ultimately meaningless tomorrow. Like, he could just as well come out tomorrow and be like, Vladipoo, I love you. You can keep bombing Ukraine. You have all the right. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's fake. He's phony. He is a fake friend, okay? He is untrustworthy. He is not a trustworthy person. He changes his mind all the time. Or rather, maybe he doesn't have a mind to change at all. He's just kind of going off. He's just kind of going on whims.
And Zelensky actually having a sensible, productive conversation without being played live to the media and without J.D. Vance in the room, both of which have got to be absolutely positives. Now, of course, we won't know what was discussed and we won't know what impact we'll have. We have to bear in mind that at the same time as that conversation was ongoing, Putin's meeting with Trump's consigliere, Steve Witkoff, will also be bringing back another point of view from Russia, which will also have an impact on Trump. So we simply cannot tell just how much of a lasting difference this is going to make, but it's definitely a step forward for Ukraine.
I mean, of course, if you consider that extraordinary picture of the two men in the Vatican, none of these things are accidental, one assumes. What is it at this point for both men that may have changed, given the pretty dreadful relationship they've had in recent weeks?
Well, I think we should be careful saying none of this is accidental. I doubt either of them actually planned a working funeral. But nevertheless, the fact that the opportunity has been created for Zelensky to get his point across to President Trump shows the extent of support for Ukraine across Europe. And let's not forget there are these two parallel so-called peace processes, neither of which has actually met in the middle at all. What Russia is demanding in terms of surrender for Ukraine and is now being enforced on Ukraine by the United States, and what those countries that actually think Ukraine's continued survival and viability is important for their own security across Europe think is the absolute minimum for preserving that going into the future. Now, what we've not seen so far is any way of bringing those two together.
I mean, you talk about the social media posts, and as you say, it's very difficult to read huge amounts, I suppose, into social media posts. It was just a 15-minute meeting, but the tone from both men seems to have shifted quite dramatically. You know, Zelensky talking about, potential for this being a sort of historic moment.
Well, Zelensky has to be positive about meetings with Trump. We've shown what happens when he tries to introduce reality and conversations with the White House. It's disastrous. So he is always upbeat about them. We shouldn't be that surprised. We shouldn't necessarily be surprised about a change of tone from Donald Trump, because this is not the first time he has been critical towards Putin. Each time it happens, we read the tea leaves. We try to divine what's behind his Truth Social post. We see if it actually has a meaning and will be followed through with action, but it never actually comes to pass. All of these occasional sporadic complaints that we've had against President Putin and his unwillingness to bring the fighting to an end never actually lead to any pressure on Russia whatsoever.
So in a sense, no change in terms of how Vladimir Putin might respond. Will he respond at all?
There's no reason to suspect that Vladimir Putin will respond in any way to this unless and until the United States changes its attitude to bringing this war to an end and actually starts to inflict some pressure on Russia as well as on Ukraine itself. Otherwise, Vladimir Putin has no incentive to change his policy or what his military is doing on the front line. After all, why would he sign up to a ceasefire if, as it appears, he is convinced that actually Russia holds the military advantage at the moment?
And what about the other countries involved in the wider discussions, including Britain and France? We saw President Macron and Keir Starmer here today. You know, they've offered to send troops. Is that still on the table, do you think? Is that a persuasive part of this argument?
It's very hard to tell where those behind-the-doors discussions about potential European troops in Ukraine actually stand at the moment. The talk of the coalition of the willing to try to uphold some kind of peace settlement in Ukraine has gone cold. And more recently, we hear reporting in British media that actually the UK has said, no, it's not feasible to put a force into Ukraine, after Keir Starmer walked back that original proposal by saying it's not possible without the Americans. So where that stands exactly, we simply cannot tell from the outside. But there is a clear understanding that Ukraine needs some kind of ongoing support in order to deter Russia from attacking again, if and when there is any form of ceasefire arrived at. And that's one of the main sticking points between the two visions of how the war might come to an end. One of them is effectively imposing all of Russia's terms on Ukraine. That's the US position. The other one, the European idea, says that there has to be some kind of sustainable and durable ceasefire, and that means making sure that Russia does not feel it's able to attack again.
Keir Giles, going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much for talking to us this evening.
Turn now to President Trump's trade war and confusion over whether the U.S. and China are actually in talks over the back and forth tariffs. ABC's Selena Wang is at the White House with the latest. Selena, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Another moment where we don't know what Trump is saying, whether or not what he's saying is going to end up happening.
Morning, Whit. President Trump is claiming that he's made 200 trade deals, but there are fewer than 200 countries in the world, and the president isn't giving any details about those deals or what countries are involved. So the bottom line, guys, is that not a single trade deal has been announced. And as you mentioned, Whit, when it comes to the U.S.-China trade war, there's no clear end in sight, and it's not even clear if negotiations are even happening. So President Trump, for days now, he's been saying that there are these active talks between the U.S. and China on tariffs. But Beijing, they're flat out denying that, calling it fake news. China's foreign ministry says the countries have not consulted or negotiated on tariffs, adding that the United States should not confuse the public. The president also claims that he's spoken to Chinese leader Xi Jinping numerous times, but the president is not saying when. So when it comes to tariffs...
It's so funny to lie about the pettiest shit like this. Like, America used to lie about meaningful things, okay? America lied on the global stage to go and invade Iraq and kill 1 million people. And now they're lying about a will they, won't they between Donald Trump and another foreign leader. Like, are they talking to one another? Are they not talking to one another? Only a point of contention because Donald Trump chose to destroy global trade because he was bored. Never forget, when I nuke global trade because I'm bored. That's what Donald Trump did.
Still a lot of confusion out there for both businesses and...
Genuinely asking, why can't they just say he's lying? Because, I don't know. I guess because, like, their primary directive is to always normalize whatever the fuck is happening so people don't lose their minds and society collapses. So no matter who is controlling the reins, they have to turn around and massage the narrative into making you feel like everything is fine to a certain degree. Like there are violations of norms that they will call out, but there are norm violations that they'll call out, but at the end of the day, their primary directive is always to defend the administration. That's the job of the media. It's to stop you from feeling like everything is collapsing, even when it really is collapsing.
And consumers with.
He's paltering. He has talked to Xi, just not about this. No, I don't think he has.
And Selena, as far as the impact here, some popular e-commerce sites are already starting to raise prices because of the tariffs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it
isn't because he's bored. They are all trading on the tariffs. No. He is the idea that like Donald Trump carefully crafted this so that his buddies could like make a killing on the market. His buddies were going to make a killing on the market regardless. I don't think that this was an opportunity to consolidate wealth even further. That is going to happen regardless. I'm certain that this level of market instability that took place, and especially the long-term consequences of actions such as this, are going to yield economic collapse to a degree where the super wealthy are not favorable on Trump's position. If they were, they wouldn't be constantly going to him behind closed doors and being like, this is so stupid. Please stop doing this. Please stop doing this. You're a fucking idiot. And having him try to scale back certain parts of his tariffs agenda.
Ultra cheap clothes and goods that you can get from Shein and Temu, well, they're getting more expensive. Starting yesterday, the Chinese e-commerce retailer.
I will say this much, okay? I think Donald Trump giving insider information to when he's going to make certain statements is a way to quiet the super wealthy from assassinating him, to stop the super wealthy from getting together and doing a fucking business plot. He's just like throwing them bones over and over again, and not necessarily a 5D chess play to ruin global trade and America's standing on, as the hegemonic power here, simply so that Charles Schwab can make a couple extra billion in the short term with incredible long-term consequences that are going to be damaging. Like, I think the red meat that he throws to the super wealthy is just to be like, all right, you're making some money in the interim. Please don't kill me. Please stop yelling at me type situation.
Retailers began hiking prices. It's unclear how much those prices are increasing by, but the companies say they have to do it because of changes to global trading rules and because of tariffs. Many goods from China are now taxed at a steep 145%, and President Trump is changing global trading rules. He is closing a trading loophole that allows goods valued under $800 to come into the U.S. for free. So both of those changes are major hits.
Crystal Ball has said that at some point the ruling class, between a mild reformist AOC wealth tax and the Republican total chaos, they will pick AOC. I'm not so certain. History has shown that to be the exact opposite, for the record. No, I think especially right now as it stands, our super wealthy are never going to I don't think they're ever going to even concede to the mildest of reforms in terms of how wealth is generated. I don't think so. I think they will. History has shown time and time again that they will always go with fascism.
To the business models of both Shein and Temu. Guys.
Selena Wang, thank you.
Trump looks to strip endangered species protection by redefining harm. Fantastic stuff, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Incredible work. Once again, he's doing the damn thing. He's killing it. Mainstream lib news doesn't want her anyway. Oh, yeah. Remember, wait, did they bring, is Jason Johnson on this panel or whatever his name is? Jason Johnson? No. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Even the lightest of reformist liberalism coming from the AOC rank is going to be met with a lot of backlash. Let's take a look at one of these panels.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Crystal provided FDR as a counterexample. FDR is not a good counterexample because when FDR took place, there was a lot more mobilization that was far more radical than FDR. And that came only after massive amounts of economic instability. Yeah. This is the guy. They brought my goat back. Dr. Jason Johnson. Old heads remember this fucking dipshit loser. You have to remember that FDR and his reforms, his modest reforms at the time, that are not so modest when you think about it, really, in comparison to America before FDR, America after FDR. All of that happened with tremendous amounts of pressure beyond the FDR Democrat Party. Like, you're talking about an environment where you had a robust trade unionist movement, labor militancy, actual communists. The material conditions were horrifying. It was a perfect sequence of events. Like, you're talking about a United States of America that's like ripe for revolution. You're talking about you're talking about global politics that's very different too. America's not the hegemonic superpower at that point. Global trade is not designed in the way that it is right now. You're looking at revolutionary promise happening all around the world. You're looking at a moment where a specter is haunting Europe. Okay, the specter of communism is haunting Europe. So very, very different set of circumstances. And also, you're looking at even industrial output that is ripe for organizing. Right now, America is a hollowed out shell. Overwhelming majority of the available wage jobs are either in the service sector, which is gigified to begin with, gig economified, I guess. You have finance capital dominating every aspect of our lives. You have 10% unionization, like union participation rate in the labor force. It's just so fucked. No alternative vision, with the exception, I guess, of China. But we have a tremendous resentment towards China, a foreign adversary. We could have had global communism by now if the German Revolution hadn't failed. This is also true.
Sort of Bernie and AOC. I went to their rally in Los Angeles.
Also, genuinely asking, isn't this the case? Aren't people desperate enough in the States yet? I don't think that they're desperate enough. No. And once again, outside of the desperation, because listen, American material conditions resembling the Great Depression does not mean that you magically have a vanguard party that forms in the ashes of American empire. If anything, that will lead people to become more reactionary. That'll lead people. That's why I've always warned against simple accelerationist ideals. Because accelerationism, especially in a country without any class consciousness whatsoever, will most likely yield a fascist movement. Lumpenproles going crazy mode, okay? So primed with like white supremacist thought that they just, they lash back out at marginalized people even harder than they ever have before. You need to build an underlying robust education network. You need to have organizations that are moving people in the appropriate direction, in the direction of socialism. We say socialism or barbarism, but there is nothing more barbaric than fascism, of course. And fascism is the more comfortable avenue for many Americans.
I walked through that crowd. It was a shockingly non-diverse crowd for downtown Los Angeles. I was there. I walked through. I counted different kinds of people that I saw. And as great as AOC may be,
bro, none of this works. None of this works. If anything, people are going to look at this and go, great. Oh, so you mean to tell me that the AOC Bernie crowd is bringing in white folk? Great. Okay. Can you imagine having this argument in 2025 being like, oh, not enough brown folk in the crowd? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Yeah, maybe because the Latinos were at the fucking Trump rally. Okay, that's probably why. Shut the fuck up, Jason. There is no like, oh, I can't believe how non-diverse this crowd is. Like, this dude is operating on like 2014 metas right now. Okay,
now, and as great as Bernie may be, what they demonstrated is the general problem also that the Democratic Party is having, which is if you can't get young brown people out there, if they're continuing to choose the couch over voting, the Democrats are going to lose in the midterms too. So new leadership is needed. It's got to start from the top, and Durbin retirement is a good example of how you change that.
God, I hate this guy so much. Ay, ay, ay. They dusted off Jason Johnson and brought him back. Now that there's like even a fraction of motion for AOC and Bernie Sanders, it is crazy. Like, this guy's entire purpose is to be a hitman for progressives by being like, well, they don't fuck with black people, I think. And to tell all of the aunties, all the black aunties that watch MSNBC that like AOC and Bernie are not good and you shouldn't vote for them is crazy. Yeah, exactly. This guy's been cryogenically frozen inside of a break glass in case Bernie Sanders becomes politically relevant again. Case in MSNBC's DC studio over the past 3 years. What's his angle? His angle is just fuck Bernie and fuck AOC. The Democratic Party is great. It shouldn't move in any... the Democratic Party should not move in a progressive direction no matter what. Their entire job here is to tell the... Look... The backbone of the Democratic Party and some of the most like hardline liberal blue and on types within the Democratic Party, people might get mad at me for saying this, is going to be older black women. Okay. That is the backbone of the Democratic Party. And they watch a lot of MSNBC still. They watch a lot of CNN still. And these ladies are going to get their notes from MSNBC, and MSNBC being like, AOC doesn't fuck with black people. I think in the case of AOC, it's not going to work because the K-Hive elderly black women love AOC, from what I understand. They don't fuck with Bernie, but they definitely like AOC. AOC comes across as like a big uniter, basically, of a lot of these different categories because of the aesthetic notes that a lot of people care about within the primary voter base of the Democratic Party. AOC ends up gaining a lot of like AOC doesn't fall into the Bernie is an old white man that is not trustworthy like Joe Biden was for this like demographic that we're talking about. So I don't think this level of like AOC sucks, she has no emotion, AOC is racist, that kind of attitude works. I guess because Bernie doesn't say you're not black if you don't vote for him. No, if Bernard Sanders was firmly within the Democratic Party machine and all of the Congressional Black Caucus leadership and all of the church groups were pumping him in the same way that they were pumping pumping Biden, yeah, he would get the same level of motion. That's it. You have to remember, a lot of old people, you have to remember, like a lot of old people get their notes from the TV. They still trust TV. They still, especially if they're like, especially if they remember the Democratic Party doing at least kind of all right by them in terms of, like, you know, giving black people the right to vote. Like that's still significant, especially if you're old enough to remember that, or if you're like a couple generations removed from that. Versus when you look at numbers, when you look at the demographics, like and black voters in general, they're still overwhelmingly on the Democratic Party side. Having said that, the younger you get, the less trust there is in the Democratic Party because you haven't seen anything from the Democratic Party. Elderly black women in New York helped AOC circumvent the hurdles Dems put in place to run in the election. Anyway, it's just weaponized identity politics. It's completely fucking idiotic. Who gives a shit?
Up until recent.
Oh, there's a slop tube video from Overzealous. By the way, we're going to be watching that. Slop tube and weaponized ignorance, how careless coverage hurts. Remember yesterday when you were explaining how long it would take to see the impacts of tariffs? Check out this comparison to the port of Shanghai versus the port of Los Angeles. This is going to be so bad.
I thought.
All right, we'll look at that in a second. But yeah, let's talk about AOC.
Cortez. She is popular, she's populist,
I got pee.
but is she enough of both to run for president? Some say to start thinking about it. And seriously, AOC is drawing huge crowds. She's turning events into slickly produced videos that have the scent of a bid for the highest office in the nation. It has even Meghan McCain convinced that she's running and that people discount the idea and AOC at their own peril. I just want to play a little bit from this video where she filmed part of it in Idaho, of all places. Just listen to this.
You know, Idaho, I'm so touched being here. I'm a girl from the Bronx. To be welcomed here in this state, all of us together, seeing our common cause, this is what this country is all about.
I've seen a heck of a lot of presidential announcement videos just like that. And I think that you can't discount the ability in a completely off year of a random congressperson to put together tens of thousands of people in red states like Idaho.
I think that when our party is thirsty for leadership and hungry for leadership, especially young, dynamic, diverse leadership, when most of our leadership right now, like Chuck Schumer and others, are older, white males, you know, you're going to get crowds like this. You're going to get the news attention. People are going to say that you're potentially running for president. If I were AOC, I actually wouldn't run for president. I think that one of the things that she can do in the presidential election is be an incredibly effective surrogate. And I think that she could utilize her lists. She could go out there and
Yeah, that would be really good, actually. No, it'd be so much better if she didn't run for president. Everyone should stop talking about AOC running for president, actually. It's so much better for everybody. Yeah, she's really popular. She should use that to defend, I don't know, Pete Buttigieg or whoever we have chosen. It's too early anyways. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know what'll happen from here on out, okay? I don't know what will happen from this point on. There might not even be another election, okay? So it's kind of silly to have these conversations. Having said that, however, it is pretty funny that they've already decided that this is a threat. They've already decided this is a major threat, you know? It's cool.
campaign. She can draw the crowd. She can do that kind of stuff. I do think that.
Yeah, they're going to do a Slotkin Fetterman 2028 campaign. I will have left the country by that point, I think. Oh, my God. Oh, I want to throw up thinking about that.
The party is looking for someone who is going to be more moderate, who can bring all sides together, including Republicans, and I am not sure she can do that.
Okay, so Kevin, Meghan McCain says discount her at your peril, but she is a populist. She is like, this is about class politics, working class people, some of the same people Donald Trump appeals to. Does that worry you? As a
AOC, I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I buy her T-shirts for $39.95, tax the rich. They're very popular in Miami Beach. I wear them, and I sign them, and I give them to people. She has an 82% margin on that, proving that inside of every socialist is a capitalist trying to get out. But however, I would say this about her. You know, the ambassador of America, the CEO...
An 82% profit margin is a lie, by the way. Her T-shirts are made in unionized factories. We have the same providers. Like, we have the same garment manufacturers. No, he's just fucking straight up lying. Also, all the profits go to her campaign. It's not even going into her pocket. 82% margins is such an insane statement to make, because I don't even think, like, if you make the most dog shit quality Chinese manufacturing, if you go to a Chinese factory and say, give me the worst version, like Redbubble shit, and then sell it for $35, you still probably wouldn't get 82% profit margins. That is so funny. The fuck? This guy is so consistently wrong about business. It blows my mind. Like, isn't that the one thing that he's supposed to be good at? Business? Isn't he the business guy?
CEO, the president, they have to embody the American dream. That's their number one job. Our number one export is not technology or energy. It's the American dream. People come to America.
Twitch is saying some audio is being muted because of copyright. What are you talking about? What are you talking, like, right now on stream? Like, you can't hear what I'm saying?
To achieve the American dream. She embodies the American nightmare. And
How
so
so?
she could never,
How
ever,
so?
because she doesn't believe that people should succeed in wealth. And this is a huge problem for her. What
Well,
makes
if she
America
believes that
so...
the only success is not in wealth. I mean, she came from very modest background.
You said, how is he allowed to lie? Dude, that's all people do. that's the welcome to the overwhelming majority of legacy media on a lot of issues, and especially when you're like a right-wing guy. Remember, Kevin O'Leary's whole purpose here is to glaze Trump. Even though he's a No, he's a fucking Canadian. Like, that's the other side of the story that makes me even more mad. It's like, bro, you're Canadian. Shut up. Shut up.
She was a waitress. I mean, I think that story, a lot of people would say that is the American dream. I think that is what...
She does not support capitalism.
No, well, I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is, like, what if she's a democratic socialist, but that's that. But what if some Americans...
Is Kevin O'Leary Lebanese too? Oh, my God. Dude, let me guess. Maronite Christian. Bro, I swear to God, there is literally a secret Lebanese plot where all fucking Phoenician ass Lebanese Christians that come to the Western world, some of these Lebanese Christians, bro, oh my God. It's like, dude, when you realize how many of the most prominent, ethnically ambiguous, white adjacent people that you would just immediately think are white, that say the most insane, irrational bullshit are secretly Lebanese, it freaks people out. It freaked me out. It froke. I was froken. Okay. Judge Jeanine Perot immediately comes to mind. Austin Show.
Say the most important thing is not facilitating the rich getting richer. That is literally the message she's running on.
You just tainted the American dream with that statement. Do you understand that? You tainted what makes America work. You should take that back. I forgive you for that. I forgive you for that. Don't ever say that again.
All I am suggesting, Kevin, is that there are many Americans who work really hard, and their aspiration is not to become supremely wealthy. It is to have strong family units. It is to have community. It is to have a sense of purpose. It is to contribute to their environment. There are many Americans for whom just being...
God damn. She's cooking.
Being filthy rich is not the American dream.
I want to forgive you,
that?
but you're making it hard.
But do you understand that? I mean, am I wrong that there are not many Americans in this country who they have aspirations that are outside of building unimaginable wealth?
Well, I think
how is that controversial?
I mean, Scott Jennings is going to say, no, they do. They all do.
I think there's a long way from, having the dream of building unimaginable wealth to also having, a lot of people just want the aspiration.
According to Kevin, I'm besmirching the American dream.
The aspiration to not have to struggle every day. I mean,
exactly.
and to have a job or have a career or have a business that allows them to live a life where they're not living paycheck to paycheck, living under constant anxiety. And so I agree with Kevin. The American dream is believing that you live in a country where if you achieve the status that you want to achieve so that you're not struggling or that you are filthy rich, that some politician is not going to come along and try to take it away from you.
No, that's what got us to this problem to begin with, honestly. That mentality promoted by dipshits like Scott Jennings and dipshits like Kevin O'Leary is unironically how we got to this issue to begin with. No, the American dream is literally to be able to survive on a fucking single salary, have children, have a upward social mobility, all that good stuff. White picket fence on your house and a car. That's the dream. The dream is survival, okay? These guys are the reasons why you can't achieve said dream, because they have to have helicopters, okay? They have to have yachts. That's the way that income and wealth distribution has to work in this country. God forbid. No, the American dream is to have a Corvette and a 10-bedroom mansion with no care to anyone is basically what they're saying. Yeah. It's so crazy, dude. It is so fucking annoying. God, this kind of commentary pisses me off so much. It's like, yeah, here, if you want to know Kevin O'Leary's worldview, this is one of the best demonstrations of it. Here.
According to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news, and of course I applaud it. What can be wrong with this?
She's like, I'm sorry, what? This is fantastic. Wow, that's cool. Like, look, a lot of people say, oh, Hasan, you're a eat the rich style socialist. Like, you want to execute billionaires on the street. Like, I don't say those things. Okay. I do want wealth redistribution. I understand that, you know, the state will have to enforce such things at a certain point, right? I would hope that this would happen through a peaceful and democratic process. That is my dream. Now, having said that, Kevin O'Leary's existence makes this argument so difficult because if you're a guy that is working at a company and you got shit time, shit pay, you've experienced real negative wage growth as a consequence of inflation for a couple years. Now you got unimaginable instability happening that you're staring down. You're looking at inflation potentially again. Okay, you're going to experience an economic shock again. You didn't do anything to trigger this. You're just simply existing and trying to survive. And you hear this fucking billionaire dipshit be like, it's so awesome that everyone is experiencing extreme poverty. Like, I'm not saying anything, but if you're that type of person and you hear this, you're going to have certain opinions that are not so great for Kevin O'Leary. You know what I mean? These people don't realize that they are agitating in that direction. I think they've grown too comfortable thinking like, no one ever wants to dream a world outside of capitalism, and therefore everyone agrees with me. And there are still plenty of people who do. Okay? There are still plenty of people who look to that and go, no, he's right. I think it's great to wish for a better financial situation. I think it's great to imagine a world where I also am just like Kevin O'Leary, a fucking multi-billionaire, right? There's still plenty of people who are entrepreneurs and temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires out there. They are the majority. But the number of people that look to this with resentment grows every single day, especially as people's finances get worse and worse, especially as they recognize that this market that's supposed to be stable has experienced tremendous shocks in cycles that seemingly get smaller and smaller, like that window of stability between the last economic bust, the boom bust cycle, gets smaller and smaller until what? Like we're just going to have one every week? Is that fine? Is that normal? And it's the worst part about it is you got no say in this process. Like Donald Trump is a great example of this. You vote for him, or even if you don't vote for him, he's just decided to do this thing. He just decided to go, yeah, we got to fix the trade deficit. I'm rewriting the last 40 years of trade policy that we spearheaded with no way of even fixing, with no way of even building a robust manufacturing base that spells good wages and good jobs and good benefits for you, by the way. Like you do that, and all people see in the outcome of said decisions made by one fucking moron is an unaffordability crisis that blows up in the process and empty shelves at the grocery store. Yeah, people are going to be resentful. They're like, I didn't vote for this. The fuck is this? I voted for the opposite of this. Or I didn't vote for this at all, and look where we're at now. Like, I don't think these people understand, you know, you can only push people so far into a corner. Once they recognize that they're backed into a corner with no way out, they're going to try to fight their way out of it. The older, wealthier generations were aware of this. That's why libertarians call welfare riot tax. They've completely forgotten why there is a welfare state to begin with. It is to offer a lifeline to capitalism. It's so that capitalism can continue without revolt.
Really?
Yes, really.
So somebody living on
I celebrate capitalism.
$1 a day in Africa is getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to be Bill Gates.
That's the motivation everybody needs.
Only thing between me and
I'm
that
not
guy
against
is
charity.
motivation. I just need to
Describing
pull up my
the increasing
phone.
bus cycle makes me think of the volatility of crypto.
Don't tell me that you want to redistribute wealth again. That's never going to happen. Okay?
You know what? You take a simple stat like this, which is neither
Oh, that's never going to happen. Yeah, okay.
good nor bad. It's just a fact.
It's a celebratory stat. I'm very excited about it. I'm wonderful to see it happen. I tell kids every day, what's wrong with this?
Comes up at a cocktail party.
No, Amanda, what's wrong with this statement?
One possible response to it.
If you work hard, you might be stinking rich
We're talking about people in extreme abject poverty. That's how you get $3.5 billion.
No, we're not. You were just talking about really rich people.
No. Okay. I'm going to tell you later what you should say to this.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Yeah, there's a resentment brewing, and I don't think these guys are capable of comprehending that. Delivery geldi baba. I don't think these guys are capable of seeing that resentment brewing, and I fear that the more they recognize that there's resentment growing amongst the working class, the more on board with fascism they will get. Some of them, however, have already decided fascism is the way forward, even if it cooks their bottom line in the short term. Kevin O'Leary is a great example of this, talking about how we got to squeeze Chinese heads against the wall with 400% tariffs only a couple of weeks ago, and then singing an entirely different tune yesterday on CNN. What blows my mind is he's still getting prominent positions on CNN. Why the fuck is anybody listening to this dipshit? He has demonstrated how wrong he is over and over again, but I guess it doesn't matter.
From you and tell you you're the enemy. That's her program. If you made it, if you worked hard and you have talent, she says you're corrupt and you're the enemy. And that's why I think Kevin's right. It's not going to fly.
Dan, last word.
I'll tell you another incredibly stupid version of this that is instructive. It lives in my mind. Okay? Wait, hold on. Fiona, go. Another incredibly instructive like resentment attitude that you hear from billionaires siding with fascism over even a little bit of pushback, even the slightest of pushback, was that egg-headed freak Mark Andreessen. It exists in my mind where no, Fiona, no. She's trying to break through the gate to come in here. That's why I keep saying no. Now, Mark Andreessen, I remember in one of these like podcasts that he went on, complained about the fact that back in the day, you used to celebrate billionaires. You used to celebrate billionaires. You know, billionaires were jobs providers, jobs owners, and that social contract is now broken because people don't celebrate billionaires anymore. They don't revere billionaires anymore. It's like, it's really fucked up. They're being real mean to me. And it's like, yeah, of course they are, man. What are you talking about? Let me see if I can find it. I think like social contract is broken. Oh, here. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. The deal is dead. Andreessen takes on society's shift. Mark Andreessen explains how the deal between tech founders and society unraveled. Founders once created jobs, paid taxes, and funded philanthropy, all cheered by the public and press. But in the past decade, everything changed. Wealth became demonized. Tech turned into a villain. And even philanthropy is now viewed with suspicion. This is the reason why, according to Mark Andreessen, who is one of the leaders in this tech shift, he's mad that the working poor don't worship this egg-headed freak anymore.
Basically something that was nobody ever wrote down, but everybody understood, which I call the deal. The deal was somebody like me basically could start a company. You could invent a new technology. In this case, the web browsers and all the other things that Netscape did. Everybody would think that was great. And by the way, we got glowing press coverage. Everybody loved us. It was great. And then you could go public. You could make a lot of money.
Also great.
That was great. You would pay your taxes, and that was fine. That was obviously key part of the social compact. Within the context of a progressive tax system, that was fine. And then at the end of your career, you would be left with this giant pot of money, and then what you would do is donate it to philanthropy. That washes away all of your sins. Reclassifies you as from a business, from a sort of suspect business mogul to a virtuous philanthropist, and then that's that, and that's the arc, and it's all great and wonderful. And then by the way, along the way, the press loves you. You get invited, you get honorary degrees at all the universities, you get invited to all the great parties, you get invited to Davos, you get invited to Aspen, you get to come in and sit with the New York Times editorial board. You get the dinner parties are spectacular. There's all these incredibly important, like, wonderful people, and then you get married, and you and your spouse have the exact same politics, and
then you sign the giving pledge, and everything's awesome.
You sign the giving pledge, and everything is great. And then Warren Buffett talks about how great you are, and it's just like it's all like wonderful. And basically what happened, what I experienced was the people in charge of all this basically broke the deal in basically every way that you possibly can, right? So basically every single thing I just said is, for the last decade has been now held to be presumptively evil. And we can kind of go step by step kind of through that, so it's everything from, just the whole idea that there are certain people who are, merit a greater economic outcome than others is itself evil. Technology, of course, is held to be presumptively evil. Tech companies are held to be presumptively evil. Tech people are held to be this, this evil class. Anybody who's rich is evil. And then, the capstone for me, the thing that really shook me was when I realized that the philanthropy was being redefined as evil, which is
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because 501c4s is seen as a fucking comfortable tax haven for people like Mark Zuckerberg that basically take all of their wealth and dump it into a 501c4, an advocacy group. No, not a C3, a 501c4, which is an advocacy group, so that it's another version of tax evasion. You can't even do the washing away of your sins, which what might those sins be? I don't know. Okay, interestingly enough, you recognize that there are some sins involved, even as a joke. But even that aspect of it has turned into a money laundering and tax evasion policy. Like, what are we talking about? So, yeah, of course, there's a lot of growing resentment towards the very wealthy citizens that dominate people's lives. Like, it's a healthy resentment to have, as I say all the time. In any case, it's not like he was ever... Yeah, it's not like he was ever an advocate for this social contract anyway. Also, oh my God, what a fantastic video to look into right as we were talking about this from Hakim. Why do people defend billionaires? Let's take a look.
The US is an oligarchy, and every single year this becomes more evident.
This is another thing that I find really funny is people saying, people don't know. Americans don't know what oligarchy means. Stop using the term oligarch. And it's like, yes, they do. What are you talking about? The only difference is we only use the term oligarchs when talking about Russia, foreign adversaries in general. You're mad that we're using it for the American oligarchs as well. That's it. Yeah, it was Slotkin that was like, don't use the term oligarch, please. Don't use the term oligarch. That's for Russia. That's for China. It's like, no, we have them. We do.
Normally, this fact is subtle, but recently, rather than hiding behind the power of money and lobbying groups, billionaires in the second Trump run show their face openly and seem almost proud of their cozy relationship to state power and their ability to control a so-called democratic government. How did this all start?
We gotta go
back. The first
back.
billionaires, in the modern sense of the word, started to appear in the early 19th century in the US during the
Yeah, also, by the way, there was a different term for it. Robber barons, okay? There's a different term for it. Now it's oligarchs, but before it was robber barons.
Called Gilded Age. Due to the massive and massively uneven economic growth at the time, a small group of people managed to amass extreme wealth. They were very different from the richest members of society before them. They made their money mainly through business and industry, and didn't hold formal titles or political positions, but they had immense wealth, and through that, power. These were known as the robber barons. This was a period of a more blatantly unregulated capitalism, where exploitative business practices such as workers being paid almost nothing, dangerous working conditions, and abuse was routine. Their customers received poor quality products and inflated prices, and were faced with price hikes, collusion, fraud, supply limitations, and more in an effort to drive up prices artificially. They held total monopolies across industries, formed trusts, and bribed politicians into helping them keep their positions. They were also, at the time, absolutely hated by the public. As time went on, political agitation and the international situation forced better conditions at home, but exported the relentless profit-seeking and horrible conditions abroad instead. At home, many billionaires made their way in tech or finance industries, rather than heavy industries. Through the new frontier of internet and tech, they've managed to somewhat improve their image in the public eye. Some people are now even willing to openly support their wealth hoarding. Moving into COVID, well, it devastated most people, but not billionaires. While millions fell into poverty, 573 new billionaires emerged, one every 30 hours.
Fantastic.
Meanwhile, nearly
Kevin O'Leary's like, this is great.
8 million people were pushed into extreme poverty at almost the same rate. The clear wealth shift, of course, went unmentioned. Billionaires didn't suddenly become smarter or work harder overnight. Instead, workers slaved away for longer hours, often for lower pay and in worse conditions, while the wealthy manipulated the system to their advantage. Through privatization, monopolies, deregulation, and attacks on workers' rights, they funneled an obscene amount of wealth into their own pockets, often with the backing of governments prioritizing corporate profits over people's well-being. In just 24 months, billionaire wealth grew more than it had in the previous 23 years combined. Before the pandemic, the world's billionaire-controlled wealth was equivalent to 4.4% of global GDP. Now that figure stands at 13.9%. That's a threefold increase. Today, 2,668 billionaires control over $12.7 trillion, which is 3.8 trillion more than in 2020. The 10 richest men alone own more wealth than 40% of humanity combined, about 3.1 billion people.
Nothing wrong here. This seems like a good system. Yeah, look who it is, by the way. This seems like a perfect system. I don't understand. Like, what? No, these people are... My lordship has been destined by God to never have to toil to land again. Which one is your dad, Hasan? They're all my dad. They're all your dad, too. That's the funniest fucking... every now and then, I see, like... I see a fucking reply to one of my tweets, and I always laugh when I see his dad is a multi-billionaire. Yeah.
This is the result of a system designed to ensure the rich get richer regardless of what happens to everyone else. Even during economic downturns, billionaires profit. When COVID sent markets into chaos, investors funneled money into corporations.
I dated a girl who believed your father was a billionaire. Wow, that's weird. Like, you're openly admitting to dating someone with an intellectual disability. Cool, I guess. That's cool that it didn't get in your way. You know, it wasn't a hurdle in your relationship.
Deemed too big to fail, further enriching the wealthiest. Government bailouts and relief programs disproportionately benefited them by design, proving once again that under capitalism, crises aren't setbacks for the rich, they're opportunities.
Back to the video in just a minute. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Proton Mail. Freedom is impossible without privacy. Throughout the United States, your private emails, texts, and calls might not be so private. Thanks to Section 702 of the FISA Amendment Act, intelligence agencies can collect data on foreign nationals, but there's a backdoor that lets them surveil people in the United States as well. And it's not just the NSA. Federal and even local law enforcement can access personal data from third parties without a warrant. This means that your emails, your texts, and your calls are all
exaggerating your family's wealth is a form of character
vulnerable.
assassination.
That's
is a
where
new
Proton
form of
Mail
brain
comes
rot.
in.
I never thought.
Take control of your privacy by
especially because like it's not even a
Proton's
thing.
free encrypted email service to protect your identity online. Proton is built with privacy at its core.
It's not
Headquartered
even
in Switzerland, it's protected
it's not
by some
even
of the world's
like
strongest
a
privacy
thing
laws.
that
Laws that make it illegal
impacts
for Swiss
me at
companies
all.
to cooperate with foreign surveillance.
My
This means
favorite
that, in
type of
principle,
lie
no
is the
government
type of lie where it's like, even if it was real, it still doesn't change anything. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's say he is. He's not, but let's say he is. What the fuck does that have to do with me? You know what I mean?
In a world where governments and corporations constantly look for ways to access your data, privacy shouldn't be a luxury. It should be the default. Join over 100 million people taking control of privacy with Proton. Get started for free using my link, proton.me/Hakeem. Thanks to Proton Mail for the sponsorship. This allows me to pay my editor fairly, which is much appreciated. Alright, back to the video.
Now, who are they? Billionaires are not a distinct class. They are a small and far richer portion of the bourgeoisie, the owning class, the capitalist class.
No. I mean like nepotism. Well, I am a nepotism recipient. That is not fake. What I'm talking about is what, in terms of my output, in terms of my beliefs, in terms of what I have to say, like, their perspective does not change anything about mine. You know what I mean?
Class. Their relationship to production and how they make their money is fundamentally the same. They just do it on a much larger scale. This doesn't mean they have the same interest as the rest of the wealthy, though. Conflicting interests exist even within social classes depending on the situation. Regardless, estimating the number of billionaires or each of their personal wealth is extremely difficult to do accurately. Since all their wealth is private, the public has no access to the relevant information and have to just estimate based on their stock holdings in public companies. Many people still underestimate just how small a proportion of people billionaires are, about 0.00002% of the global population, or 3,000 people. This is an incredibly tiny minority. Some try to use their wealth to become famous, and you probably already know of those. These people have PR teams helping them boost their public image for their vanity. But you haven't heard of most billionaires. So remember that while we're about to discuss some celebrity examples, this is because it's more convenient to gather information about those particular individuals. In reality, most billionaires are not so open. One person is of special note. The current richest man in the world, and maybe the most notable and obnoxious face of billionaires right now, Elon Musk. Let's make something plainly clear. This man, like practically all billionaires, wasn't self-made, whatever that means to begin with. His father owned the rights to the output of at least 3 emerald mines in apartheid South Africa. His father likewise lent him over $50,000 in inflation-adjusted dollars so that he could buy himself into successful projects. This is beating a dead horse at this point, but there are so many more quirks like this within Musk's life, and it's safe to say that no one watching this has parents that can easily lend them tens of thousands of dollars along with colonial mineral mine wealth.
Oh, bro, this guy stinks!
Anyways, his political career shot off suddenly in 2022 when sex crime allegations against him went public. He He allegedly made a SpaceX flight attendant give him a massage, rubbed her leg, exposed his penis to her, and offered her a horse in exchange for sexual acts. What a strange man this is.
Freak.
This fits with a wider pattern of behavior. He was known to have sex with subordinates at his companies.
Why do people defend billionaires is the name of the video. It should be, the link should be, the URL of the video should be pinned already to the top.
Asked women there to have his babies, and was sued by a different group of plaintiffs for the culture of extreme sexism and sexual harassment that developed at SpaceX. His Twitter at the time revealed he somehow knew these allegations were coming. Despite this evidence, though, he never faced court or any investigations. Laws simply don't apply at this level of wealth, as long as you don't leverage your wealth to threaten capital. Regardless, his company paid $250,000 to his accuser in exchange for her silence, a tax-deductible expense, mind you. A life-changing amount for her, but pretty cheap to buy legal immunity, wouldn't you say? But when these allegations later went public, and with his reputation at risk, it forced him to quickly pivot into the anti-woke, left-gone-too-far conspiratorial nonsense he's now been most known for. He kinda already had this type of fanbase because he was already a billionaire and obvious fraud, but he had previously kept close ties to the Democratic Party, which is equally cringe, and was known more for his massive promises in tech than his right-wing conspiracies. He donated to both parties and even supported Obama. It's easy to see his strategy in aligning himself with Trump now, though. It provides a fan base who don't care about sex crimes, it provides an easy escape to just say the left made up the allegations, and make sure no matter how obvious a fraud he is and how many of his projects fail, he can still get public money from Republican states. He's also under investigation by multiple federal authorities, which he can now defund whenever he wants. Moving aside from one particular case example, how does one exactly become a billionaire? Well, there's only one way to become that rich, and it's through capital accumulation. That's the core mechanism of capitalism.
Yeah.
If you have money, you can buy productive and well-performing assets, factories, land, companies, whatever, and those assets bring in even more income. The average person working for wages can't compete with that. They can't even break into the system. Over time, wealth concentrates, not by accident, but by design. Owners don't create value, they extract it. Workers do the labor, but the owners take the profits. The more you own, the more people you can exploit, and when you're sitting at the top of a global system like this, with billions of people beneath you, even a small cut from each person adds up fast. This isn't rhetoric, this is an empirically verifiable phenomenon referred to as surplus value extraction. For a deeper dive into how this mechanism actually takes place, check out this video here. This is how you get fortunes so massive, they're completely detached from anything a single person could.
Exploitation in the Marxian sense is just simply how things are. It's just profit, right? It's called exploitation because it's an extraction of surplus labor value, as in your output to the company, you're always going to be paid less. You're always going to be paid less than what you generate for the company. Okay? That's it. Capitalists look to that and say, this is a good thing. Socialists look to that and say, this is not a good thing. People that try to claim that this is not, happening are fucking delusional. It doesn't make any sense. You either believe that this is a just process and good, or you don't. But you can't deny that it happens. No getting banned and wondering what I did. Oh, okay. Here, take a week off. You too. That's so funny that you guys think that I won't fucking ban you. I'll give you all weeks off. Like, literally, I don't give a shit. You should be excited at the prospect that fucking, like, I think y'all forgot. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Even if you think you're making a joke, I'll blast you for a week. I don't give a shit. Be happy that I didn't fucking put you on a perma. This is a fucking dictatorship. A dictatorship of the streamer class, not of the chatter class. Okay? Let's continue.
Ever do by just working. It's not about working hard, it's about already being rich enough to keep multiplying that wealth. Likewise, nobody becomes a billionaire by selling one specific product. That's just branding. They don't make their money from apps or oil. They make their money from capital, owning things that other people work on. Businesses don't create wealth, people do, and labor does. The thing all billionaires have in common is that their money comes from other people's work. Most often it's employees who weren't paid the full value of what they created, or less frequently, customers they ripped off. So when you hear somebody described as a tech billionaire or a finance billionaire, just remember, those are surface level differences. In practice, every billionaire is a stock market billionaire. They underpay workers, overcharge consumers, and rely on state support to protect and grow their profits. It doesn't matter the sector, it's the same playbook system. That said, it's still worth looking into how they pull it off. What are the common tactics used to win in capitalist competition and ensure the highest amount of exploitation possible? How do they boost company profits and make sure as much of that profit as possible ends up in their own pockets? Let's walk through some of the tricks. Billionaires usually own companies which have monopolies over certain parts of the market. This allows them to generate massive profits without ever facing the competition capitalism promises. Monopolies empower companies to exploit both consumers and workers the most, and therefore brings the most profit to their owners. Monopolies are another basic feature of capitalist economics. Capitalism always tends towards monopoly. See my video on this here. Bigger companies always have the edge. They scale faster, they produce cheaper, and they've got the cash to bury competition in lawsuits or buy them out entirely. They also push legal boundaries to maximize profit. They can afford the fines, the legal teams, and lobbyists required where small businesses can't. The larger you are, the easier it is to grow. I don't think this is a difficult concept to grasp. The more you grow, the more you can dominate and eliminate competitors in the market. That's why capitalism naturally tends towards monopoly. The system rewards size and punishes small players. Not every billionaire runs a monopoly though, but many do, or they benefit from one close enough in practice. There are many very prominent examples. Obviously that's why there are so many energy and mining and infrastructure billionaires. These fields are most common for legal monopolies, but even in tech, an industry that styles itself as new and competitive and disruptive, Amazon's marketplace, for example, is a monopoly, and they're currently being sued for it. Their whole strategy revolves around predatory pricing. This means undercutting competitors until they can't survive, then hiking prices once the competition is gone. And it doesn't stop there. They've used all kinds of anti-competitive tactics. Price gouging, controlling pricing rules for third-party sellers, removing competing products, rigging search results, and pressuring vendors to let Amazon offer the lowest price. They even had a US patent up until 2017 on one-click purchasing online. This effectively blocked out all competition because they were legally forced to be inconvenient to use. It wasn't even an invention, just a basic use of internet technology. Microsoft did it too. For years, they had a near total monopoly on operating systems. When they saw software that could run across multiple operating systems as a potential threat, they attacked. After trying and failing to set up a non-compete agreement, they went all in on illegal tactics. They bundled Internet Explorer with Windows, made it hard to uninstall, and made other browsers deliberately harder to use. The goal was to kill competition before it became a threat. This tactic of software bundling is now standard across the industry. Facebook, or now Meta, followed the same path. They had a social media monopoly and started losing ground because their platform sucked. Instead of competing and improving, they just bought out every rising platform. WhatsApp and Instagram and a million others, this isn't innovation, it's consolidation of markets. Musk and Trump are privileged outliers, having built their brands on fraud and idiocy. Most of Musk's successes happened without him present, and Trump's just consistently failed, seemingly. But even Musk found a way to corner the satellite internet market once he was already a billionaire. In some parts of the world, he effectively controls the internet just by spending more money on it than anybody else could. Billionaires don't get rich on their own. Most of them are plugged straight into the state, getting public money one way or another. For the monarchs and dictators, it's obvious, it's their whole thing. But even the so-called self-made business billionaires, well, it's the same story, just dressed up in different branding. They rake in huge amounts of public cash, usually through their companies. We're talking subsidies and tax breaks and fat government contracts, even straight-up handouts, like the many bailouts they get when market-caused economic recessions hit. Almost every big company with a billionaire at the top has gotten some kind of massive state support at one point or another. And not just once, usually. This happens over and over again, usually under better terms than what small businesses or startups could get. It's part of what keeps them at the top. Musk is the poster child for this. The government's handed him at least $38 billion so far, and that's just the public info. That doesn't even include secret Pentagon deals like the $1.8 billion spy satellite contract for SpaceX. Then there's Amazon, which has pulled in over $3.7 billion in local and state subsidies, while towns around the country are cutting public services or raising taxes just to stay afloat. Even Facebook is cashing in, getting massive tax breaks for vague promises about jobs or innovations, and leaving communities with nothing but surveillance and debt. That's also not mentioning all the taxes they dodge. The trick is often the same. These giant companies play cities and states off of each other. They promise them jobs, maybe a shiny new facility, and suddenly everybody's throwing public money at them just to stay in the running. Sometimes it's desperation, other times it's just a convenient excuse, an easy way for local officials to funnel cash to the rich in exchange for campaign money or cushy favors. Either way, it's not innovation that builds these fortunes, it's public money, your money, quietly funneled upwards, turned into private wealth for the people already holding most of the cards.
Your money and your labor. Your money, your tax breaks, your subsidies, and more importantly of all, your labor. This is so important because once you recognize that reality, there's really no going back. It's very hard to look at the system that we exist under in the same way once that reality sets in. This is why people are so terrified of any kind of anti-capitalist way of thinking. They don't want, like, this is what most people don't understand about Das Kapital either. Okay, streamers make money off people who made those YouTube videos. Yes, exactly. I am exploiting Hakim by watching his YouTube video because I am basically the robber baron of the content creation world. I like that people still do this argument. Like, I only watch my friends' videos at this point, like content creators who want me to watch their videos, and people still fucking complain about it. It's like, dude, both parties have consented to this. Why the fuck are you chirping? That's number one. Number two, as I was saying, people don't understand. Das Kapital is not a like how to overthrow capitalism textbook. It's just describing capitalism. The reality of the matter is, it is not the wealthy, the bourgeois class is not afraid of you learning anger and resentment towards the wealthy. They're afraid of you learning how the system actually works. They have class consciousness. You don't. Yeah, it's descriptive. It's not prescriptive. It's just when you figure out how the system works, it's very hard to defend it. It's very hard to defend it, especially when you recognize your position inside of the system. That's it.
Under capitalism, private media tends to conglomerate, and it serves the interests of the owner class who can always control it and outproduce those smaller groups they don't control. See my video on this here. This is bad enough, but with billionaires able to own majority stakes in media companies, they get an immense level of personal control over media output. This may be media billionaires who own and control large portions of the media environment, or even unrelated billionaires who purchase media outlets just to further their influence. The Wall Street Journal and New York Times are owned by billionaires. On the TV side, you've got names like Brian Roberts at Comcast and John Malone at Liberty Media calling the shots. Not to mention, these are often the same individuals with close ties to state power, or even occupying government positions themselves. This completely undermines the idea of the media holding democratic governments to account, if you ever believed this bullshit to begin with. So we have a media system broadly skewed towards protecting vested financial interests. As the rich get richer, they'll inevitably purchase and merge more and more outlets, increasing the amount of the market that they can directly control. Musk and Zuckerberg control social media, with the US threatening to ban the only thing they don't, which was TikTok. There's that thing of the state supporting monopolies again. Even Bezos owns a newspaper, the Washington Post. He didn't build its ill-gotten reputation, he bought it and now exploits it. Freedom of the press under capitalism is the freedom for the rich to buy the press, buy the writers, and shape public opinion into whatever serves their class. In the US, almost every major media outlet is owned, at least in part, by a billionaire. Some, like Robert Murdoch and Michael Bloomberg, built their empires in media from the start. Others, like Bezos, just bought their way into it once the money was already made. For them, media isn't about journalism, it's about control and pushing their agenda. It's not even subtle. Musk, for example, took over Twitter, gutted the safety systems, and then personally banned journalists who criticized them. That's not just editorial bias, that's straight up, if I don't like it, it goes. He doesn't even pretend to be objective. That's the kind of power you get when you own the platform. It's not just what gets reported, it's about what doesn't. Stories disappear, certain opinions are sidelined. Journalists know that one person determines the perspective of their whole company, and that to keep a job they must make things their boss's boss agrees with, even if they don't.
It's also funny because, like, people still say he's a free speech warrior too.
Own the publication. A billionaire can fund a lawsuit quietly and take down an entire news outlet if it steps out of line. Just like they buy competing companies, they buy up the press to consolidate their power. Whether it's through ownership, influence, or outright censorship, it all amounts to the same thing. Deciding what the public gets to see, and more importantly, what they don't. Billionaires also try to influence the government directly. Government policy in capitalist democracies always favors the interests of the rich. In places with high concentrations of billionaires, that's especially true, except for China and Vietnam. I wonder why. Regardless, in places like the US, they donate massive amounts to political campaigns. It's also very common for billionaires to donate to both, a clear sign that they're trying to secure their interests on both sides of the ballot. They spend massive amounts of money on shady lobbying efforts, encouraging officials to act in a way that helps them. Again, the US is particularly bad for the sheer amount of money being spent. Through these methods, at every level of government, the ultra-rich build a state that furthers only their interests. This administration has seen even more public staffing of high-profile positions with billionaires, for no other reason than they are rich. Even the president is a billionaire, supposedly. The US has always been run de facto by the rich, but now it's formally run by them as well. Now, what is the solution? The goal of any dedicated policy towards billionaires should be to reduce their wealth and power to a socially manageable level, ideally making sure there are no more billionaires. Many solutions come to mind, some more Vietnamese or Chinese in flavor. A certain funny Nintendo Italian man also had a good idea. Likewise, nationalization. We'll get to that. Let's talk more liberal-friendly solutions at first. We could tax wealth. Not all of it, just the top slice, the wealth at the 99.9 percentile and above, that ultra-elite layer, which is worth about $12 trillion, well, at least as of 2019. A simple 1% tax on that would bring in $120 billion a year. That's real money, translating to real resources that can be used to better the world. All from a tiny sliver of the richest people with barely a dent in their lifestyles. I would dare say no dent in their lifestyles. On a global scale, it's impossible to calculate accurately the amount of money that would be saved. And economies aren't really anywhere near as simple as tax and spend anyway. But the result would be reducing all the harm billionaires do and freeing up trillions in wasted resources. And let's not pretend the current system is somehow fair. The US tax structure has basically flattened out. Most people, rich, poor, and in between, end up paying roughly the same percentage. Except at the very top, where things actually drop. The 400 richest Americans, for example, pay a lower effective tax rate than almost everyone else. They're not paying their fair share despite their companies benefiting from infrastructure and public grants more than anyone. A lot of people know this already. Polls show that 57% of Americans think billionaires are taxed too little, and nearly half think they're not even paying what they legally owe. That's a depressingly low statistic for obvious facts. But imagine if they were actually provided the education information and not propaganda. With better cross-border data sharing and digital tools, tracking wealth is easier than ever. If the government wanted to enforce it, it could. And if the law was designed right, with no sneaky loopholes or special treatment, it could easily actually work. Not to mention the prospect of harmonizing tax requirements, or taxing corporations based on the tax rate where they operate and not where they're based.
The funniest part about it is the idea that, like, a wealth tax is completely unfeasible when a wealth tax already exists. It's called property taxes. And, like, sure, Americans don't like that either, but it fucking exists already. There are financial tools at our disposal to be able to figure out what the tax burden looks like and to analyze wealth that we consider to be taxable. It's not about the hurdle here is not the difficulties. The hurdle here is a lack of willingness from our politicians. Interesting stuff, by the way, especially considering Donald Trump recently came out and said a billionaire tax, a wealthy millionaire tax, maybe we can't do it. Seems like we can't do it. No, people wouldn't like it. It's like, yeah, your friends wouldn't like it. Everyone else would like it. Mr. Read the Room.
There's so many ways of doing this, it could be its own video. That's all well and good, but it's not enough. A real strategy should be focused on the nationalization and collectivization of the most critical industries, a tight leash on any allowed public business activity with direct government oversight, and severe laws against both political meddling through wealth, lobbying, corruption, and profit-seeking through unethical practices. The final step is the liquidation of the capitalist class as a class, and history is replete with successful examples of such and how to carry it out. A wise Chinese man once said, "Political power grows out of the ballot box." No, that's not what he said. Well, look at his example and see what he did. It's kind of, that is the correct approach. For now, though, taxation is not radical. It should be a routine first step at those incredibly high brackets. A billionaire's wealth is always the result of theft, stolen from the people who need the money the most through preferential government handouts for corporations, and stolen from the people who actually create the value. Rob a house and you're a criminal. Rob the planet and you are a billionaire. They made an idiot out of all their supporters. You have absolutely no reason to defend billionaires, and they won't ever defend you. A better world is possible. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you too.
Great video by Hakim titled, "Why Do People Defend Billionaires?" There's another video that I want to watch called "Slop Tube and Weaponized Ignorance" by one of my new favorite accounts, Overzealots. Friend of the show, Overzealots, came out with another banger. Let's take a look.
Corporate media and ivory tower elites have held what seemed to be a monopoly on the flow of information. If you wanted to hear an opinion on a contentious matter, you would have to turn on the corporate media platform of your choosing, and you would be spoon-fed an acceptable position on the topic at hand. For a good long while, this arrangement served corporate interests quite well. As Noam Chomsky and Edward S. Herman put it in their 1988 book, manufacturing consent. The mass media serve as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It's their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into institutional structures of the larger society. In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interest, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda. This model of subtle propaganda and gatekeeping of serious discussion has fallen out of favor in recent years due to the rise of alternative media figures and platforms. From YouTube to Twitter to Rumble for the really bad boys, these alternative media platforms have proven to resonate quite well with the average person. And for good reason. People have begun to see through the elitist corporate stronghold that traditional media held over the flow of information for decades. And for a lot of people, they've become disillusioned with the status quo that those institutions were propped up to protect. People are tired of feeling as though serious political conversation can only be reserved for ivory tower elites and fucking Anderson Cooper. So when they hear a seemingly down-to-earth guy like Joe Rogan talk with his buddy who has an interest in politics or aliens or what have you, it's easy to resonate with them and latch on to folks like that for insight on current events and world news. Same goes for his contemporaries, who seem to offer an alternative to the polished media institutions of old and instead sell you their personalities, ranging from humble and inquisitive to whatever this is. However, as we've recently seen, these alternative media ecosystems very quickly begin to replicate the undesirable aspects of traditional corporate media. From sketchy funding to audience capture, independent media has proven not to be immune to the shortcomings of its predecessor. But worst of all, these alternative media spheres are a breeding ground for anti-intellectualism. I know that sounds like a really elitist word, but I do think it's important to know what it means and how to spot it in the wild. Anti-intellectualism is hostility to and mistrust of intellect, intellectuals, and intellectualism, commonly expressed as deprecation of education and philosophy and the dismissal of art, literature, history, and science as impractical, politically motivated, and even contemptible human pursuits. Anti-intellectuals may present themselves and be perceived as champions of common folk, populists against political and academic elitism, intend to see educated people as a status class that dominates political discourse and higher education while being detached from the concerns of ordinary people. Sound familiar? This is the entire MO of Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and the like. Anti-intellectualism, with its disdain for science, embrace of conspiracy theories, and us-versus-them mentality.
Here's what I'm telling you. If you're on a flat earth, you can travel anywhere. Give me two cities, Eddie, you point at two cities, and you just go there. Because we've been lied to so much, I get what you question.
Is the foundation of reactionary politics and a driving force behind the rise of the far right.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
But this video is not about Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, or Tucker Carlson. It's actually about a subset of alternative media that I like to refer to as SlopTube. I didn't coin this term, but SlopTube typically refers to content creators, not necessarily just YouTubers, who create run-of-the-mill drama commentary or pop culture content, typically from what they claim to be an apolitical perspective. SlopTube content ranges from covering interpersonal beefs between YouTubers, all the way over to political commentary that's supposed to be somewhat centrist but often carries water for the right. I don't use the term SlopTube as a pejorative. I actually engage in the slop every now and then. I think there are certain creators in this realm who do a really good job. I also concede the point that left-wing YouTube or BreadTube or whatever it's called is definitely home to some annoying motherfuckers, so you don't need to convince me on that. But the reason I want to look into SlopTubers for this video is because they benefit from a very special type of defense. Let's call it weaponized ignorance. It's where they utilize their position as ostensibly apolitical content creators to shield themselves from criticism when they throw their hat in the ring on serious political conversations. They may not even know that they benefit from this, but regardless of their intentions, their positions in the online ecosystem allot them this privilege. Again, I don't think it's wrong for them to cover contentious political topics. I'm actually happy that they do because I think there's things that we can all learn from each other, and discussion shouldn't be stifled due to a perceived lack of credentials. But my point here is that they should treat serious topics with the respect they deserve. That includes backing up their statements with sources, and when they get something wrong on a contentious subject, issuing a correction.
Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths in Syria.
Let's ask our friend ChatGPT.
I've looked into this pretty extensively. Okay. Hezbollah is significantly killed significantly more people, by almost like 10 times, I think. I mean, we don't know the exact numbers coming out of Gaza at the moment. I'm trying to dry off the jack. Are you reading something contradictory, AB?
Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT says overall, due to the scale of frequency of IDF operations over decades, they have likely caused more Muslim casualties than Hezbollah.
No shot. Hold on. What was the question you asked it?
Hezbollah versus IDF, who has killed more Muslims?
Ask if it's including the Syrian civil war. I mean, that makes no sense. I've literally fact-checked this a million times, I feel like.
In reality, their positions as drama creators actually serve as a shield for them when they irresponsibly cover a serious topic. Like I said, weaponized ignorance. You can think of it as a cousin to anti-intellectualism in the way that it shuns responsible inquiry.
Yup. That is objectively a falsehood that is being spreaded. That is being spread in that moment. A complete falsehood. The idea that Hezbollah is responsible for every single death that took place in the Syrian civil war, including some of their own fucking militants, is so idiotic. Like, that's what he said. Yeah, I said spread it. I'm stupid. That's just false. We don't know what the actual estimations are, but Ethan thinks by looking at Wikipedia and seeing the top line 500,000 number, the overall number of slain people in the Syrian civil war, he just says they all died in the hands of Hezbollah. What I find particularly strange about this argument is that there were a lot of people that died due to both potentially the usage of chemical weapons and, more importantly than that, definitely the usage of barrel bombs. The notion that Hezbollah has access to either of these things is idiotic. It's not one made by any human rights organization, let alone any think tank, as a matter of fact. And the reason why, and no matter how right-wing they are, no matter how anti-Hezbollah they are, the notion that they are responsible for 500,000 deaths when you are talking about multiple factions, multiple belligerents, almost all of them a direct or indirectly funded by the United States of America, but that's not what we're going to get into. The idea that this is your mods forgot to ping the Discord that you're live and I just joined now, Lamau. Wait, really? I doubt it. There's always a server announcement. I think it's automated. Oh shit, maybe there wasn't one. What the fuck? I'm looking at the server announcements. Is like, wait, where's, oh, it's HasanAbi updates, isn't it? Not server announcements. No, there is. Oh yeah, there isn't one today. That's crazy. I was wondering what happened to the fucking view counts. Here, I'll post it right now. Well, no, Yas is doing it. Do it, Yas. Post it. I thought that one chatter in the beginning of the broadcast was lying when they said we don't have, we didn't get a Discord noti today. That's crazy, bro. I post on every platform and motherfuckers still don't know. Like, some people exclusively rely on Discord, I guess. Announcement 3 hours in. Okay, everyone's popping off with reactions to the announcement. Why would anybody need a server announcement when you're live every day? I don't know, dude. People do. Let's see if it leads to a blip in people. Let's see if it leads to a blip in people actually logging on. That's what people want you to post on Blue Sky too. For what it's worth, some people just only use one platform and don't see the blast offs. Yeah. Yeah, it did. 400 people instantly joined, by the way, which is crazy. As soon as that announcement took place, 400 people joined. That is fucking psychotic. That there were at least 400 people in the fucking Discord that were just like, oh, I guess Hasan's not live today. And they needed to see a ping to be like, oh, it's 500 now. That is crazy. Y'all are fucking cavemen. I swear to God. That is wild. Yeah, it's a bot. It's supposed to be a bot normally. Wow. Anyway, right now we're watching SlopTube and Weaponized Ignorance. How Careless Coverage Hurts by friend of the show, Overzealots. You got Maya telling his impromptu CHADVICE. Do you tell your guests anything? No, I don't. Now we're up to 600. Discord ping has brought in 600 new viewers. That is crazy. 3 hours in.
And in many instances keeps these creators insulated from having to actually put the work in to appropriately research the topics they broach. Often, these creators dabble in these topics not because they have a genuine concern for the subject at hand or because they cherish journalistic integrity, but because it's an easy way to get views and, more importantly, It's an easy way to stake out a position contrary to a creator they dislike and use contentious.
Oh my god, there's literally more people that are online in my Discord server right now than there are in this chat. That's crazy. That's probably the total number of haters. There's the stalkers as well. And the people that used to be HasanAbi heads who now fucking are anti-HasanAbi head. Anyway. Wait, hold on 1 second. Gotta send a text message to MAYAHIGA. Inbound e-debate requests. Up to 700 now. All right, let's continue.
His political topics as a proxy for personal issues, as we will see later in this video. Keep in mind, this apolitical veneer requires these creators to lend credence to the narrative that the far left and the far right are equally morally objectionable.
I'll tell you who we're talking about. You don't think Hasan has influence online?
Of course he does.
He's
yeah.
mainstream.
For sure.
So this is like Donald Trump hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Like, you don't think that matters?
Which results in this stupidity being parroted by their viewers.
I believe the biggest streamer on the left, Hasan Parker, he's just extremely, radical, and gets people just really worked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how about we look on the right? Nick Fuentes. Which one do you think is more harmful?
Honestly, between them, Hasan Parker. He literally plays
Hasan Parker? What? You don't even know his last name.
I'm so sorry, but saying that like Hasan produces worse outcomes for society than a neo-Nazi that loves Hitler and gets like 40,000 viewers is absolutely radical.
In their chase for clicks and relevance, their audience is left with a hodge.
This is such a perfect demonstration of how idiotic information basically goes from the mouth of a drama slop tuber who doesn't know any better or wants to exercise a petty vengeance quest or an agenda that they have to the minds of some of the most brain-broken apolitical people who we need as allies. You laugh at these people, but you need stupid people to build a movement. You can't just have a movement of smart people, okay? This is something that I talk about all the fucking time. You need the dummies. And the problem is there's literally this human wall in front of all the dummies. It's like a dam built by the Keemstar orbiters of the fucking world, the drama slop tubers of the fucking world that are holding on to all the dummies and trying to keep them within this reactionary framework, whether by design or inadvertently. It doesn't even matter. They're literally holding on to these fucking stupid people and not letting them get access to extra information, not letting them get access to what is this? You are worse than this for sure. It's not complicated at all. Jews are ruining society, running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be in prison for the most part. Fixing these issues will grant us a utopia, according to Nick J. Fuentes. Yeah, like this dude, that dude, when you think personally that person and I are on the same wavelength in radicalism, you've lost your fucking mind, right? You've lost your mind. You have no politics. You might as well be a fucking Nazi at that point. You know what I mean? You just think that like these are just opinions that exist out there. These are opinions that exist, and some people have them, and then there is no impact of ideology. There's no impact of the perspectives at all. It's just simply how much you deviate from the mean. That is the only thing you care about. Whether or not something deviates from what you consider to be normal politics is the only thing you care about. That's a real problem for a lot of apolitical dummies who want to appear as though they are smart without ever actually having to do any reading whatsoever, without ever actually having to think at all about these things, about politics, about what political ideologies look like, what if implemented, what society would look like. The only way that you look to someone like myself who believes that, especially in the short term, like not even in the long term, let's look at the difference in opinion between someone like Nick Fuentes and someone like myself in the short term, and then maybe even in the long term. In the short term, I believe that we need to get universal health care, that we need to nationalize our extraction industries and ensure that we are focusing back on, we're focusing all of our efforts in R&D into fixing some of the problems born out of anthropogenic climate change. The revenue streams that come from the extraction industry becoming nationalized, will yield tremendous bounties for the American population. I'm an anti-imperialist. In the short term, I believe that we need to severely de-escalate military conflicts around the world, right? I see the military as a jobs program, and we have plenty of issues in here on the domestic front, and plenty of issues globally as well. The military should be a business or a government body that focuses on building bridges and shit rather than blowing up bridges and killing children, right? Like, these are the types of things that I believe both in the short term and in the long term. Can you imagine what society would look like if these attitudes were, if more people had these sorts of attitudes, and if these opinions were reflected broadly across society and our politicians actually followed on those promises? Free college, free healthcare, free education across the board, free housing for those who need it. Like, these are the types of things. These are the radical positions that I have. And then on the other side, you have, and that is certainly, my opinion, I'm not going to lie to you, is radical. It is radical as opposed to what the mean currently looks like, unfortunately. But that is more so, in my opinion, damning for where society actually is. It is by no measure of health to be well adjusted to a sick society. We are living in a sick society, right? So on that front, I will admit that I am far away from the rational center, right? It's not so rational, but the center. Now, on the other side, you have a guy who is anti-miscegenation, white supremacist, Holocaust denier, constantly says like Jews run everything in this country, all this stuff, right? In the short term, what he wants to do is mass deportations of anyone and everyone who is not white. So even in his short-term goals, short-term goals, if implemented, which, by the way, unfortunately, just the way right-wing politics works, the way neo-Nazi politics works, especially because it's not disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchies of capitalism especially, you will see a lot more politicians resemble Nick Fuentes' outlook, like Donald Trump is doing right now, by the way, as opposed to politicians on the left, on the ostensible duopoly where the Democrats are the left. You're not going to see a lot of politicians that have my worldview. So tell me how I am just as damaging the public discourse as a guy like that. The reason why people say that is because they are conditioned into defending the center, no matter how far that center is shifted to the right. That's it. People want to sound smart. And a lot of these people, I think, a lot of these content creators in general that present themselves as apolitical, that simply care about the drama, are basically building an intellectual dam around what they perceive is good politics, reasonable politics. They're not doing it. Most likely, they're not doing it on purpose. Some of them are reactionary. Some of them do say slurs and all this other shit. But others are simply doing it because there's a lot of clout to be had, because the algorithm does back, alt-centrist and alt-right types of opinions. So they see that. They see the resentment, and dollar signs start popping up in front of their eyes, and they dive into it. That's it. Like, why do you think XQC has completely done a fucking 180-degree pivot on what his worldview used to look like? He was never like the most woke or the most well-read when it comes to political ideology. But why? Why did XQC become like an Asmongold dick rider, for example? Why did Asmongold become what he is now? Because they saw the dollar signs. They saw the fucking clout and relevance you can gain. Because one of the major platforms, aside from Facebook, a platform that at least young people still do use, like Twitter, became a neo-Nazi shithole. And in that process, that started impacting other platforms and their algorithms as well. And that's it. For a lot of these people, they have no real beliefs. They have no core beliefs that guide them. They have no moral compass that guides them. They just simply want to shoot the shit and watch the money go up. Watch the viewership number go up. That's it. It's not about money for XQC either, to be fair. It's about relevance. It's about acceptance. For a lot of people, they don't fucking think about politics. They don't think about politics as a real way to change the world. They think about politics as a way to be accepted. Okay? That's their attitude towards politics. Is like, I want to be a part of an in-group. I want to be able to have a lot of people that watch me and say I'm smart. Do you understand? That's what it is for a lot of these guys. It sounds silly when you think about it, But that's all this is.
Podge of half-baked ideas and little nuance about the topics their favorite creator just introduced them to. So, in a bit of an ironic twist, I'm gonna cover some slop tubers to highlight examples of this behavior, which I guess makes me the slop tuber this time. Sorry. Main creators I want to focus on in this video are the live streamer Asmongold, Mudahar from the YouTube channel Some Ordinary Gamers, and the very well-known YouTuber and podcaster Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. These three people are in no way—
Bro, this is perfect because it's like all three different ideologies, okay? You got right-winger with Asmongold, you got Mudahar that's supposed to be the apolitical centrist, and you have Ethan who's supposed to be the liberal, okay? Three different political ideologies demonstrated, and yet the outcome is going to be the exact same. Now, I didn't watch this video, it just came out, but it's really interesting how a lot of the slop focus, basically turns you into this this vehicle for a very specific type of content.
The only creators who exhibit this behavior, but they will serve as great examples of what I'm talking about. The reason I want to focus specifically on them is because their stories are somewhat intertwined, and they have all at some point in the past year and a bit made content that broaches the very serious geopolitical topic that is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So before we start, I need to fill you in on some context and explain how we got here. Back in 2021, subject of this video, Ethan Klein, was one half of a political podcast called Leftovers. His co-host was the left-wing commentator Hasan Now, their podcast was, in my opinion, very enjoyable. It benefited greatly from the dynamic between the two. Ethan came across as the well-intentioned, slightly left-leaning funny guy, and Hasan assumed the role of the more seasoned political commentator. The podcast came to an end in late 2023, largely due to the October 7th attack in Israel. I'm not going to go into detail about how exactly this show and their friendship came to an end because it's not the most important part of this video, and frankly, I don't care much about the interpersonal drama between them. But in a nutshell, Ethan lived in Israel for a bit, and his wife, Ela, served in the IDF, while Hasan is a vocal advocate for the Palestinian plight. After October 7th, 2023, Ethan began making statements that many interpreted as tacit defenses of Israel, sparking backlash from his progressive fan base. He compared the organization Jewish Voice for Peace to capos.
The reason why I brought up Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos.
Made a disturbing remark about Aaron Bush.
What's crazy is, like, he's done that since, too. He did this with Sam Cedar, comparing Sam Cedar to Candace Owens. Like, he doesn't understand that comparison is not apt. Like, he genuinely doesn't understand that. Either he doesn't understand that comparison is not apt. Like, he thinks it's a good way to undermine the argument. He thinks it's a good way to undermine the argument by saying, well, you can have a marginal group of people that support any cause, but like when you make that comparison, you're basically saying that the morality is similar. You're not able to simply tackle the concept of you're using a tiny marginal group to advance a certain cause, unless you do truly believe that they're capos, unless you truly do believe that Sam Cedar would be the Candace Owens of like being an anti-Zionist.
Bushnell by saying he burns alive really good.
Not to put this uncouth, but
yeah, he thinks he's just saying that a minority can be dead wrong. He doesn't understand it's literally an accusation. Exactly. Yeah, he backed away from calling Sam Cedar Candace Owens and then said Blair White instead, which again is the same, but this time now the Candace Owens for trans people. What? He doesn't make arguments based on the truth. He makes arguments based on their potential utility to the point he wants to wish cast into existence. Yes. So I do, in a weird way, understand why he like can't comprehend why people yell at him when he says stuff like this, right? When he says, when he makes that comparison, he's like, well, I don't understand. Like, why are you saying that? I'm just simply making a point that like a tiny marginal group does not broadly reflect the entire group. They can have crazy opinions, right? Like, I get that is the argument that he's trying to make to undermine the position that I'm presenting. But when you make this comparison, you are saying that they are in the wrong because your position is that they are wrong.
He's a champ at fucking burning a lot. I mean, and that sounds bad, but he did it really good.
And echoed Ben Shapiro-style talking points by telling a pro-Palestinian sex worker that Hamas would kill him on the spot. As if this would, convince the guy to support Palestinian oppression? I don't know what Ethan's trying to do here. Ethan's brand of liberal Zionism increasingly alienated many of his progressive viewers. He later blamed Hasan for this shift, claiming that Hasan's more leftist politics had radicalized the audience into disagreeing with him. Ever since this, Ethan has relentlessly attacked pro-Palestinian advocates.
Damn, this is such a short but concise way to describe, like, the last year and a half of the Ethan Klein broadcast is crazy.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews! The Jews are here! Did we mention that?
Mm-hmm. And I hope he is fired.
Socialists, Marxists.
Karl Marx, I got a fucking lot to say about that dipshit. Mao was a dumb bitch. What the fuck did he do? Actually, he did a lot. He helped China a lot, but at what cost?
It's just kind of funny that he's wearing a Teddy Fresh t-shirt that is made in a Chinese manufacturing facility while also actively shitting on China regularly, and even Mao. Without Mao, there is no Teddy Fresh, okay? That should be, oh my God, that's the new song. This is, what's the song? Without Mao, there is no modern China, or without the Communist Party, there would be no new China, but instead, without the Communist Party, there would be no Teddy Fresh. That's what they should be singing. E-fan, but you just did the just curious, but you live in a society meme, but for China. Dude, this is not a you live in a society meme. He actively shits on China on a regular basis, including their manufacturing practices while literally manufacturing from China. Could you imagine? Like, here's the difference. I fucking criticize I criticize American manufacturing moving to China. I do. I like China. I think China has done a tremendous amount of development, uplifted 800 million people out of extreme poverty. That is incredible. That is an incredibly impressive feat. Part of that was because of the endless profit-seeking attitude of capital owners here in the United States of America. I can recognize that. But what do? I criticize the fact that capital owners have moved manufacturing overseas. What do I do when I make merchandise? I make it in the United States of America with unionized labor. Okay? Imagine messaging a creator who uses American union labor to create merch to say it's not their fault they have to manufacture in China. Yeah, exactly. That's what that chatter did. You live in a society meme doesn't work in that sense, especially when you're a fucking YouTuber as well. When you're a YouTuber, like it's not your, your major moneymaker. It's not supposed to be your major moneymaker to begin with, the merchandising side. You just want higher profit margins. That's it. But your merch takes over a month to ship. Yeah, sucks to suck, dude. What do you want to do? If you want American-made, union-made shit, it's going to take some time, okay? That, I think, makes it better. The weight makes it worth more. What are you on about? You can criticize China and wear their clothes. I can wear Bangladeshi jeans and still criticize neocolonialism. Dog, I don't think you're understanding this. You are not making the jeans. That is the difference. Hello, you are not making the jeans. You are not making the jeans. If you were like, oh man, neocolonialism is really fucked up, and then you turned around and manufactured jeans as a jeans provider from a manufacturing hub in Bangladesh that uses child labor, then yeah, it would be a little hypocritical. Here, let me reverse the roles for you. Okay? If I, for example, oh, this guy's Mao was an upper class sociopath who hated the peasants and the workers and used them as if they were disposable. Okay, there's the truth. There it is. There we go. Thank you for not letting me go down this route and openly revealing what your position was on the matter. Yeah, you just don't like Mao. Got it. Okay, fine. That's fine. That's okay. But if we're having a conversation around, like, hypocrisy, not perceived hypocrisy, but like actual hypocrisy, imagine if I, for example, socialist HasanAbi Piker, was manufacturing in China. How would that make you feel? Mao was not a socialist or a communist. He was a feudal elite defending feudalism. There is 0% chance I have a 41-month subscriber that is unironically saying this. I'm making fun of the chat. Oh, thank God. I was about to say, that's the one thing that, like, there are plenty of valid and warranted criticisms about Mao or the Cultural Revolution or Chinese development, okay? Even with looking at where China is now as opposed to where it was, right? There's going to be a lot of pain and a lot of struggle along the way, and there certainly was. But to say that, you know, he's secretly pro-feudalism is hilarious. That's the one thing you can't say. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why China is at the place that it's at is because he was not that. And it played a major role in him gaining popularity and turning people to his side, because the peasant class was desperate for changes and did not want fucking landlords to exchange hands from one colonial rulership to the nationalist party. Anyway, but that's besides the point. Do not worry if others do not understand you, but worry if you do not understand them. Americans are so delusional about China, and I'm starting to see the benefits of that ignorance. Okay, Top G. Right now, that's where you found out America's beneficial ignorance. Yeah, right. Because China is currently classless. There is no establishment, and they don't have servants. They treat like shit. Fantastic. Yes, China did not magically become a socialist utopia overnight, nor a communist one. I know. I'm not American. I'm from a real place. Okay, you are exhibiting the same American-style brain rot in this regard, especially because you need to adjust your expectations. I have plenty of criticism of China as well, okay? But the reality of the matter is, I don't have any fucking motion in terms of developing real existing socialism. So I'm not going to sit around and be like, well, there's a magical utopian socialism out there that could have magically happened overnight. And it's really fucked up that it hasn't happened yet. You know, I am going to continue maintaining a healthy dose of skepticism towards all states. Having said that, but you skip over those criticisms of China when it's convenient? No, I skip over those criticisms of China when it's a normal conversation to have. I do speak about those criticisms of China. You just want me to constantly go, Chinese, Tiananmen Square, development, Xinjiang is good, fucking, I don't know, mass surveillance, social credit. Like, that's what you want me to do. You want me to slam those terms in place every single time. Like, if I were to talk about the American Revolution, for example, you would be like, why aren't you talking about how they were slave owners? Well, Washington owned slaves' teeth. Washington owned slaves' teeth. Tofu concrete, go cities. Yeah, exactly. Henry Kissinger, nukes, NSA mass surveillance, Kent State, University Church, Kent State Uni, Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, Occupy Wall Street, May 4th, 1970 massacre, May 13th, 1985 move bombing, Red Summer, 1919, House Un-American Activities Committees, Trail of Tears, Jim Crow segregation, Japanese internment camps. Like, you want me to just like fucking every time I talk about America, if you don't expect me to say all of those things in unison, then every time I talk about China, why the fuck would I say all of those other things in unison? Yeah, but it makes you look like a simp who lacks nuance. No, it doesn't. Because no, it doesn't. And here's why it doesn't. Because I don't fucking mention all of America's war crimes every single time I talk about America, because that would be fucking insane. Just as mentioning all of the shit that China has done, both historically and also continues to do, would be ridiculous every time I talk about China. It's like every country, okay? It's like the expectation is when I say, I love that the United Kingdom has a nationalized healthcare system, and motherfuckers chime in and they're like, they had 13 colonies. Think about all the death and destruction and famine in India. What the fuck are you saying? You know what I mean? Or if I'm like, or if I talk about like even Churchill, right? Like or FDR in the context of like what they did during World War II, which I think was incredibly beneficial for mankind, right? Defeating the Nazis. Very good. Very cool. Same with Stalin. The expectation whenever I talk about Stalin in World War II is that I talk about gulags, paranoia, mass famine. But when I talk about Churchill, there is no such expectation that I constantly slam the conversation, or FDR, there is no such expectation where I slam the conversation with like a bunch of shit that they did, you know? It is an internalized bias that you have that I'm trying to help you work through it. Funny how even the U.S. crime copy pasta doesn't mention the back-to-back nuke droppings. Yeah. I'll give you another example. Okay. I'll give you another example. When I talk about Japan or Japanese anime, Ain't nobody talks about Imperial Japan and the Holocaust-style crimes that they did in fucking Manchuria, for example. That's not a point of contention for many of you. One must ask the question, why? And that's normal. The expectation isn't that you fucking demand that out of a foreign nation. Do you want to know why? Because Japan is a wonderful anime country. And you've already adopted that framework. You say China wants, and you have to go on a 10-minute tangent because chatters see red and lose their minds. Exactly. I do think it's valuable to go on this 10-minute tangent every single time, though, because I think every time I have this conversation, there's more people that go, you know what? I never actually thought about it that way. I'm going to check my own personal biases, because it's a worthwhile thing to tackle, because it's calcified positions over the course of 100 years of Red Scare propaganda from the country that did all of the Red Scare propaganda and was very successful at it. So I think it's important for Americans to develop a different perspective on it. You know, I was literally just thinking, I've never thought about it that way. Yeah. Lol, not exactly. You went on a 10-minute tangent. I made a pretty valid criticism. Then you made up a straw man that you got mad at for 10 minutes. You're just projecting a character you've come across before onto the argument I'm making. You're not addressing what I'm saying. This stemmed from you saying someone shouldn't criticize China if they wear Chinese clothes. Should in fact thank Mao when it's actually only Deng that they have to thank, reversing Mao's narcissistic sociopathy. Oh, I love Dengists, dude. Without Mao, there is no Deng. Okay? Without Mao, there is no Deng. And without either of them, there is no Xi Jinping either. That's it. Notice how you understand certain evolutions of Chinese thought and Chinese policies and respect it, but not others. Perhaps it is not the individuals that you should be focusing on. Okay? Please explain to me the genius between a greatly forward. I don't even disagree with you on that. And the argument wasn't even that at all. The argument wasn't even that. The argument in and of itself was not that at all. The argument was, if you have the capacity to engage in manufacturing and you constantly shit on China, then it's a little hypocritical for you to continue doing manufacturing in fucking China. That was my argument. Are you trying to tell me that Ethan is actually a Dengist? Is that what you're saying? Ethan is ideologically a Dengist, and that's why it's perfectly valid for him to be manufacturing in China, even though he still shits on China all the goddamn time. No, it's a little hypocritical. It's the same as what all these conservatives say. What do all these fucking conservatives say? They're like, you want to make cheap Chinese goods. You just want cheap Chinese goods. And then you look at their fucking website. You just go click on their website, and all of their shit is made in China. Do you see what I'm saying? If you can comprehend that those guys are being silly and hypocritical, why can't you see that for someone that you think is closer to your worldview, like Ethan? That was the original point of contention. Why do leftists defend Stalin? Genuinely asking in good faith? Because it was an attempt at developing a socialist. It was a moderately, not even moderately, it was a fairly successful attempt at developing a socialist nation state, or federation of socialist nation states. And that is the reason why. And also because of his contributions to mankind in terms of freeing the fucking concentration camps and eliminating the Nazi scourge. So those are pretty fucking prominent. Like, Stalin in and of itself did a lot of... Stalin in and of itself also mismanaged a whole bunch, okay? Especially early socialist developments had a lot of issues with famine. A lot. Like, unimaginable amounts of issues with famine. The problem, of course, is that famine was widespread across the board, almost universalized. And, for example, when you look at the case of China, it no longer exists. So clearly, throughout all that process that was awful, throughout that process that was ultimately horrible for the people living through it at the time, when you look at the current Chinese existence, it's like, it's hard to look at that and go, man, that was a real fucking failure. Also, Stalin was very paranoid too, but given the confines of his existence and what took place in the aftermath of World War II, there was a little bit of justification for his paranoia, even though it certainly contributed to his bad leadership down the line. But look at what happened to the USSR after. There's just so many things I can say about this, okay? And that's besides the point. We're not doing a assessment or an autopsy of what went wrong in the fucking USSR. It's not even like people go out of their ways to praise Stalin. It's simply a reaction to a century of propaganda against him when the Allies committed even worse war crimes. They got the image of heroes. Listen, like I said, I guess if I were to steel man the argument If Chiang Kai-shek had won the Civil War, then China would still have a textile industry exploited by the Western world without Mao's help, building up Chinese workers on a similar trajectory as India, maybe? Yes, 100%. That's actually a pretty solid steel man of the argument. If the nationalists had won in China, China would be probably significantly more divided, ironically enough, but also simultaneously, they would not have the prosperity that you see in China right now, which would be incredibly beneficial for American capital owners. It would be a nation state of a billion plus peasants that are still illiterate to this day. And remember, this has nothing to do with culture, okay? This is at the heart of my advocacy, which is that people are not culturally a certain way. It's all about their material conditions. Are you expected to mention all their crimes when speaking about any institution, or is it a double standard for U.S. foreign adversaries? No, of course, that's the point. That was the argument that I was making. The expectation is never to mention every single fucking war crime that America is engaged in. The expectation when talking about a foreign ally is not all of the war crimes that foreign allies have engaged in or the existing issues within their governance. And that is because it's a solid way to shut off the conversation. I can't believe we went on a fucking 25-minute tangent now. Let's continue.
He did a lot for China, I think. I don't know a lot about it.
And pretty much anyone to his left, denouncing them as radicals, anti-Semites, and terrorist sympathizers. He's even gone so far as to make a nearly 2-hour video titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker, in which he propagates lie after lie about Hassan, Palestinian history, the Nakba, and so on. But we'll get back to this later. Despite all this, Ethan still claims to be a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
And the reason he feels this way is because he's critical of the current Netanyahu government and he supports a two-state solution. But as has been noted by Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim and many others like him, by its settlement expansion, Israel effectively killed the two-state solution. What is left of the West Bank is a collection of Palestinian enclaves surrounded by Israeli settlements and military bases that cannot form a viable state. In short, the two-state solution is dead, or to be more accurate, it was never born. The outcome I have come to favor is one democratic state between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea, with equal rights for all its citizens regardless of ethnicity or religion. Proponents of a two-state solution also often tend to overlook the right of return for the over 7 million Palestinian refugees.
Wait, it took me like 20 of these same exact rants for it to go through to me. I used to think you were too nice to China, and you slowly convinced me very slowly. Never stop re-explaining the same point. Hell yeah.
Refugees and their descendants living outside the Israeli-Palestinian borders, despite UN Resolution 194 affirming their right to return to their homes if they so choose. Apart from this, focusing solely on Netanyahu or the far right in Israel obscures the broader reality. The foundational project of Israel is one of ethno-religious supremacy and ethnic cleansing. Even relatively liberal or supposedly peaceful Israeli leaders are guilty of atrocities. To ignore that is to miss the forest.
Yeah, Yitzhak Rabin is a great example of this. Yitzhak Rabin is hailed in Israeli history by liberal Zionists as like the one guy that was finally going to create permanent peace among Palestinians and Israelis. And Yitzhak Rabin himself was vicious. He was a vicious monster when he was in charge of the security apparatus, where he was famous for demanding to break the hands of Palestinian children that were throwing rocks, because throwing rocks became a symbol in the first Intifada, a symbol of resistance for children, Palestinian children. So his he deliberately demanded that the security forces break the bones of Palestinian children to basically break the will of the Palestinian symbol of resistance. And they did. They successfully broke the arms, sometimes legs, and sometimes many other bones of thousands of Palestinian children for the crime of throwing rocks against the Israeli tank.
For the trees. Ethan opposes lifting the blockade on Palestinians because he believes they would resort to violence if given the chance.
A one-state solution just eliminates like one internal faction that is an ever-present danger. And
you're telling me if we were to lift the blockade and the wall around Gaza today, there wouldn't be more violence against Israelis?
But this ignores a crucial reality. Palestinians have endured brutal oppression. That oppression needs to end. And while some have responded with violence, it's a response to systemic abuse, not some innate desire to harm Israelis.
I'm so glad that someone is highlighting a conversation that Ethan and I had that is so illuminating about everything that transpired afterwards. Like, this is what I should urge people to do, to like go back and listen to our back and forth virtually like 4 days after October 7, okay? Or like almost a month, maybe a month. I forget exactly when we had this conversation, but this was the last conversation we ever had. And it's so interesting because if you go back and listen to that conversation from start to finish, you understand what his worldview looks like. You understand what my worldview looks like. And you realize why he moved in the direction that he did in terms of like defending Israel in the ways that he did. This was literally in 2023. And you know what's really ironic about it? I was so fucking nice to Ethan in this conversation because I was like, please, like, don't do this. You know, November 9th, apparently, is when I had this conversation. And I was trying to help a friend walk through this situation, understanding what kind of baggage that they had, what kind of social conditioning that they had, okay? Hoping that they could develop empathy. And what's ironic about this is that all of the slop tubers that covered this convo focused on how mean I was. They fucking supposedly love Bloodsport, but in this conversation that took place where I was so goddamn nice too, so fucking nice, in that conversation they focused on what the chat was saying, or how mean I was, and how ridiculous it was that I was such a meanie bobini to him. It's so crazy how people pick and choose what they want to focus on. No mention was ever made, was ever fucking made over the claims that Ethan was making or the claims that I was making.
Do you see me?
No one ever addressed any of those things. They only focused on the what they wanted to focus on, which could present me as like a bad guy. I rewatched that part of the last Leftovers episode. It showed you stating exactly what you've been saying and being so charitable and careful for Ethan to help him phrase his words, and had Ethan having completely opposite opinions. Yes, Ethan's opinions have also dramatically shifted as well since then. Like certain things that I think he would be too embarrassed to openly admit, even if he had those positions or not back then, are things that he just volunteers now with regular frequency. And considering that no one actually takes him seriously like a fucking adult, unless he's complaining about how he's been victimized yet again, in which case they do take him seriously because that benefits propaganda. Isn't this around the time the Focus on Slop Tuber meta started? No, it was already a thing. It just kicked into high gear after this, where all of the Keemstar adjacent orbiters, like the Willie Mac tubes or whatever the fuck his name is, and all of those guys, what kicked it into high gear. They were all also rapacious Destiny dick riders at the time. So they would just get their notes from him. The fucking, what's his name? There's a bunch of those guys. Like, yeah, Ukraine War was another moment for that too. Willie No Script. Was it Turkey Tom? Boner Box. Hutch. Nick Eats Oreos. Yeah, like a bunch of them. And if you go back and look at the videos that they cut back then, you will see, like, what the fuck? They're not even talking about Israel Palestine. They're just simply talking about how mean I'm being to Ethan. That was the only point that they got from this 3 hour and 30-minute back and forth. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because this entire video basically breaks down how these guys operate, how like apolitical, quote unquote, apolitical people operate. Yeah. Or XQC. And even now Asmongold. He didn't do that back then, but he's doing it now.
Framing Palestinians as inherently violent and incapable of integrating into a democratic state isn't just wrong, it's racist. As we'll see in this video, Ethan's analysis of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is steeped in Eurocentrism and reveals what seems to be, if I'm going to be very charitable, a subconscious belief in Western superiority. But first, let's introduce the other two subjects of this video. Speaking of holding a belief in Western superiority, this is Asmongold, a live streamer known for bangers such as,
if you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us.
A few days ago when you was in H3 chat, they called you HasanAbi and other names, and their mods and the crew didn't care to delete those. Yeah, because Ethan says those things. Of course he's not going to fucking delete those. I don't expect them to. That's the difference between me and him. I'm not going to fucking sit here and cry that he has bludgeoned the heads of his community with like the dumbest fucking propaganda to a degree where they genuinely think I am a fucking Nazi at this point. The saddest part about it is like, yeah, if you think someone like myself who is as anti-Nazi as you can physically and spiritually get, okay, ideologically, everything, if you think that I am a Nazi, you've lost your fucking mind.
They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly
Does the Hamas even do Sharia law? Someone brought up that in a convo. No, they do not.
antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Yikes. Asmongold's house looks like this, by the way. I'll just leave that on the screen for a second.
Also, it's still fucking irrelevant. Let's say that they were. Let's say that they were doing Sharia law. Do you think genocide is appropriate? I don't. They don't. But even if they were, do you think it's appropriate to fucking genocide these people? No, of course not. It's over.
So you can get a glimpse of the superior Westerners' living quarters. Now, it is true that Asmongold has apologized for this horrendous statement, and at the time seemed as though he would try to be more careful when dealing with serious issues going forward, but it wasn't long before he was back on the scene with more bullshit. From joking about rounding up migrants dressed as Ash Ketchum.
What is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations?
To saying shit like, the Holocaust probably happened.
I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
To engaging in revisionist history by way of arguing.
Do you consider 10/7 a genocide? No. What the fuck? No, of course not. Do you consider 9/11 a genocide? Does anyone? Like, people tried to say that in the immediate aftermath of 10/7, but I don't think that's even a position that, like, some of the most rabid Israel defenders hold on to at this point. They try to move the conversation away from the G word to the best of their ability because people will go, excuse me, what do you mean they were doing a genocide? Yes, all war is genocide. Okay, then you need to use a new term for something that goes beyond, you know? This guy's like, yeah, okay, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, was that a genocide against the Nazis? World War II, the Soviet troops liberating the concentration camps, was this a genocide? This guy went from double genocide theory to unlimited genocide theory. It's a position that has not existed until this very moment. This is why I love Twitch streaming, okay? Because a lot of people are trying to come up with shit in the moment, and it sometimes leads to really funny opinions, okay? Australia, genocided by the emus. Dog, I thought I'm kind of dumb. Yeah. I purposely talk about American conquest, and there are certain acts that America has taken that I think could be considered genocide, regardless of the numbers. And it's, I think, like the Korean War is a great example of this. I mean, a lot of things that America does could be considered genocidal, let's be real, considering how fucking racist they are. So they both down to the troops. Nothing funny about innocent people dying? No, there isn't anything funny about innocent people dying. There's something funny about how you are presenting information. We're not laughing at innocent people dying. We're laughing at your position that all war across the board should be branded as genocide. Then you have to brand genocide something different, ironically enough. I hate to repeat myself on this, but that's exactly why the ICJ is investigating the accusation of genocide towards Israel. Genocide needs to be with the intent to eliminate or dislocate an entire ethnicity or group of people. That is one of the main key points. Tell that to the fucking chatter. That chatter is not going to understand that because he thinks he's making a woke point. I think, ironically enough, this person, that chatter is like the perfect person to watch this video in silence and maybe try to understand the point that they're making.
That the Nazis didn't burn books to stifle what they believed to be degeneracy, but rather because those books were, quote, written in Jewish.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
This guy is an unstoppable.
Would it be genocide if their intention was to displace Israelis off of Palestinian land? No, because then you would consider the ANC's actions, ANC's militancy to be genocide. You would consider the IRA's militancy to be genocide. You would consider the FLN to be a genocide. So no. Violent resistance against an occupational force. Violent resistance against an occupational force has very different goals ultimately than the violent, belligerent occupying force and its actions against the population that it's held in captivity. Saw you in Cambridge. I was taller than you. I can ball now. Nice.
Unstoppable force of stupidity, but a very popular one, with millions of followers and dozens of thousands of people who watch every one of his live streams. These callous and irresponsible...
Yeah, by that definition, the Revolutionary War would be considered genocide. Like the American Revolutionary War would be considered a genocidal ambition of the existing American revolutionary figures of the time.
Statements are being consumed by his massive audience of mostly young, impressionable men. Mr. Gold here is able to evade the scrutiny he deserves merely due to his position in the media ecosystem. He's a content creator who plays video games and complains about how wokeness is ruining them. If the things he said were said on corporate media or by someone with a reputation of serious political commentating, that would be the end of their career. If Jake Tapper or even Jesse Waters said that they were 99% sure that the Holocaust happened, they would probably get canned and have to stake out a new career as an alt-right creator on Rumble. But when Asmongold says it, well, it's just Asmongold. The other creator I want to touch on quickly before we get back to Ethan Klein is this guy, Mudahar. Now, admittedly, Mudahar is not as bad as Asmongold or even Ethan, but he too displays a degree of what seems to be a subconscious belief in Western superiority when he chooses to dabble in political commentary. Remember what I said about how these guys approach these sensitive topics in a centrist, ostensibly apolitical way, purely for the sake of creating more drama slop content that ultimately ends up holding water for the right? Well, here's an example of Mudahar doing just that. In October of 2024, Mudahar posted a video called "Twitch is a Disgustingly Evil Platform," in which he attacked left-wing creators and broached the topic of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. At the time, Twitch was being accused of being anti-Semitic. These are claims that I believe to be baseless. Twitch was just highlighting pro-Palestinian voices and creators, some of which were Jewish themselves, and this anti-Twitch hate campaign was largely fueled by this stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause, Ethan Klein. In Mudahar's video on the topic, he starts it out by saying,
"Now, this is in regards to serious world-shattering events that, again, I'm not an expert in, so I'm going to kind of tread lightly in this situation."
He acknowledges that he will be broaching serious subject matter that he is ill-equipped to deal with, which is fine and can be done responsibly, but, again, his position as a drama tuber, whether he's aware of it or not, insulates him from even having to try to cover things in a nuanced and responsible way. I mean, the video starts off with Mudahar minimizing Asmongold's genocidal statements, and then he immediately shifts to relentlessly attacking pro-Palestinian advocates. If you're gonna make a video adjacent to the genocide in Gaza, could you at least emphasize the severity and wrongdoings of the state of Israel as it exterminates dozens of thousands of innocent people? At least throw up a fucking headline or something. It's true that he pays a little lip service to what's happening in Palestine toward the end of his video.
I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. I think that there is an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I think there's very serious situations that go around the world.
But that's only after he, A, spends the first leg of the video doing apologia for and minimizing Asmongold's statements, as we will get into soon. B, spends the rest of it attacking the creators who are actually trying to bring attention to the genocide in Gaza, a genocide our Western governments are complicit in, by the way. And C, does both sides are bad type bullshit by saying that Jews and Muslims are just at each other's neck, man. That's the way it's always been for centuries.
These are situations that involve, a group of people, Muslims and Jews, that have effectively been at each other's throats for not just decades, but hundreds of years. You were talking about hundreds
This is one of the most offensive ways of broaching the subject matter. I can't stand this shit. It makes me almost as angry as I get when I hear like a straight up ultra Zionist take, where people just people that want to sound smart but don't know a single damn thing about what the fuck they're talking about, which be like, who knows, man? It's just like Jews and Muslims that have just been fighting nonstop, dude. Like, this is not fucking drama, dude. What are you talking about? This is not online drama. You can't just take this insanely careless approach, there's a reason why you didn't talk about it until this very video, you know, because you recognize how serious it is, right? Or at least you recognize that there are repercussions for saying the wrong thing in this process. So it's wild to me that he took this stance, like, where that was my breaking point when I heard not even like his defense of Asmongold or whatever. This was when I was just like, come on, dude. I hate how we've designed this like new information structure where people that are openly not knowledgeable about what they speak on can just get away with saying whatever the fuck they want to. No, he's not getting paid, dude. Openly say whatever the fuck they want. And because the audience is receptive to this kind of, the audience is also not very knowledgeable, like I said, because slop tubers do command a big chunk of the online watchers, the online viewership, because the online viewership wants drama. They don't want actual fucking geopolitical analysis. They want slop. So the people that are doing that slop, that also don't treat this with the importance, the issue with the importance of it, that it deserves, piss me off to no fucking end, especially when they take a position without actually actively saying what that position is, which is presenting themselves as people who are against, seemingly, a whole bunch of the pro-Palestinian content creators. It's a very cowardly way of taking a stance without saying what your stance actually is. What are you doing now, though? I mean, that's true, though. What are you doing now, though? You think it's just, you know, Muslims versus Jews? That's what this is? Yeah. When Israel is bombing Christian churches in Palestine, they're actually doing that because Muslims versus Jews? Is that what it is? Like, that's how this works? How do you attempt to persuade people like this? I mean, dumbing down the argument. There's a way to dumb down the argument for them to, you know, understand it a little bit better.
Of years of like just institutional dislike between each other. If you've ever grown up Muslim, and I have, then you know that there is a serious culture of anti-Semitism, in amongst the most conservative of Muslim circles. Oh. Just as you will know that there is a serious amount of Islamophobia in the most right-wing of Jewish circles. These are two groups of people that literally are just fighting each other.
But this analysis ignores so much historical context that it's outright irresponsible. Look no further than the Ottoman Empire, where Jews were a protected minority and had representatives in the Ottoman parliament. As our boy Avi put it, unlike Europe, the Middle East did not have a Jewish question. Anti-Semitism was a European malady that later infected the Near East. Jews and Muslims...
That's what's so fucked up about this as well, which is that, like, Germans have the audacity to fucking launder their unimaginable crimes against humanity, against Jews specifically, but everybody else as well, but certainly Jews, right? 6 million Jews that they slaughtered. They have the audacity to say that anti-Semitism is an Islamic export, or an Islamic import, sorry. What a fucking statement, dude. What an insane thing to fucking say. If anything, it is an export, not a fucking import. It's an export from the broadly Christian majorities in Europe and in Russia as well. The major conflicts that took place even within under the banner of the Ottoman Empire against Jews, where Jews were victimized or vilified, unironically still came from Christian populations. It's so fucking insane. There is no, from a theological standpoint, there is no resentment, no religious resentment towards Jews amongst Muslims across the board. There isn't even a religious resentment from Muslims against Christians, even though Christian forces, certainly. Islam is the third of the Abrahamic religions. It literally also incorporates and recognizes Christianity and Judaism. So even from like a theological justification, there is certainly a lot of calcified institutional resentment towards Jews from Christians, you know, the whole Jesus Christ situation. Look no further than the fucking Catholic Church, which until recently, at least in comparison to the rest of the history of Catholicism, actively branded Jews as the singular force of evil due to the whole Jesus thing. But none of that matters at the end of the day. I'm not a believer in idealistic principles. I believe that history can be better explained through dialectical materialism. And therefore, I don't think that it's because of religious resentment that people fought one another, okay? It's just an expression of the needs that people had.
Muslims coexisted in many Middle Eastern countries for centuries. It wasn't until the arrival of European colonial settlers in Palestine in the late 1800s.
Brother, what on earth are you even saying right now? Like, I was with you all along, now you're even going south, you're being revisionist yourself, I'm sorry, what? Well, good thing you didn't fucking wait until I finished my argument. And you dropped that in there. I'm saying that even from a position that I do not hold, even from an idealistic position and not a materialist one, this is still revisionist history.
Later, the formation of the State of Israel and the violence and ethnic cleansing carried out by Zionist forces, that began to change. It's true that animosity towards Jewish people picked up as a response to Zionist settlers arriving in Palestine, but that tension had little to do with ideological anti-Semitism and nearly everything to do with the...
It's so funny how normalized this fantasy narrative is. Even Islamophobes like Sam Harris accurately identify that anti-Jewish bigotry originated as a result of thousands of years of Christian-led hatred and bigotry. Yeah, the church hating Jews for killing Jesus... the church hating Jews for killing Jesus is ridiculous from a theological standpoint. According to the Bible, the whole plan was for Jesus to die. That was his whole purpose. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, misunderstood. Judas is a misunderstood man across the board. It makes no damn sense. It makes no damn sense. It had to happen. He had to come back to earth. Like, he had to come back to life. What are we talking about? That's what you're celebrating. It's so stupid. Anyway, certain parts of that story are not I recognized by Islam to begin with, so it doesn't matter. Even from a religious, even from a theological justification, which I don't care about. I was just making the argument from that perspective to destroy it within the confines of even a theological justification.
The perception of Zionist settlers as part of a European colonial project. This idea that Jews and Muslims are incapable of coexisting is a dishonest narrative. It's weaponized to stoke far-right nationalism, and in Mudahar's case, it's being used to both sides a genocide. It was the interjection of the Europeans into the Middle East that introduced complex political animosities. When you leave that part out, you are lending credence to some very dangerous narratives. Stripping this conflict of its colonial and imperial roots doesn't just distort history, it hands ideological ammo to ethno-nationalists, legitimizing apartheid and occupation as if they were just natural outcomes of ancient hatred, rather than deliberate political choices. This is a
You're comparing Christians versus Jews 100 years ago to Muslims versus Jews now? Mate, you're comparing Christians of 100 years ago to Muslims now? Yeah, I am. Because Judaism has existed for thousands of years. And for the overwhelming majority, for the bulk of those thousands of years, they were unjustifiably prosecuted, persecuted, killed, slaughtered, victimized by pogroms by Christian populations. What the fuck kind of question is this? Some of those Jews actually escaped said persecution and prosecution and came to the Ottoman Empire to live comfortably alongside Muslims and Christians alike under the banner and the protectorship of the Padishah, okay? Under the Ottoman Caliphate that is supposed to be so scary. That's just an accurate assessment of historical events. True, then they betrayed the Muslims? No, nobody fucking betrayed nobody. That's also stupid, okay? There is no Jewish betrayal here because the Jews that lived in these areas initially were not resentful towards the Ottoman Empire in the same way that fucking Christians that didn't live in the area were. They took over British Mandate Palestine and used it as an opportunity, just like they did all of the other nation states of the Levant at a time when nation states didn't even fucking exist. They carved out specifically to divide along ethnic boundaries to make them easily conquerable to begin with, as colonial powers often do. It was the European design of the region that has led to so much conflict. And it's a European design of the region that was supposed to create this kind of conflict so that there is constant interference that is justified in the eyes of European audiences in general, Western audiences in general.
Great example of how trying to forcibly stake out a centrist position because you think it adds a veneer of nuance can actually undermine real nuance and give cover to some shitty ideas. Moving on. I don't think it's too much to ask for Mudahar if he's going to broach this serious topic to at least fill us in on the severity and details of what's actually happening in Gaza, especially if he's gonna rack up 1 million views by shitting on these crazy woke Palestinian advocates. By all means, broach serious topics, but brother, you have millions of subscribers and the ability to shed light on the severity of the suffering being inflicted on these innocent people. But I guess it's better for the algorithm if you just take aim at a guy like Hasan Piker instead. All these SlopTube guys really fucking hate this dude. Some of them are genuinely obsessed. Take Nux, for example. He's a... What is this, a cartoon? Who has millions of subscribers across 2 channels and churns out videos about things like Snow White going woke, IRL streamers like Vitaly and Johnny Somali, and of course, an unhealthy amount of videos about Hasan Piker.
Oh my god! Don't Turk watch history? Jews and Christians had to pay the blood tax, had higher taxes, and had their wives and sisters taken? No, that is not a Turk washing of history. You just want me to give you an unfair interpretation of history, a false interpretation of history. Yes, Muslims also paid a tax that was a higher tax than jizya, which Jews and Christians had to pay. Muslims also were, Muslims are also conscripted into the fucking military, where Jews and Christians were not. You have to make this comparison to Jewish people living in Europe at the time, and if you look at Jewish leadership at the time, they were the ones who said that it was infinitely more favorable to live under the Ottoman Empire, under the protectorship of the Ottoman Empire, than it was to live amongst people that kept going, oh my God, Jews are poisoning the fucking well and eating our babies. We should kill them. The vids are an hour long. I know. This is turning into a form of mental illness. Holy shit.
Way too many to count. Nux is also a little more openly right-wing than your average slop-tuber, and he regularly feels the need to educate us on contentious political matters, which I'm super grateful for, because where else would I develop my understanding of fucking trade protectionism?
In the long term, this is bringing unbelievable wealth and industry to the United States.
Dude, look, Hasan derangement syndrome takes many different forms online, but some of the most noticeable aspects of Hasan derangement syndrome are constantly being wrong, okay? Oftentimes being outed for, doing weird sex pest shit. Not all, but usually, okay? That ranges from assault, revenge porn, to direct pedophilia, okay? Sometimes nothing at all on the sex front. I'm not going to say that that is universal. Okay, it's as close to universal as you can get, not universal. Always being wrong on political issues, weird sex pest behavior, but perhaps more importantly than all of those 3 things, or all those 2 things, is the fact that it almost turns into a sexual pathology, like a pathological obsession that is incredibly fucking creepy, and there is always this weird sexual pathology associated with this hatred. It is so fucking strange. Didn't this guy used to commission and react to lolly porn? I don't know anything about this guy. All I know is I went on a podcast that Mudahar and this guy was on, not knowing a single damn thing about this dude's worldview, for the record. That was many, many years ago. And apparently since then, he's become a massive fucking Israel lover and also simultaneously a massive hater. Yeah, it's a psychosexual obsession.
It's worth noting that he and his contemporaries rarely, if ever, actually back up their claims. Just look at this description box. No sources, just a polemic descriptor about how Democrats are cooked, Doge Lord Elon Musk, and what seems to be a bunch more SEO ranking terms. And then he has the gall to claim that his video is for educational purposes. Maybe I'm just being a dick, but is it really too much to ask that when we make definitive statements about contentious political or economic issues, we substantiate those claims somehow? Especially if we're going to make quote-unquote educational videos. Anyway, back to Mudahar. In his video, he calls out a pro-Palestinian creator by the name of Frogan, who said this about American soldiers.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. The U.S. military that are I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. I'm changed. Fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But any other motherfucker, you're doing them. You're like, oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Is what she said crude and callous? Yeah, sure. I would never co-sign the wishing of mental health issues onto anyone, but Let's examine where a statement like hers comes from. Frogan is a creator of Lebanese descent whose family fled the Israeli-Lebanese war. Is it really that hard to understand why a person of not only Lebanese descent, but of Middle Eastern, Latin American, African, or Asian descent might...
It wasn't crude. I mean, it was. Come on. Come on, Chad. Like, it is. That's a part of... That plays a role in why people hate Frogan. This isn't victim blaming, for the record. But that, like... A lot of these people would hate her just on her output in general, even if she was, even if she never actually got crude, right? Even if she never actually was rude sometimes, or brash, or bold. They would hate her because she is an outspoken hijabi woman in the United States of America, okay? But that factors in, like, that all of those things combined create this like insane situation where she breaks the minds of people and they become insanely obsessed with every little thing that she does, while simultaneously talking about how little motion she has. It is so weird, dude. It is so fucking weird, where they're like, you have this many people watching you at any given moment. What happened? Like, your career sucks. And it's like, okay, then why are you watching? Like, how do you justify your rabid obsession with a person that you yourself are saying doesn't have this kind of clout, doesn't have this kind of emotion? Like, why are you fucking constantly looking at every little thing that she does? And it's not like these guys are personally going into her chat. They're just responding to whatever the Keemstar orbiters are, the Keemstar orbiters are fucking bringing up in general. Oh, it sucks. See, look, this guy is still here. Lack of empathy. She's a rising star for sure. Same guy, by the way. The guy who said, like, October 7 was a genocide. All wars a genocide. Seemingly, some wars are more genocide than others. Weirdly enough, that's his attitude. I love this, like, cowardly ass, I just hate all war approach that people have to Palestinians being fucking ruthlessly slaughtered, mostly children, every single day in this live streamed Holocaust that Israel is engaging in. Live streamed child Holocaust that Israel is engaging in. And this chat is like, hold on now. Hold on, guys. How about no sides, you know? It's weird. It seems like you do choose a lot of sides, huh? I like Frogan. Man, shut the fuck up.
Feel a hatred for the imperial, murderous U.S. military that has infected their politics, bombed their countries, or outright occupied them for decades? Mudahar seems to think so. He had this to say about Frogan's take.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day?
This was another one of my favorite takes from Mudahar's video. Mudahar's Canadian, by the way. Yeah. The military is here for our freedoms, baby. That's right. That's right. How dare you speak ill against the military who's here to defend our free speech? Yeah. Hey, guys, hold on. BRB, gonna go shoot a 14-year-old in Kandahar so that I can defend American free speech. Hold on one moment, okay? Let me go fucking deploy, get my dick blown off in the process of fucking defending a poppy field, okay, by a dude who's only known people like me invading his land, who doesn't know what the fuck 9/11 is, okay? And he's just like, okay, well, these guys are invading, they're killing people, I'm gonna kill them, you know? Let me go take a bullet. And then when I come back, I can say, oh, I defended your free speech. Yeah, dude, the goat herder in Afghanistan was actually going to undermine American free speech. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God for our boys, baby. Woo! Hell yeah. Village elders thinking American troops were Soviets. Yeah, exactly. It's so... I still remember the fucking... Was it a onboarded journalist that brought like photos of America and 9/11 and like went and asked the random Afghan people like what that was, and they're like, I don't know. I have no idea what this is. What are you showing me? Yeah. Hey, by the way, this is why we're killing your family members. Just so you know. This is why we're killing your family members. And they're like, what? What the fuck is this? Geez, DPRK take on Twitter? No, I don't care about what this man has to say about fucking geopolitical issues or foreign countries or even Canadian politics to begin with. I care about what he has to say when it comes to modifying a fucking Steam Deck. Okay? I care about what he has to say when it comes down to like finding a fascinating subreddit about some weird, quirky tech thing. That's it. That is the beginning and end of my interest when it comes to something that fucking Mudahar has to say. Those are the subjects that he is somewhat knowledgeable on. That's what I would stick to if I were to consume his content. Why the fuck would I go to him for political commentary? It's like, it's a, I like Lady Gaga. What the fuck does she know about cameras moment? You know? Do you come to me for music takes? No. When I make music takes known, you fucking yell at me.
The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear.
Just for reference, here is Mudahar's very charitable coverage.
Blaming military for the actions of the U.S. elites is the same as blaming poor people for buying Starbucks? What? What are you saying? American military members are victims too. Oh my God, brother. Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous to act like military members deserve this level of hate. The irony is, Frogan's take in and of itself, while definitely brash, factors in military members who have been deluded into serving. Okay? If we're talking about that, that's an entirely different story. But get the fuck out of here, dude. If you're like, oh yeah, if you're defending what you did by running around and being like, rah, rah, I'm the one who served to protect your free speech by, you know, killing a bunch of fucking Afghan farmers. Like, get out of here. This guy's trying to get you to say something. I'm calling it. Yeah, I think so too. Or maybe he's a vet who's just like pissed off because he's a 12-month subscriber. I'm going to be more charitable to him. Anyway. Also, the irony is this guy probably does not know that he is fucking surrounded by not only active duty service members, but also military veterans in general. That's just how it is in America. It's a massive jobs program. I just wish the fucking output of the jobs program wasn't death and destruction. And there are plenty of fucking veterans who do get it, as a matter of fact, where they go, man, sure seems like all of this was for nothing. And by nothing, I mean nothing for me, only death and destruction for those who are on the crosshairs, and a shit ton of profits for the super wealthy. You know, that's it. That's why always, I'm in the military now, Air Force. Yeah, well, you're surrounded by other people who are also in the military. It's a fucking jobs program. Get out when you can, you know? Before you are forced to do some shit you don't want to fucking do, and then live with that pain for the rest of your life.
Of Asmongold saying that he doesn't care if Palestinians get genocided because he believes they have an inferior culture.
I just want to preface, Zach Asmongold has pretty much walked these things back and, has apologized for it. In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right?
And let's take another look at how he responded to Frogan.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day? The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear.
This is all in the same video, by the way. Where did all the charitability and nuance go? Instead, he goes on a diatribe about how the American military...
Remember who these guys are charitable to and who they are deeply and pathologically uncharitable to.
Takes a bullet for her freedoms every single day. I'm sorry, Mudahar, but A, you're fucking Canadian, and I can say it like that because I am too. B, are you aware of what the U.S. military has done to the Middle East? And C, since you want to dip your hand in the political cookie jar, I challenge you to name me a single time post-World War II when the American military fought to protect the American homeland and the civil freedoms of its people, which U.S.
Oh, excuse me. One might say every war, actually, because weapons manufacturers surely made out like bandits. Just saying they did make a lot of profits. Okay, best defense is a good offense, baby. I got that Mudahar clip mocking Finkelstein in the chamber. If you want to see it again, oh my God, can you say it to me again? Oh, that was such a good one. That's such a funny one where it just basically shows the level of knowledge that he has on this issue. But it also, is this a bad time? Let me in. I got to pee bad. Yeah, I'll let you in. Hold on. Oh my God, I can hear myself on her phone. She's watching the stream. I know. Where after this video is done, Maya's going to be on the stream.
U.S. military intervention fought for her freedoms. Now, there is a conversation to be had about the poverty draft and how the U.S. military preys on underprivileged people and communities and recruits them to sell their bodies into an imperial force. Yes, absolutely. But when that imperial force goes on to victimize entire regions of the world, You shouldn't be surprised when a person who is a descendant of one of those regions has negative feelings towards the US military. Frogan also went on to apologize for her callous remarks, and here is how Mudahar responded to that.
After some backlash, this complete dipshit comes out and goes, I realize that wishing people harm isn't the best way to talk about these issues. Really?
Dude, actually, I never really thought about this until this very moment, but his response to Asmongold saying that, you know, Muslims across the board or Palestinians across the board have an inferior culture that deserves to be genocided versus how much smoke he had for Frogan. Oh my God. Oh, what a loyal company man he is. Holy moly. It is so telling. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, okay? Because of the audience that you have cultivated and that you want to continue cultivating. That's what it is. It is so obvious. It is so obvious that he's just like, oh, please, guys, look, see, I'm fucking shitting on all the enemies and I am, you know, offering light criticism to all the good guys. This is what I was talking about, by the way, when I brought up the fact that, you know, Mudahar had to leave Twitter because of the fucking Islamophobia that he received, and also, even more so than the Islamophobia, ironically enough, the anti-Indian hate that he received. Like, he's not as bad as, like, he's not as bad as, like, that one dude on Fox News, for sure, right? But this is the apolitical centrist version of that.
Really? Wow! And these people are supposed to be the fucking intellectual bastions on the internet.
Now again, let's contrast this with the way he accepted Asmongold's apology.
In this situation, one could, you know, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right?
No, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It is an inferior culture in all ways.
So let's get this straight. Asmongold denounces an entire culture as inferior and explains how he doesn't care if they get killed, and Mudahar has it in his heart to be charitable, which is fine. That's his prerogative. But when someone from Lebanese descent says something mean about an army known for bombing and occupying the Middle East, Mudahar's charitability is all dried up. That checks out. Is the point of Mudahar's video to foster genuine understanding and shed light on the horrific atrocities the Israeli state is inflicting upon the people of Palestine? Or is it just to score cheap shots at creators who are actively speaking out against the genocide Israel is currently committing? You tell me. This is not to say that you can't criticize people just because they support the Palestinian plight. You absolutely can and should if they deserve it. But when 99% of your coverage on issues adjacent to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict consists of hyper-focusing on pro-Palestinian internet creators, and the only thing you have to say about a literal genocide is, I think genocide is wrong, but Muslims and Jews just don't get along, man. It is fair for me to call your priorities into question. Now let's move on to the main event. Ethan Klein. This video is not meant to debunk every inaccurate Zionist talking point Ethan has pushed over the past 18 months. Instead,
he's just your average Indian Islamophobic, verified to find Indians. What are you talking about? He's Muslim. He's a Muslim Indian. He's not, he is that, he's presenting his position. He's presenting his position that way, but he's bro, Mudahar is a better Muslim than I ever could be, okay? This man has done one of the most important things you can do as a Muslim. He has gone on Hajj. He literally went to Mecca. Okay? No, he is not. Okay. Sure, guys.
It's meant to illustrate how his role as a drama slop creator lets him use serious political issues as proxies for personal beefs, avoid doing any rigorous research, and spew Western-centric nonsense to an audience of normies. If you want a detailed rebuttal of all his claims, there are many great YouTubers who have already done so. Creators like Chris Kunzler, Disinformation Tracker, and more. YouTuber Noah Samson did a really great job of using Ethan's content nuke slop video as a launching point to refute Ethan's
Oh, here, this was the best.
Is everyone you bring on a troll?
No, usually I verify people, but I was like, fuck it, because it's really
big. Is Norman Jinkelstein a troll?
That's a good question. That I don't know. I'm not too sure about that.
Bro, what was that fucking debate even like, dude? I saw like a bit in piece on Twitter about it. Apparently they were like, yo, Destiny got owned in every clip that I watched. I'm like,
The other, like, the guy who you were debating was just getting emotional the whole time. It's like, you're reading Wikipedia. It's like, bro.
Yeah, bro, he got emotional the whole time, dude. If fucking emotional equals you lost. This is such a good video. This is such a funny little clip because you can see in his fucking, in Destiny's mind, because he's definitely better read than all of the people that he's surrounded himself with. He's just like, these are my fucking allies, dog. This shit sucks.
They have sources attached. He's not clicking on the source.
Well, and also I never read Wikipedia to him. I was just fucking, I was like quoting like the either Amnesty International or the UN or the ICJ, but he was just, he was ultra triggered, but you know.
Yeah, but I read real books, not websites. That's fucking unhinged, dude. Yeah. But...
Beginning of the clip versus end of the clip. Oh, Jesus. Oh, he was ultra triggered, dude.
Lies and shed light on the atrocities Israel is currently committing. I'll link these videos below. One specific claim of Ethan's that really
it's like Aiden Ross showing Donald Trump his almost assassination moment on the side of that ugly ass Cybertruck, where Donald Trump and for a brief moment looks at that and goes, "What the fuck am I doing?" Like, was it all worth it? Not my best moment here as I stand next to this fucking clown and stare at the ugliest machine I've ever seen, and it's plastered with my scariest moment.
Broke my brain is when he asserted that more Jews were displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians.
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke, for the record. It was crazy.
This specific claim is so absurd that I can't not include it in this video. Like I said, it has been refuted by the creators I mentioned earlier, but I want to quote Avi Shlaim once more in regard to this claim. Zionists are driven by the propaganda need to portray the Jews as the victims of endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multi-dimensional history is thus reduced to a quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. Ethan also forgets to mention the fact that Palestinians were being ethnically cleansed well before the Nakba, also known as the catastrophe. Zionist paramilitary...
And it's not a war, dude. The 1948 war is like saying the Holocaust was a war. It's fucking ridiculous. It was a planned ethnic cleansing campaign by a superior military against a predominantly unarmed group of indigenous people that were forcibly sent away from their homes and never allowed back into said homes. It's like saying the Trail of Tears was a war. It's fucking ridiculous. There was no army for the Palestinians at the time.
Terror cells like the Haganah and its offshoots like the even more extreme Irgun were ethnically cleansing Palestinians before 1948, and those terror cells were later absorbed into the IDF. Ethan's framing obscures the true nature of Jewish migration to Palestine. If you take his words at face value, you might...
There was a war in 1948. The Nakba wasn't the war, but there was a war between Israel, Palestinian militants, and the rest of the Arab states. Oh my fucking lord. Dude, it was an ascetic band of fucking militancy that rose up in arms against the massacres that were being committed. Calling that a war is like saying the Trail of Tears is a fucking war. That's my point. My point is like saying that the Holocaust was a war because, you know, there was resistance against it by Jewish groups like in the Warsaw Ghetto.
might come away thinking, well, the Palestinians were expelled, the Jews were expelled. It's just a complicated mess of mutual displacement. But that kind of moral flattening is exactly what the Zionist narrative relies on to justify what actually happened. Palestinians were ethnically cleansed, which contributed to a reaction from many Arab-majority countries, prompting Jews to seek a new life in Palestine.
Yeah, oh, that's an even better example. Yeah, that's what the Turks are taught to say about Armenia, dude. Like, literally. Like, every single one of you recognizes, with the exception of the Turks in the chat, recognizes the Armenian genocide, okay? If you want to understand how the Armenian genocide is taught in Turkish school, it is a involuntary displacement of Armenians, like an involuntary relocation of Armenians during time of war, because it was out of necessity.
Jewish migration to Palestine had already been taking place for decades by this point and ramped up after 1948. It wasn't some immediate population switch, as Ethan implies. The Zionist movement actively promoted Jewish migration through controversial methods. Some historians claim these include false flag operations to create pretexts for mass immigration of Jews from Arab countries to Israel. This entails staging attacks on Jewish targets in Arab countries and blaming them on local Arab communities.
Müfredattan kalktı, yapmayın. Okay, the Turks in the chat are telling me that they don't even teach that anymore, apparently. Apparently, they don't even fucking teach that anymore. Holy shit, I didn't know that. When I was in school, we were taught that it's like... we were taught that it was out of necessity during World War I, but I guess that was leading people into, you know, understanding what actually took place.
As part of a broader strategy to increase Israel's Jewish population and solidify a Jewish majority. And to make things worse, these Arab Jews were mistreated horribly by their European counterparts once they arrived in Israel. They were solely there to secure the viability of a demographic majority. A particularly troubling example of this was the mistreatment of Yemeni Jews. During and after Operation Magic Carpet, thousands of Yemeni Jewish children disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Parents were told that their children had died from illness, but growing evidence suggests some were secretly given to wealthy, childless Israeli or American Jewish families. Others likely did die, but due to severe neglect, and their deaths were handled with shocking cruelty and insensitivity. Some reports claim children were used as medical test subjects and died from experimental treatments. This has come to be known as the Yemenite children affair. The broader Mizrahi Jewish population was often relegated to lower socioeconomic status, faced systemic discrimination, and were marginalized within the new Israeli state, with Ashkenazi Jews occupying higher positions in society. So when Ethan just chalks this complex situation up to mere mutual expulsion, he overlooks all the factors involved in pulling Arab Jews to Israel over the course of years. All that said, this context doesn't change the outcome. Jewish immigrants displaced Palestinians, took their land and property, and subjected them to an ongoing occupation. It's unacceptable, no matter the reason for their arrival and no matter how the Israeli government worked to reshape its population. Over the past 18 months, many videos have resurfaced of Ethan Klein and his wife, Ela, engaging in dehumanizing conversations regarding Palestinian people, literally referring to a Palestinian person as it at one point.
I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh,
You
different car.
there's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange.
They've also revealed a double standard in the way they view Westerners versus the way they view people from the Middle East. For example, Ethan loves to accuse Hasan of being a terrorist supporter, and one of the reasons he makes this claim is because Hasan interviewed a young 19-year-old man from Yemen. At the time, Hasan was under the impression that the teenager was part of the Houthis, and he wanted to conduct an interview with him. It later turned out that he was not, in fact, a Houthi, but that revelation didn't matter to Ethan or Muda or Nux, and they all ran with the talking point that Hasan promoted a quote-unquote terrorist. Apart from the term terrorist...
Ironic also because we found out about him not being a Houthi from said interview. We found out about his opinions about anti-Zionist Jews from that interview. We also found out, what else was it? There was another thing that I was going to mention. But yeah, also the interview that was conducted at the time, for the record, was not even if he was a Houthi, it was not conducted at a time when the Houthis were designated as a terror group, because Biden had actually taken them off the state-sponsored terror list, which Trump put them back on, and Biden had actually escalated them back to Biden had escalated right around the time that the interview was conducted. Biden had actually increased their classification, but it still had not taken place, even though I still, once again, maintain the position. I am not ashamed of this. I would talk to a member of the Ansar Allah movement. I just simply would not do that on fucking Twitch. That's it. Like there is no world in which I would not talk to someone who was a part of the Ansar Allah movement.
Being a highly contentious label often used as a political tool to delegitimize groups resisting oppression while legitimizing the violence of oppressive states, let's zoom out a bit and look at the history of Yemen. Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the Middle East. It has been the victim of a genocidal campaign waged by...
Why would you do it on Twitch? Because Twitch has shown time and time again that they are infinitely more susceptible to pushback, public pushback, than other platforms are. Like YouTube is a place where I would conduct that, especially because it would be, there's additional security that comes along with like being able to conduct an interview and then cut it and edit it. You know what I mean? That's it.
By a coalition of Gulf states headed by Saudi Arabia and supported by the West. Israel's intentions align heavily with those of the Saudi-led coalition and is viewed as an outpost for Western hegemony in the Middle East. It is not exactly inconceivable why a 19-year-old from Yemen might be anti-Zionist, especially as the state of Israel is in the middle of committing a genocide. When this young man was asked by Hasan if he was anti-Semitic or simply in opposition to the ethno-religious supremacist idea that is Zionism, he confirmed the latter.
Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
He's done so many times back when he was active on Twitter. I did not mean the Jews, but the Zionists. I respect every Muslim, Jew, who stands with the truth, and I will do everything I can to protect him. Ethan's arguments as to why this kid is a terrorist are silly. First, he says the kid is a Houthi.
This Houthi pirate, I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist.
Even though we don't have concrete evidence to back that claim.
Every time I see a new clip from the fucking Context Puke that I haven't seen because I've yet to watch it, and at this point I feel like I've already seen most of it by way of people bringing up new aspects of it, I'm shocked at how gross it is. It makes me think less of people that watched it and were duped by it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you have to be hopped up on an incredible amount of America fuck yeah attitude to just like see this video and go, yeah, that's right, he is a, let's be real, terrorist. Sick.
In fact, Rashid, the Yemeni guy, denies being a Houthi.
Actual pirate, a actual criminal.
Also, for those of you who don't know, Ansar Allah is the movement that leads Yemen right now. It's the de facto leadership of Yemen. Okay? The Houthis are a family. They're a tribe, specifically. So if he was a Houthi, his last name would most likely reflect that he is a Houthi. His last name would be Al-Houthi, not Al-Haddad. But that's besides the point. The Houthis are a Yemeni tribe that are Zaidi Shia.
And terrorists.
Second, the teen has tweeted violent things about Zionism, but as we've already seen, the kid is clearly able to distinguish between Zionists and Jewish people, even acknowledging the many Jewish organizations that support the Palestinian cause.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
And finally, Ethan's...
I was in the Epsteinian H3 circles while still watching your Hogwatch on YouTube, and the content nuke was so bad and sketchy, it pushed me more into your stream and away from them, Lamau. It's hot garbage. Yeah, but for every person like yourself, there's probably a bunch of people that were like, no, I believe this now.
Smoking gun is an Instagram comment where someone asks this young man if he's a soldier, and he replies, yes. I don't think this is enough to substantiate the accusations Ethan has levied against him. Let's really quickly contrast Ethan's feelings about this Yemeni teen with his praise of Sam Hyde, a guy who Ethan even admits is probably a neo-Nazi.
Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy. That inspired me a lot when I was coming up.
Yeah, but Sam is white. He's a Westerner. And if you're a Western chauvinist, all it takes, I mean, you can have a guy who says they're a neo-Nazi, promotes Adolf Hitler, has spent money on the legal fund of other prominent Nazis, is a pedophile, has had his followers directly harass you, possibly dox you and swat you. You're still under the banner of being a Westerner. So obviously it's like, haha, you're kind of funny, maybe possibly a Nazi, right? Whereas if you're a fucking brown kid in Yemen 19 years old, only known death and destruction in the poorest country on the planet that had a man-made blockade that caused a fucking massive famine in your country. Man-made blockade by coalition forces that we backed with weapons and targeting systems that we gave to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, by the way, okay? Then, you know, all it takes is for me to assume that you're a fucking terrorist because I saw you with the traditional Yemeni knife and also a weapon. Yemen, for those of you who don't know, has the second highest gun ownership per capita on the planet after, you might have guessed it, the United States of America. Having a gun in Yemen as a citizen does not automatically qualify you as a militant, unless you're Barack Obama, in which case not even having a gun qualifies you as a militant. But of course, here we are with Ethan Klein and his assessment.
But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, you know, and also like extremely right wing and potentially a Nazi as well.
I mean, I might be overthinking it, but Ethan seems to be strangely charitable when it comes to Sam Hyde, but none of that charitability transfers over to this Yemeni kid. In Ethan's eyes, he's just an irrational anti-Semite.
Or me. like not even Rashid Al-Haddad, but like even his fucking former podcast co-host, like he knows I'm not a fucking anti-Semitic person. You know what I mean? We had a podcast together, and he has called me a vile anti-Semite for months now, and demanded my deplatforming for months. It is fucking nuts. But with Sam Hyde, it's like, I don't know, he might even possibly be a Nazi. Who knows? Like, that's fucking nuts.
But Sam is just a little weird and potentially a Nazi.
Indians are being used to replace white people.
Damn, maybe the Stalinists were right about Leon Trotsky being a fascist. Ethan is also very charitable in his coverage of Asmongold.
Oh, hey, yo. Okay. He does look like Trotsky. What's up with that? Yo, Ethan looks like Trotsky too. Oh my God, they both look like Trotsky. What's up with Trots?
What about Asman? Because he's juicing hard on Trump.
But he's like pro-Trump, isn't he?
Oh my God, is he?
I wouldn't say he's...
I have to imagine, right?
I don't think he's like pro-Trump explicitly, overtly. I know people try to say that. I think he definitely leans more conservative, but I don't think he's as conservative as people try to paint him out to be.
Inferior culture in all ways.
Well, let's see.
Asman is Trump killed it.
He's Trump coded. That's
no,
a good...
Trump killed it.
What?
Killed.
That sounds pretty pro-Trump.
He said Trump what?
Killed it.
Oh, killed it.
In other words, we'll execute the baby.
I think I would say he's Trump coded.
Trump's good at this. ...
I've watched his content. It's not.
That was said sarcastically.
It's not super pro-Trump. He's Trump coded though.
Ethan minimizes Asmongold's role as a dangerous propagandist for the right and doesn't even mention.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, yo, what the fuck? What is that? What's going on here, man? What the fuck? All right, let's keep going. Ethan Klein's new video. Hassan wants to assassinate me with an ice pick. Stalin. First I was HasanAbi, then I became HasanAbi, and now I'm Stalin. Oh, Jesus Christ. Trotsky doesn't deserve this? Oh, come on. Yes, he does.
In his weird comments.
Even though his wonderful contributions to public discourse are plenty and bountiful, including but not limited to the concept of, wait, what? There's more? Scroll down. Oh, that's fucked up, man. You're just handing him this. Anyway, Trotsky coined the term Hitler particles, which is fantastic.
It's about the Holocaust.
You're just saying that because Georgians are Turks, okay? This is my point. My point is Georgians are fucking Turkish, okay? That's it. Look no further than this photo, okay? Georgians are fucking Turkish. Goddamn. If I didn't have any fucking, Greek roots whatsoever, I wouldn't be 6'4". I would be literally also 5'4".
Holocaust probably happened.
But when it comes to Rashid, no charitability whatsoever. In the span of a few months, Ethan has praised or done some form of apologia for both Sam Hyde and Asmongold. This seriously makes me reconsider whether or not Ethan actually gives a fuck about anti-Semitism.
I mean, I could take these guys a little bit more seriously if it wasn't for this curly ass shit.
Like these fucking double curls.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
Or if his priorities lie mainly in using the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a proxy to attack content creators who are critical of him. Anti-Semitism is absolutely on the rise. A cursory scroll through platforms like Twitter will confirm that. But instead of targeting...
So if I get it right, you, the political streamer from day one, are opposed by a funny meme man, a hoarding a WoW addict, an anime power skiller who enjoys lolly content. Why even care about their takes? I mean, I get Ethan because of his audience, but the other two are just a lost cause. Brother, what are you talking about? Their combined power is like being a leftist, especially online, is like being on a fucking island by yourself, being on a deserted island, okay? And then that deserted island is like routinely getting bombed by all of the global superpowers because everyone from a liberal who has a penchant for drama and will narcissistically make the Israel-Palestinian conflict and the genocide going on in Gaza about themselves, and now they're the fucking primary victim, Ethan Klein, all the way down to Palestinians are inferior and deserve to be genocided, Asmongold, who also has fucking talked about dressing up as Ash Ketchum to go on deportation hunts, like hunt human beings, alongside the homunculoid Tom Homan. All of those guys put the bead on people like myself. And they make up the overwhelming majority of commentary online. Okay? They make up the overwhelming majority of the commentary space, at least online. There's plenty of other... There are homunculoid. Okay, homunculus. Okay? I'm basically like a digital Cuba. Okay? Under constant blockade. Anyway, my point is, we all recognize how fucking far right the internet has become, but... in the commentary sphere especially, it's fucking ridiculous. In the commentary space, it's like 90% centrist right-wing adjacent to far right versus 10% that's like actually leftist commentary. That's fucking me, Lamau. You're more like China? Okay, fair. Actually, you know what? I will take that. I am more like China. Misunderstood and becoming a dominant superpower and doesn't have to do anything to get to that position at this point. Aside from doing what I've been doing, restrained, reasonable in the global stage, much more reasonable than the belligerent America.
The actual culprits of anti-Semitism, Ethan is too busy doing...
that's true. I do trade with hogs, Bradley Martin, so maybe China fits more. Oh my God. Okay, this is kind of funny. You're not wrong. That's right. I do have a agnostic trade principle where I'm not trying to... I'm not trying to actively engage in destabilizing shit, and sometimes will have positive trade relations with everyone.
Apologia for them while solely targeting anti-Zionists. Ethan seems to think that just because the United States labels a group a terrorist organization, that settles the matter. The US, the UK, Israel, and other Western forces are responsible for...
What's your Belt and Road Initiative? You're literally watching it right now. If I'm China, you're watching my Belt and Road Initiative in the commentary sphere. If the commentary sphere is the global marketplace, you're currently experiencing my Belt and Road Initiative right now by pumping overzealots.
Some of the most horrific atrocities known to man. The number of innocent people the US and Israel kill for political reasons is astronomical, according to Ethan's own definition of terrorism.
What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals.
Israel, the US, and other Western nations would top the list. If Ethan truly despises...
Wait, when he talks about terrorism, is he... refugees caught up in the Korean War were shot and straight by US forces? Wait, does he bring up... Is this overzealot's own assessment, or is he saying that the American military's actions in Korea was terrorism? Is this in the original video? Oh my God. I was about to say, there is no fucking way that he actually... put that in a video where he's just like eating the American propaganda dick. God damn.
The US and other Western nations would top the list. If Ethan truly despises terrorism as he claims, why hasn't he done full-length podcasts or videos about Israeli forces airstriking civilian residences in the middle of the night with no warning? Come on, Ethan. I thought you don't like terrorism.
I don't like terrorism. I don't like it. None of it.
Why does...
overzealous. This is not correct. I said I'm a Palestinian advocate. Come on. I gave the fundraiser that Hassan was doing $6,500 in the beginning, and then spent the rest of my time shitting on him and everyone else that is pro-Palestinian. and then even said all the fundraising initiatives that we engaged in was actually fucking stupid and unironically didn't help Palestinians at all. Excuse me. Well, the real anti-Semitism is this. The real anti-Semitism enjoyers rise up. Not liking Ethan Klein is the final stage of anti-Semitism. Not even not liking, criticizing Ethan Klein is the final stage of anti-Semitism. There is nothing more anti-Semitic than this.
Doesn't he address the systematic use of rape and sexual violence by Israeli forces against Palestinians? In fact, he's engaged in rape denialism when it comes to this issue.
That's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped. I was sexually abused and photographed, she said. But like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's
the
no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically.
Has Ethan...
At the time, that's where AB's dad works, by the way, for the record, but this was in the beginning, and that UN report came after Ethan had said that, except he never fucking talked about the UN report. So, where's his commentary on that front? But at the time, all of the incredible amounts of information that had come out, like firsthand testimony that had come out from systematic sexual assault that happened within the Israeli detention policies, both in the West Bank and Gaza, were from firsthand testimony that was delivered to pro-Palestinian prisoner advocacy groups like Adamir. The problem is all of those groups that had real, accurate information were branded as terrorist organizations by the Israeli state and subsequently had to sometimes shutter their operations, or directly also, once they were branded as terrorist organizations and had their hard drives taken over by the Israeli government, the American government will follow suit and then also brand them as terrorist organizations.
Done a full-length segment denouncing the right to rape protests in Israel, where people protested for the literal right to sexually abuse Palestinian prisoners without consequence. Maybe he did, and I just missed it. Has he mentioned the thousands of unjustly incarcerated Palestinians arrested on dubious security claims and subjected to this violence? For context, the security prisoner designation in Israel is widely criticized as an inhumane and politically motivated label used to justify the mistreatment of thousands of Palestinians.
This doesn't get talked about enough. He used rape denial as a reason to use the most foul language against denims, and the way he talked about Frogan after October 7 was what snapped me out of it. This man has no respect for women. Yeah. His rape denial stuff is also interesting because he literally, I'm pretty sure he used like Sheryl Sandberg, who has sexual harassment allegations of her own, ironically enough. Sheryl Sandberg after October 7 made this like massive, I don't want to even call it documentary, this propaganda piece about how like Palestinians had systematically raped women on October 7, and he used a piece of that, a testimony that was actually incorrectly placed in that fucking propaganda piece to say, no, it's real. It actually happened. Look at this person. This is a direct fucking firsthand account. It wasn't. And has been using that, has been weaponizing that, and has never actually corrected himself at all. Hey, he never actually went back to correct himself.
Under this system, Palestinians, many of them minors, can be detained indefinitely without charge or trial through administrative detention, subjected to military courts with conviction rates of over 99%, and denied basic legal rights. The label often conflates nonviolent political activism with terrorism, stripping detainees of the protections afforded to political prisoners under international law. This framework has enabled systematic abuses, including solitary confinement, denial of family visits, and torture during interrogations. So although I do not condone everything the Houthis have done, and I will never support any acts of violence against innocent civilians or human rights abuses, no matter who commits them, when it comes to standing up against Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, they are on the right side of history.
This is my assessment as well, by the way, which I get fucking yelled at all the goddamn time.
Willing to do something about a genocide, while others just spew their bullshit from Bel Air. To use an analogy that might resonate with Ethan, I think it's safe to say that Ethan probably doesn't think highly of the Soviets. But I'd be willing to bet that if I told him how they took out 80% of the Nazis, he would agree with me that they were the good guys in that situation. According to international law, parties to the Genocide Convention are obligated to do what
also my assessment
they can to prevent a genocide wherever it may occur. Yemen is a party to the convention, and the Houthis, who hold the most political power in the country, are attempting to fulfill that obligation by disrupting shipping and trade to economically pressure Israel and help stop the genocide of Palestinians. Legal arguments aside, I'd argue that the force trying to stop this mass slaughter has the moral high ground in this instance. Speaking of terrorism, specifically the definition Ethan himself uses, it's hard to ignore the fact that his own wife fits that description. This isn't exactly breaking news, many people have pointed this out before, but the facts remain. Ethan's wife, Ela, served in the IDF, an organization widely condemned for its role in terrorizing and illegally occupying Palestinian land. More than that, she chose to leave her role as a secretary and requested a transfer to Ramallah, an occupied Palestinian city. Why, you might ask? Because she was bored.
Forced up. Because what did you do? What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like going to a day job in an office.
So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring and I really hated it. So I tried to change my role. I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more. Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job.
Yeah, by the way, Palestinian militancy is a means of existence. Israeli militancy is an adventure. That in and of itself is a perfect demonstration of the awesome power that a settler colonial enterprise holds over a captive population. That's it. You will never hear a Palestinian go, yeah, I joined the Jenin Brigades because I just wanted to have a little bit of fun. You know what I mean? And I'm using the Jenin Brigades specifically here because in that dynamic, they are 100% dead to rights, according to Ethan's own definition, because he has said, and he loves bringing this up, that settlers are valid targets. Settlers are valid military targets. Ironically, he says that, but, settlers are defended by, at least in this circumstance, his wife. The Jenin Brigades are a legally organized, spontaneous militia that is defending Palestinian land against an illegal occupation. They are not only morally in the righteous position, but they're legally in the righteous position as well.
Sit on the computer and go back home at the end of the day.
Describing the West Bank raids where they make their presence known. Yeah, that's why I gave an example from the West Bank as well. Yeah, I'm choosing what I'm talking about very carefully here.
There.
So I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade, I guess.
Would knowing this about Hila, just this bit, not all the complete hindsight we have now, changed your willingness to collaborate with Ethan? No, it would have been entirely dependent on what her current position was now, because there are people who have done this kind of stuff and have said this kind of shit and then have completely turned around and recognized the inhumanity of those actions. So of course, if she was like a breaking the silence type of former Israeli occupying force veteran, then no, I would not give a shit. I would not I would not immediately assume that this person is like violent, awful, whatever. There are so many people whose minds I've changed on this, and I'm sure some of them are from Israel as well. Maybe not to the same degree. I feel like if you're from Israel and you watch me, then you probably already had these sorts of anti-Zionist stances. It's very difficult for you to, develop an anti-Zionist position in Israel to begin with. But there are plenty of people whose minds I have been able to change. Her positions were public knowledge, chat. What hindsight are you talking about? No, I didn't fucking know this. What are you talking about? Really fucked up? You pay YouTubers to make videos about your takes and literal quotes to defend you and attack Klein? I know. That's what Ethan's probably going to say. It's not what... I don't hold people accountable for what they did in the past, especially if they have actually changed their ways, recognize that they were in the wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. To change is to be human.
That's in charge of the area of Ramallah.
Mm-hmm.
And that brigade has like a main officer.
Mm-hmm.
So I was his secretary.
She voluntarily moved into an occupied territory to assist in military raids on Palestinian communities. Not out of duty, but out of personal dissatisfaction with a desk job. She even referred to Ramallah as a terrorist city.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Oh, Brazil, it's hey, Hassan Parker. Thanks for paying me to make this. I'll send the invoice shortly. Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, it's out now. It's the truth.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists.
While ignoring the fact that her presence as an IDF member facilitating raids in the city of Ramallah makes her the occupier and the one terrorizing people.
Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh, different car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
You see people in the house, and then it's like
he said
the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Fast forward to the present day, and Hila Klein has the gall to say this about the people of the city she terrorized.
I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean you think?
I think I'm saying if you go there as Israeli, you take the turn there, you'll be died. They'll kill you.
It's not only killed, it's like lynched.
As if the occupied are the villains and not the occupiers. Ethan deliberately avoids engaging with this issue. Whenever it's brought up, he deflects by attacking a straw man, insisting that...
Why spend time on this when there's literally a genocide happening? There's not even any new news for you to discuss with Ethan. This is blatant drama farming. Thought we were above that. I'm going to assume charitably that you just tuned in, but this is not just about Ethan. This is about how SlopTube and weaponized ignorance plays a formative role in developing people's political opinions and forming incredibly reactionary thought, which then ends up actually motivating people like yourself who are not exactly knowledgeable on the matter into taking a stance without having any sort of charitability to the opposing position, because the well has been poisoned for you. That's why you say things like you say callous things that demonstrate your indifference about there's literally a genocide happening and you're drama farming. No. The point of this video is not just to farm drama necessarily, but to actually make a coherent point. My well is clean, brother. This seems silly. Yeah, it only seems silly to you if you're completely oblivious to the way that the commentary sphere works online, especially people that get their notes from SlopTubers who weaponize their own ignorance and actually motivate a bunch of people who are ignorant themselves to continue being ignorant about issues that they do not understand. The question I have for you is this. Way too charitable. This is drama. Let's do real news. The go-to move for hate watchers who can't stand what they're hearing. Exactly. If I was invested in drama with Ethan, I would watch any number of different fuck Ethan videos that have cultivated over tens of millions of views at this point from people who are actually fairly well-read, like Gokanaru, or any number of different people that Ethan now actually is aligned with, to demonstrate the hypocrisy of Ethan, as a matter of fact, and to demonstrate the hypocrisy of those people as well. That would be SlopTube content. That would be drama content, to talk about like how Ethan has dealt with certain issues in the past and how fucking silly he's been. You know what I mean? That would be the drama SlopTube. Covering Ethan's tattoo or some shit would be the drama SlopTube. There's plenty of that Ethan does, where he makes up shit about me, and then we'll spend, hours and hours and hours and hours on random made up things that he cultivated in his mind. This, on the other hand, has a broader point. A point about how SlopTubers actually motivate people such as yourself to assume stances that you will probably feel shameful about when you look back at it a couple years down the line. You have an opportunity here to learn.
People just don't understand that his wife was a victim of mandatory conscription. But What he refuses to acknowledge is her conscious decision to transfer to a more adventurous role within the IDF, one where she actively participated in terrorizing innocent people. He constantly plays this card while ignoring the severity of her actions. He even had Mudahar on his show, who also basically reduced this controversy down to, Hila did mandatory service, so why are these crazy lefties so mad?
Every time I see like the anti-Hila train coming out there, it's like, so she did mandatory service, okay, now she's like a fucking baby killer or something, right? Like it's just it's one of those things where it's like massive jump in logic, you know, and nobody sits down and explains it.
Nobody sits down and explains it. Hi, Mudahar. I'm sitting down and I'm explaining it. Service in the IDF is bad across the board. Conscientious objectors like Tal Mitnick are based, and contrary to popular belief, he didn't have his life ruined by refusing to aid a genocidal military. But apart from that, Hila purposely left her desk job to engage in raids.
Why hate on the dude when he's on your side, though? Hate on which dude that's on my side? I'm confused by this.
In illegally occupied territory because she was bored. Hope that clears it up. Also, since you don't take kindly to people speaking insensitively about military personnel, why didn't you call out your buddy Ethan when you were on his podcast and had the chance?
I'm personally looking forward to the podiatrist with PTSD from the Iraq War. I'm not like a military simp. I don't get the whole thank you for your service thing. Yo, I can see the podiatrist with the PTSD. He's sitting there looking at someone's foot, and then he has a flashback, and then the foot is severed. This isn't like World War II. You weren't drafted.
This
You
looks like
signed up
SlopTube
to do a
content, but I'm
fucking
willing to
job.
hear what
You're
you were
being
gonna
paid.
ask.
You're there.
And the job,
You
the
knew what it
output-
was. I
and the
mean,
output is not-
nobody thanked me my ass, or nobody thanked the fucking cashier at
And
McDonald's
the
for their
output
service.
is not good.
He's holding a severed foot because he's a flashback to Iraq War. His homie got blown up. Sorry about not having health care for you. Sorry about the burn pits. The good news is we will be putting a tiny little toothpick flag on your grave. What'd they die for?
So that we could have Monday off work.
Worth it. Shit, we need more troops to... No, I'm kidding.
But when someone wearing a hijab says similar shit,
Such vile fucking disgusting language.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit
These SlopTube guys stand for absolutely nothing. They have spines made out of gelatin. The only way I can begin to understand the cognitive dissonance Ethan displays is by accepting the fact that he applies a different set of rules to non-Westerners than he does to Westerners. Hila went out of her way to unnecessarily facilitate and ride along on raids in occupied territory, and she's not a terrorist. But this young Yemeni man who has endured nothing but death and destruction at the behest of Western-backed forces for his entire life is a terrorist because he hates the people who hate him. Alright. Ethan loves to throw around the terms terrorist and anti-Semite. He especially likes to direct those terms toward Hassan Piker, which I personally think is incredibly dishonest given that Hassan has time and time again denounced anti-Semitism for the evil that it is and highlighted how it differs from anti-Zionism.
Israel's doing this, yes.
The Jews.
Well, Israel's doing it, not the Jews
Well,
doing
Jewish
it.
people, right?
No, it's not. It's
They're not.
This. So one thing you have to understand is that like
a difference.
There
Enlighten me,
is
'cause
a
I'm just
major
asking.
difference because like what Saudi Arabia does is not about Islam. You know, it's not like ISIS is doing what they're doing for Islam. You know what I mean? I'm
Okay.
Muslim. I don't those guys, but either of those guys. You know what I mean?
But isn't Zionism? I'm so confused.
It's understandable that you're confused in this circumstance because like
so Israel's
both
not Jewish.
the Nazis who hate Israel or love Israel, doesn't matter, that believe that Israel must exist or believe that Israel must go away and that Jews control the media or whatever, like both the Nazis
and Kanye.
and also Israel and Kanye, and also Israel itself claims that Israel is doing this for Judaism. And that if you criticize Israel, like I'm doing right now, I'm an anti-Semitic person. So because of that reason, a lot of people like yourself get confused. You're like, so the Jews are doing this? No.
Ethan, on the other hand, when he's not being blatantly anti-Semitic himself,
There's like stinky suit where like, bro, you have to be very generous to a Hasidic Jew.
loves to conflate the idea of Zionism with Judaism, not realizing the disservice that does to Judaism. Judaism is a beautiful ancient religion whose followers have been unjustly persecuted throughout history. Zionism, on the other hand, is a nationalist supremacist ideology. Its own founder, Theodor Herzl, described it as something colonial and noted that anti-Semites would become useful allies to the Zionist cause. When Ethan blurs the lines between these two fundamentally different ideas, He does a disservice to Judaism by conflating it with an ideology rooted in ethno-religious supremacy and carried out through the ethnic cleansing of Palestine's native inhabitants. So when the Houthis see this conflation made by Zionists, it leads to their horrendous slogan where they use the term Jew instead of Zionist. This happens because the Zionist project and its useful idiots have done everything possible to blur the lines between these two ideologies, even though they should remain distinct. That conflation fuels real anti-Semitism, and Ethan bears some responsibility for perpetuating it. If we go back to the Yemeni teenager we mentioned earlier, it is true that he has used the term Jew in a terrible way.
Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?"
But it's also true that Zionists in the Israeli state have deliberately worked to blur the lines between Judaism and Zionism.
I feel I am representing all the citizens of Israel, even those who do not agree with me. A representative of the entire Jewish people.
As Theodor Herzl himself pointed out, the more anti-Semitism rises as a result of this conflation, the more the Israeli state can just...
Why does he have pro Marvel Rivals gameplay in the background? I think it was a subtle nod to me playing Marvel Rivals when there's a genocide ongoing to be like, see, he also doesn't spend every waking moment covering the genocide, not realizing that, it was my Marvel Rivals gameplay, and also probably to just like signal to advertisers to stop working with me as well, I suspect. No, it's literally your stream look. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's like, I thought it was a joke to show how obsessed he was about you. I mean, you could take it that way too.
Justify its existence as a supposed safe haven for Jewish people. But as we saw with our guy from Yemen, when Hasan explained that many Jewish people actively support the Palestinian cause, he embraced them without hesitation. That's not anti-Semitism rooted in some deep-seated hatred of Jewish people. It's anger at those who weaponize Jewish identity to shield an ethno-nationalist project that has devastated countless Arab lives. When Jewish American political scientist Norman Finkelstein, whose parents survived the Holocaust, was challenged over his support for the Houthis, he said this.
I totally support the Houthis as a Jew. You said that, Norm.
Yeah.
The Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile this?
I have no problem reconciling it for this very simple reason, and you'll allow me, you can disagree, I have no problem with that. From my first conscious moments in my own life, okay, my parents loathed the Germans. They didn't loathe the Nazis. They hated the Germans. Now, my parents were very decent human beings. The apple did not fall far from the tree. But I could understand that sentiment. The only Jews the Houthis have known are the Israelis. It's a regrettable fact that they don't know, have never experienced any other kinds of Jews. Do I wish the Houthis were more discriminating in their slogans? Of course I wish it. But do I understand where it comes from? Yes. And will that slogan of theirs color my appreciation of the fact that alone among the world's peoples, they are resorting to armed force to stop the genocide in Gaza? I have to ask myself the question, how would my parents have felt if this ragtag army happened to be situated on a point in the world's map where they could inflect the outcome of the final solution? And these people, this ragtag people, hailing back to the Middle Ages, they were investing all of their physical resources and moral energy to stopping the extermination. How would my parents react? Would they ask, what are their political slogans? I don't think so.
Ethan is now 18 months into his crusade against anyone to his left. He's used the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a backdrop for his drama-driven attack videos, even as the genocide of Palestinians continues. His desperation to own his perceived enemies leads him to say things that are reprehensible. Case in point, he's once proudly announced he'd take his family to Israel and film how wonderful it is for his audience to see.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that
This
when you
was
listen to
also
Hasan
really
and you hear all
fucking
these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys
how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
Let's be clear. He said this about a country actively committing genocide, and as a white Jewish man, his experience there won't reflect the reality for Palestinians. Now, Ethan would refute my characterization of his statement by saying that he was referring to Israel proper.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist oh my god, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking about Israel proper.
However, my criticism still stands. Apart from the fact that the Israeli state is actively committing genocide and praising even parts of it while this is happening is insane, Israel proper is not lacking in its discriminatory practices. There are tons, ranging from discriminatory planning and building laws, particularly in the Negev and in the Galilee. There are land laws that prioritize Jewish people, the anti-terror laws that disproportionately surveil and affect Arabs. Take the 2018 nation-state law, which declares Israel the nation-state of the Jewish people exclusively, downgrades Arabic from an official language, and promotes Jewish settlement as a national value. The implications of this law marginalize minorities. I don't blame Ethan for not exactly cluing into this oppression, but that's a testament to his privilege and ignorance, not the multiculturalism and tolerance of Israel.
We should move to Israel to spite them.
Ethan has admitted that he doesn't take criticism well. He deflects, shuts down, lashes out, and completely ceases to think critically.
When I'm criticized, I psychologically shut down. Obviously, I get super defensive and super irritable and super aggressive.
Problem with them and a lot of liberal Zionism is that they can't connect the governance of Israel internally with the actions externally in occupied territories. They see the occupation as a totally separate thing and act shocked when they say, no, they're a part of the same entity. Example is repeated emphasis on Israel proper. Yeah, it's just fucking copium to deal with the cognitive dissonance. That's all this is. That's what it is. That's why I made the comparison when he said that to a zone of interest.
Towards those that criticize me in a way that's not healthy. And instead of learning from criticism, deflecting it all the time and making it the world's problem and not mine, right?
From taking aim at pro-Palestinian creators like Matt Lieb, who himself is a Jewish man, to doxing random Instagram users.
This one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public-facing account.
Hey, Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Strong entry. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all.
Oh shit, that weenie truck he's in front of, that's in Dearborn.
Here's his mom. I'm not gonna clip that for her. Oh, no, you know what? Fuck him. This is what here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe?
Recently, Ethan declared that Hasan Piker should go to Gaza to do some journalism. When Ethan was greeted with the rebuttal that being a journalist in Gaza is incredibly dangerous, he and Ela downplayed the reality that Israel targets and kills journalists.
Okay, he might not have gotten this entire thing correct. It actually, in some respects, I think makes it even worse. I was talking to journalists that are in Gaza alongside Dropsite News and Jeremy Scahill to potentially figure out a way of petitioning the Egyptian government during the ceasefire to try and get Western journalists into Gaza, myself included. And of course that did not happen. And even from the beginning, I said, of course, I would try to make sure that we get, security assurances, which are never going to be 100%. And that 100% security assurance, for the record, is from Israel, not from Hamas. Make no mistake. And of course, it did not happen. Israel violated the ceasefire. Israel destroyed the ceasefire. And we were never able to. You're not a journalist. I said, I'm not a journalist. Wait, what? A YouTuber streamer cannot make that criticism? I'm not a journalist. I'm not saying I am a journalist. I was saying we were trying to get journalists in and myself. Okay? You all right? Regardless, they made it a joke. They turned it into a mockery, and in the process actually made it seem like journalists weren't being deliberately targeted, or anyone that wants to shed light on Israel's atrocities were being deliberately targeted by Israel. I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel
that is worried.
Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hasan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like
Wait, no. The idea that like Israel would not do a precision strike on anyone with a fucking camera from the West is ridiculous. They absolutely would, and it's not because I have such a high opinion of myself. Israel has done precision strikes on people in my community, like Meadow comes to mind. People in my community that are Palestinian that are in Gaza that were operating like a TikTok account or a social media account that simply talked about what it looks like to live during a genocide and to try to survive during a genocide. The notion that Israel would not deliberately strike anyone that is showing the truth about their atrocity, especially someone from the West, is so fucking stupid. Israel deliberately killed a Turkish American, Ayşenur Ezgi, in the West Bank. That's not even Gaza, that's the West Bank, okay? And the American government did nothing to punish Israel for that, by the way. She was an American citizen. I believe she went to school in Seattle, university student, graduated from university, went to the West Bank, and got shot in the head by an Israeli sniper.
I agree, it's dangerous.
They might. It's a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not. It's not. But regardless, I agree. It's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It's dangerous in a war zone,
right?
Not because Israel will like target him.
I don't think it's like that personally.
Claiming that, yes, going to Gaza would be dangerous, but that's because there's a war going on there, not because Israeli forces would purposefully target a journalist. They would never. Now, apart from the fact that constantly calling a genocide a war is a form of genocide denial and obfuscates the reality that a genocide and a war can occur concurrently, as is recognized by international law, and as we've seen in Srebrenica in 1995, Israel does in fact target journalists, medics, humanitarian workers, and so forth. Hundreds of journalists have been killed by Israeli forces since October 7th, 2023, some of which were literally burned alive. This is an issue.
Yeah, while he also was complaining about me or making jokes about me going to Gaza over and over again, and simultaneously offering a defense to Israel, claiming that Israel doesn't target journalists deliberately, not even just journalists, but like any influencer, humanitarian aid workers and the like. He also no longer is going to Israel. He said he's no longer going to go to Israel because he's worried that his children will be traumatized by the air raid sirens. If you can comprehend your children being traumatized by the air raid sirens as you walk into a bomb shelter, think about the trauma that Israel has engaged. Think about the trauma that Israel has brought about an entire population of Palestinian children. There was a point in Ethan's life where he could empathize with the Palestinian existence. He cried in the first episode of Leftovers that we did after October 7. He cried thinking about his own kids because he had seen an image of a Palestinian father holding his child in his arms that had died because of Israeli bombings. This also completely disproves the other argument, which is that Israel keeps claiming that it's the safest place for Jews and that Jews would never be safe if it wasn't for Israel. And it's like, well, clearly America is an infinitely safer place for Jews than Israel is if you're choosing not to go to Israel for the inevitable reaction that it brings about for its unimaginably violent actions in the region.
That predates the current genocide in Gaza. There are infamous cases like that of Rachel Corrie, an American journalist who was run over by an Israeli bulldozer in 2003. Her death was then mocked by members of the IDF who made Rachel Corrie pancakes. Apart from just journalists, other volunteers or workers aren't safe either. In March of 2025, Israeli forces killed 15 Palestinian medics and buried them in a mass grave, and the list goes on and on and on. Will the H3 podcast ever retract their statements that Israel doesn't target journalists? Will they ever issue a correction? Will Ethan ever admit that he was wrong to attribute the entire death toll of the Syrian civil war to Hezbollah?
I said Hezbollah's killed a shit more load of Arabs than IDF has. You're saying that's not true? Because Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths in Syria.
Will H3 ever dedicate an episode to documenting the Israeli war crimes committed against the Palestinian people? Will they ever dedicate a full-length segment to talk about the wrongful persecution of innocent advocates for the Palestinian cause? People like Mahmoud Khalil, Mozen Madawi, or Romizia Ozturk.
He absolutely is getting his audience to be on board with these actions, by the way. Whether voluntarily or inadvertently, it doesn't matter. All of his commentary surrounding pro-Palestinian activists being virulent anti-Semites that need to be deplatformed, that need to be dealt with, has created an environment in the commentary slop tube consciousness that these sorts of actions are ones that you can turn the other cheek to, or turn a blind eye to, sorry to use a better term there, and or directly fantasize about happening to Ethan's own personal online enemies. I've seen the fucking posts that people show sometimes from my snark subreddit, H3H3 Productions, of people talking about how much of a violent threat I am to the United States of America, hoping that I also one day, you know, get this experience, this treatment, despite the fact that I'm an American citizen.
The H3 podcast is a very...
Sending me to fucking El Salvador. Fantasizing about sending me to CCOT. Why? Because I dared to criticize their favorite content creator. It's fucking crazy.
A well-known program and has the ability to really highlight the degree to which pro-Palestinian advocates are wrongfully targeted, but the H3 podcast is too busy targeting them themselves. However, when it comes to pumping out episode after episode about how Hassan or other pro-Palestinian advocates like Noah Samson are bad, they're quick to turn on those cameras and start talking shit, and recently, even getting a little litigious. This whole situation has made one thing painfully clear. Ethan is absolutely desperate for drama. I mean, his whole show has always included elements of laughing at others instead of with them. He's even taken to creating this new segment where he makes fun of aspiring musicians on Instagram. But unfortunately, Ethan's bullying has transcended petty shit like that. He's now taken the most urgent humanitarian crisis of our time and turned it into an endless stream of hit pieces on people he dislikes. To wrap this up, one last example of how Ethan...
Yeah, it's unimaginably selfish, dude. That's the thing that I can't fucking understand how people don't see. Like, you don't have to be the most well-equipped politically. You don't have to have any sort of knowledge over what's going on in Gaza to, one, recognize that it is atrocious. Even if you don't even consider it a fucking genocide, like, this is crazy. This is unlimited child murder happening in broad fucking daylight. And then you watch your favorite, like, has-been popped off in 2014, Goofs and Gaffs commentary channel, and all he's doing is making himself out to be the biggest victim in this process. Like, it's fucking crazy how the average American doesn't look at that and go, oh my God, dude, fucking think about someone else other than yourself for one fucking moment in your goddamn life, dude. Holy fuck. That is something I truly cannot understand, because even the most oblivious person can probably recognize the indecent way that Ethan has moved around. Because even some of the most outspoken liberal Zionists in the early days of October of 2023 have at least had the decency to pipe down after 16 months of live streamed child holocaust. Ethan, on the other hand, has only gotten worse and worse over time. It is shocking.
Ethan benefits from his role as a drama slop creator, whether he realizes it or not, is how his audience uses his just a silly internet guy persona to run defense for him.
Bro, is still obsessing over Ethan? Not like he makes a comedy podcast? I don't know. I don't think it's really funny to do genocide defense over and over again.
His fans push the narrative that since he's just a comedian, he shouldn't be treated as what he truly is. A dangerous source of misinformation with an ego so massive that it prevents him from issuing corrections or engaging in any adequate form of introspection.
And instead of learning from criticism, deflecting it all the time and making it the world's problem and not mine, right?
This is what I mean by weaponized ignorance. When massive creators with millions of subscribers cover contentious issues with half-truths, omissions, or outright lies, it's on the rest of us to call that out and hold them accountable. Ethan says he apologizes for everything he gets wrong and insists he never defends Israel.
Can you name one thing I've said in defense of Israel? Just one. Just one thing I've said in defense of Israel. Or like in defense of the IDF, really. I mean, you could defend Israel.
He even bragged that his wife apologized for calling international war criminal Yoav Gallant a really good guy, and claimed that he and his wife have no issue owning their mistakes.
You know, that's how mature people do. That's how how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
So, Ethan, Feel free to correct the record on your claims about Israel not targeting journalists, about Israel proper being a multicultural wonderland, about calling Ramallah a terrorist city while ignoring the fact that it's under illegal military occupation by a force known for actual terrorism.
Or actively trying to deplatform every pro-Palestinian advocate within your orbit for the crime of ever criticizing your fucking wishy-washy or defensive takes over Israel. Yeah.
And the rest of the issues I laid out. For the record, I see no reason to hold things over someone's head if they sincerely apologize. The issue with Ethan is that he spreads so much disinformation, and whenever he's called out for it, he just attacks his critics instead of actually apologizing. So his bloviating about how mature he and Hila are when it comes to taking responsibility is, frankly, insulting. It's understandable why everything tends to get transformed into internet drama slop content, even topics that deserve more respect and responsibility than the medium of beef videos can offer. But one thing we can't afford to downplay is the fact that these drama videos are unfolding while a genocide looms in the background. Don't forget that, no matter how much Ethan Klein and his contemporaries obfuscate that reality.
Great video by Overzealots. We're moving on fast away from this to much kinder, much gentler, much more fun times. Oh, okay. Well, I'm under attack. This was supposed to be I'm an hour and 20 minutes late. Well, wait, hold on.
Hey.
Okay. Let me raise your audio levels because you're going to be quiet.
Hello.
Mayahiga, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. She basically brought Rain to Los Angeles so that she could avoid playing basketball with me because I would cook her.
Take him outside. Take him outside. When did it stop raining, Hasan?
It's
when
no
did it
longer
stop raining today?
It's no longer raining, but
it's time.
It was raining before. I also had some other people that were supposed to play basketball with us, including 24K Golden and Pat and Mike from the Crash Dummies podcast. Pat and Mike are gonna be here later. I told them to come at hold on. They are okay, y'all can come whenever. If she brings rain, California should pay her law.
True.
Maya is trying to prevent a drought, and this is how you treat her, shaking my head. Yeah, no, I just wanted to sit there and watch YouTube videos. That's what.
Did you have fun at least? Did you guys all have fun?
I had a great time. I had so much fun.
Cool. I hung out with Kaya. It was nice.
Yeah. So, what is this? Click here to make chat feel jealous that they aren't petting Kaya. Oh my God. Look at the freaking... They're trying to be specific. So if it was a movie, please laugh. That, by the way, that like all of those noises in the background is exactly what the house is. Like my dad's phone constantly fucking ringing.
Guys, I'm going to make some Kaya edits.
Yeah?
Have you seen those reels where they edit dogs like cars?
No, but I love that.
I want to make a car edit.
She deserves it. Look at those jowls.
Yeah, that's a nice doggy.
Yeah. She's fat and wet.
Can I have sody?
And yeah. And smelly. But she's still the best girl. She's still the it girl. Dads always have their phones on max volume. Little Diet Dr. Pepper action.
Hasan's always got the freaking sodies. You have so many boxes of sodies.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, check this out. Pretty nice. So
Guess the animal sound game. 30 animal sound quiz. I love this. This is actually a fantastic game to play. It's going to be crazy though, because I'm going to cook Maya. She's going to be outed as a fraud.
All right, it's time.
Wash your dog instead of bullying her. She got wet this morning. I had no time to wash her. Song's most Americana quality is the soda stock. Yeah, it's true. More Kaya. Oh, yeah, I saw Anissa also post Kaya.
Okay. We're all dancing.
That's nice. Who's that? You have so many friends. It's weird.
Why is that weird?
Usually you have so many people that I don't know.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that you don't know. I'm sure you know a lot of people I don't know. I don't go around being like, why do you know so many people that I don't know?
I feel like you have a lot of friends.
I have a decent number of friends. What are you doing out here?
Me?
Yeah.
Filming wine about it. I'm doing a sponsor. Oh my God, speaking of which.
This went viral.
What? What is it?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't like this game.
You're filming another podcast as well. Not
yeah,
just wine about it.
We're filming tonight. Wahoo. Guys, it's actually time. What do you think we should talk about?
There is something happening. We are bringing an enemy into Fear and territory, which is fucked up.
It's been a long time. How long has Fear and existed?
Like 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah, you've never been on it.
You're right.
You've never been on it?
I refused.
No, I didn't want her to be on it.
That's.
I was actively petitioning against her coming on the podcast, even to this moment, to this very moment. Yeah, I was trying to give off signals. That's why I was watching a YouTube video that was like 3 hours long to be like,
don't show up.
yeah, don't come to my house. Ew, yuck. Noah Khan is a Bernie guy. Get him on Fear and
Dude,
Who?
if you got Noah Khan on Fear and I'm boycotting this house. I'm not coming here again.
What the
That
fuck?
would actually piss me off.
Don't show your phone. Make sure. I'm just saying.
You guys want to see my phone?
Either Wynat. Oh,
Abba.
it's cute. Can you ask Maya where she gets her jewelry from?
This one was a gift from my mom, and this one I bought at a boutique store in Austin, which doesn't help you at all. Oh my god. Here's my ring tour. I thrifted this one. This is one I got as a gift, and Stompy ate it, and he had to get it endoscopically removed when he was a couple weeks old. This one I thrifted. This one I thrifted. This is not. This is like to track my blood pressure or whatever the heck. I bought these 3 at a little shop yesterday, and this one was also a gift.
Wait, which one tracks? This one tracks your blood pressure?
Yeah,
It's not even tight enough, I feel like.
it is.
Does it do a good enough job?
It's
What's
to
your
tell
blood
me
pressure?
about my cycles,
I think I'm gonna get Noah Khan on.
so I know if I'm ovulating.
And I haven't even listened to a single song of his. How does that make you feel?
You know what? The only thing I listened to on the plane today,
What?
because it's one of the only
Phineas?
albums I have downloaded. Yes.
Phineas? Yeah, he's the man. We're boys.
Yeah, whatever.
It's fine.
Yeah, whatever.
It's not a big deal. You know. What's Maya's favorite
Maya's
place
only
of-
here so Phineas notices her. You're so right.
That's fucked up. I'm gonna poison the well. I'm gonna tell him nasty things about you, true things that you believe. All right, let's see what this podcast clip is.
Women's bodies. That is crazy that we didn't know about.
Okay.
It weird that at the ripe age of 30, I can still hear something that happens naturally to a woman's body that I have no clue about. It's called your decidual cast, and apparently sometimes when you are a uterus having person, instead of getting a period, you'll have this like malfunction where all of a sudden you'll have really horrible cramps, and then this thing will plop out of you.
Oh!
Like
And
they
it's a
say
baby?
it looks like raw meat.
Oh!
And it's almost shaped like your uterus, and it can be like heavy, like half a freaking pound type heavy is what I'm saying. Like plops out of you like a
Bro, women scare me. What the fuck is going on with your bodies, dude?
freaking
It's
egg.
terrifying.
And it's this malfunction that can happen to women where instead of your uterine lining coming out little by little like a period, it just happens all at once, and it like clumps together and falls out as a clump.
Wow, if that happened, okay, the fact that they don't teach you about that is crazy, because if this happened to me, I would think I had a miscarriage.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I learned something about
You wouldn't
women-
understand.
No, you're right. I would not. That is terrifying. Jesus Christ, dude.
Are these expensive?
I think someone left them. They're Saint Laurent, so probably, but someone left them in my house, so you can keep them if you want.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
I love coming to Hassan's house.
Yeah, people steal my shit all the time anyway, especially this one right here. This one.
She doesn't steal your shit.
Yes, she does. She'll
No,
say,
it belongs to her.
she'll openly say she steals my shit.
What's yours is hers.
Why
because
was there
she
no
made
warning?
you.
I was eating. What do you mean? Excuse me. The daily existence of women disgusts you to that degree? I'm
you have
sorry.
a problem with the little decidual cast?
Yeah. Before my hysterectomy, it would happen to me, and I'd faint. Went to the hospital thrice last year because of that shit. Jesus Christ, it happened 3 times.
Stop.
I'm a very lucky guy tonight.
I didn't know this.
Because I have the honor of introducing not only one of the great artists, songwriters, singers in Vermont, but actually somebody who is world renowned. He's marking countries throughout the world, but he hasn't forgotten.
Damn.
It's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen
It's
now.
not gonna happen.
I think it's I'm gonna DM him right now.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna DM him
Yeah.
right the fuck now.
You want to know who I DM'd last week?
What's his name? Noah Khan? What is it?
You don't. I swear to God, if you get a response, you can't even say his name. I'm gonna be so pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed.
What's his at? What's his at?
I'm not telling you. You should know. You should be following him already. You know who I DM'd last week, Hasan?
Is it Noah Kahan Music?
Josh Peck, Brenda Song, Megan Trainor, Peyton Manning, Teresa Caputo, Benson Boone, Nick Jonas, Joe Jonas, Kevin Jonas, Franklin Jonas, Corbin Blue, Taylor Lautner, Dylan Sprouse, Cole Sprouse, Bronny, Adam Lambert, Scott Whiting, Frankie Grande, and Jesse McCartney.
Why are you doing that?
Because me and Cutie were trying to get, we would need people on the pod because you guys got Phineas, so we wanted famous people. So we were like, you know what? Let's just hit them all up, see what happens. Nobody responded.
Bronny?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. Frankie Grande, I feel like you set your sights low on that one.
Hey,
no
yeah.
disrespect.
That is disrespectful, first of all. Guys, you got to shoot your shot, okay?
Yeah, you cast a very
Teresa
wide...
Caputo could go crazy. Look, I don't know anything about her besides she was on Long Island Medium.
Noah Kahan Music.
And that could go crazy, no?
Hey, man. Saw you with
What's up, Pants?
Bernie. Would love to have you on the
You see Fortnite Friday yesterday?
pod sometime. Yes, I did. There was some interesting information that came out of Fortnite Friday that people didn't actually focus on, but apparently he just casually slips up and says that Baron helped set up the stream.
Guys, have you ever heard of Alvea Sanctuary?
Viewers drop when you brought on the girl. This is I think, is this Connor Eats Pants? Wait, what did you say? What was your question? I'm sorry, I have a real celebrity in the chat. I got a little.
Nothing, it's fine.
I had a real celebrity in the chat, so I got excited. Pedro Pascal on the stream. We're working on it.
That guy, have you watched The Last of Us?
Yeah.
The new season?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
What do you mean? Have you not played the game?
No.
Were you not familiar with all of the fucking...
Spoilers! Chat.
I think everyone in this community
I don't know,
knows-
maybe not. If they haven't,
I'm pretty sure
we have to
everyone
tell
in this
them that we're gonna
community knows
spoil
when it was a major deal online for like a month. Let's get some follows to me before he closes the tab. Yeah, don't follow this guy.
Wait, no,
He
don't
gets
follow.
his-
How about we get some followers for Alvea
He
Sanctuary?
gets his interviews arrested, okay? Look at what happened to George Santos. Information that Connor Eats Pants got through his interrogation of George Santos, a political prisoner, was used against him in a court of law. And now he's going to prison for 7 years. I'm going to shake Connor now. That's right. I'm shaking him. Yeah, Connor did that, dude. Connor did that shit. Colby Covington is also going to jail now. And so is Adrian Dittman / Elon Musk. Connor is an enemy of the gays, clearly. Free Santos, free the zoo animals. Yeah, free the animals from... The animals just sit
I
there.
have some gay animals. You like
Don't follow
gay?
the zoo. The animals just sit there. Colby is going to work for RFK apparently. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Perfect Last of Us 2 clip for Maya. Oh yeah.
Actually invested in Shimmer's well-being than Dina at this point. If Dina dies, I'm like, fuck it, who cares? I am such a horse girl. Oh my god. Literally, I am turning vegan right now. With the I want to make sure that Shimmer is safe above all else. Always.
Get the other! Don't lose her! Go!
You're laughing. You're laughing. That's funny to you.
No!
That's a classic clip.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Shimmer. That was really sad. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, that's really messed up that you're laughing at that. That's fucked up.
Oh, that sucks.
You spoiled the show. I mean, yeah, that's probably gonna happen as well.
That shit, that really pissed me off, guys. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you
Good.
watched it, but it really pissed me off.
Good. Have you played Shadow of Colossus though? Very good horse. Yes. I didn't finish it though. Is this Maya approved?
You're so crazy for
This
just
is the
clicking on
world's
links like
first
that. I don't understand.
150,000-ton intelligent aquaculture vessel, Wosin 21, a floating fish farm the size of a football pitch. At 245-meter long and 45-meter wide, it houses 15 high-tech breeding cabins, each larger than 2 swimming pools. But what makes this floating fishbowl special? Constantly flowing seawater. Every hour of every day, fresh, clean water is pumped in
like
from
this?
15 meters below the ocean surface.
I don't know anything
This
about
keeps
it.
the fish healthy, the tanks clean, and mimics their natural environment. With just 30 crew members, The vessel can produce up to 3,600 tons of fish every year. This is the world's first.
Why don't they just put the fish in the ocean? Makes them harder to catch, I think. They can escape. Yeah. Seems better than the stagnant fish farming, but still crazy law. Okay, so Maya doesn't approve of this, chat.
I don't know that much about it. I don't know anything about it from a conservation perspective. It seems weird from a welfare perspective.
What do you think about the Trump administration finally unlocking the true potential of deep sea mineral mining and also changing legislation to no longer care about endangered animals?
Oh yeah, where'd you learn that one?
Wait, is that the one that you guys want me to people have been sending me this link. They're saying Maya's coming for your job.
It's true.
Is
Every time I post something political, Hasan DMs me and he says, "Yo, chill."
Yeah, yo, back up. Back up. That's my space. From a conservation perspective, how do you justify eating animals? Let me tell you, it's tasty. Okay. That's how I do it. I'm not speaking for her. I'm speaking for myself. Also, I'm an advocate for fake meat.
That's me.
What's up? You're doing a car rant, so I'm assuming you're gonna say some right-wing shit.
That's crazy.
That's how it works normally.
That's crazy.
That's how it works normally. Oh, they're here. The boys are here.
What? I'm scared. I don't know them.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, guys. The Endangered Species Act is the most efficient law that we have in protecting endangered species right now, all right? It means that we cannot kill them. It means we can't export them. It means that we have to protect their habitat. It means we have to have recovery plans. It means that we can't harm them, right? Right now, National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced a proposed rule to rescind the regulatory definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act and proposes the definition of take instead. I'm going to save you the mumbo jumbo. I'm just going to translate it. They want to replace...
Save us the mumbo jumbo. Yo, you're so good. You're just cutting right to it.
Thanks, Hasan.
You're cutting to the chase. I
from
like
you.
it. This is good. This is good political commentary.
Harm.
Even if it's coming from a woman, which I obviously don't think women should do political commentary. I don't think anyone should do political commentary. Just me.
With take. Wow. Why? Because harm includes significantly changing, disrupting, or degrading habitat. Because that would harm species, right? Because they need a place to live. Take just means that they can no longer take them, or that they won't take them, right, from their habitats.
Yeah, we'll just burn their house.
Isn't that crazy?
It's awesome. No, it's just we'll burn their house, but we won't actually directly kill them in the process. So it's good. No house for you. No more food for you. We'll burn your food supply. We'll burn your house. We'll destroy everything. We'll make it so that you can't survive and your species is eradicated. But we won't do it deliberately and directly by killing you. Cool.
Yeah. Removing the definition of harm removes all the habitat protections that comes with it. Why do they want to do this? Because it makes logging, drilling, mining, etc. possible. And that's going to hurt endangered species, and it's going to drive species to extinction. We have 30 days Until May 19th. Submit our public comment about how we feel about this. Alveus.
Someone said if I muted the audio, this looks like a Blue Lives Matter TikTok. It's true.
I didn't know there was a car meta.
But she doesn't have the Republican makeup. That's the thing. If you had the Republican beat face, this would literally be like, you probably could win more favor with the wine moms, like the MAGA moms, because they would be like, oh, she's one of us. What a kind girl. She cares about preserving wildlife. I think I care about it too. Yeah, you should do one in the car with the glasses on too. Because you gotta put it forward. You just look like a rapper now.
Oh.
You look cool.
Thanks.
You just look
I'm
cool.
not putting it forward.
Why not?
I'm not doing that.
I guess you don't give a shit about animals being fucking genocided.
What are you talking about?
That's what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen to the endangered species?
I don't even like coming here, man.
What's gonna happen to the endangered species? Yeah. What's good? You guys go shopping? Nice. All right. Well, we need one extra chair for one of you guys. This is Maya, by the way. Maya, Mike, and Pat. Mike and Pat have a podcast called Crash Dummies. They're very funny. Their only L is that they're from Milwaukee, but aside from that, they're super chill. Oh, I was trying to get her. I wear the hat all the time. I don't give a shit. Yeah, but you have so much. That's true. People, well, to be fair, people don't give a shit. They still complain and say I'm actually secretly a Trump supporter. If I am, I'm doing a bad job. Except for this, my Zintin.
You gotta stop with the Zins.
No shot. Why? Is it also fucking harming the environment? God
No,
damn
it's
it.
bad for you.
Maya has an animal sanctuary.
Oh yes, I was hearing about your basketball skills.
Oh.
Yeah, we were
After
supposed
this?
to we were ball up,
He's
but
like, we can't ball today. It's raining.
Are you from the LA?
wait,
No,
hold
I'm
on.
from the
Let
Bay
me
Area,
let me
though. But
open
I
up
live in
your
Austin.
mic. I'm gonna probably unshackle the noise gate on that. So there's gonna be an echo, most likely, chat. So don't fucking complain, okay? Because I have 4 guests and only 3 mics, and this is what we have to do. Hold on 1 second. Let's see.
How about we just take away yours?
Wow.
Wow.
That's funny. You're funny. You're quick. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
she's,
me.
When you see someone in a car, okay, let me ask you this. When you see someone in a car, right? Wait, hold on. Let me fix this real quick. Fix the noise gate. Let me turn off the noise gate on the 3rd mic. Boom. Okay, noise gate deactivated. Now they'll be able to hear you if you're in the proximity of the
3rd one?
Of the 3rd mic, yeah. Oh yeah, they got you. They can hear you. Okay. Okay, let me ask you this.
Not sharing
Okay.
the mic is crazy.
You see someone in a car like this, like doing a fucking video, don't you immediately assume this is like a right-wing person?
I want to say right wing.
Yeah. Oh, wow,
I feel
they're
like
being
they're about to
nice.
complain about something. Like
Yeah.
they have something really
I am
like,
complaining.
something
Yes.
pressing to say.
I would just think they're making like a 500 calorie or less meal at Chick-fil-A.
It does look like very like I'm about to try a meal in the car.
Yes, yes, yes.
And like rate it.
And rate it 1 through 10.
Yeah, instead she's trying to save the chickens.
Oh.
Not eat them.
It's nothing to do with you.
Oh, it doesn't? Like,
No.
he can literally, he's got, I legit thought.
I'm just lying. I'm lying. Everything I say about Maya is mostly a lie.
Yeah.
Is there still buzzing noises? Is that what's going on? Why are people saying buzzing? No. Is that mic still fucking busted? Oh, no. I hope
this one's
not.
busted?
I hope not. No? Oh, they're lying. Okay.
Oh, wow. Damn.
See, this is why
Group
I'm a
lying
bad-
is pretty elite.
Yeah,
it works.
This is why I'm a bad person, because they're a bad person and they give me the notes and then I become a bad person. Okay, that's what it is. No,
What was
there's
the actual video about?
Changes to the proposed changes to the endangered species.
She's advocating to kill more endangered species.
I see. Let me start believing him.
I'm not supposed to.
Am I?
Is he?
No, see, here's
Is
what
he
it
lying?
is. Here's
He's
what it
lying?
is, because she
Oh.
has an animal sanctuary, right? So she's like, oh, if we kill more endangered animals, then I will take care of them. It's an expert move. It's 5D chess.
What type of animals you have?
We have monkeys. We've got reptiles. We've got a cow. We've got
Monkeys?
Yeah. We have
Little
parrots.
baby one.
And cows.
Like
That's
little
like
tiny
a
one.
Like super
foxes. Someone likes the
monkeys.
cow.
That's a wide range of animals. Oh, that's a cute monkey.
His name's Appa.
Oh, that's fire. Yep.
Yeah. What do you guys podcast about?
Brain rot.
Yeah. We're for the people after they listen to the song. They can we'll smooth their brain over. Yeah, come get dumb. With all that information, come get dumb.
Yeah,
Come get dumb with your
funny.
boys.
It's very funny. There's a lot of there's a high pitched buzz, like an amp not being plugged in fully. Okay, well, there's no way to fix it. Okay, so
Refresh
calm
your
down.
tab.
There's nothing. No, that's not gonna work.
No,
it's just
it's
on
your
my
tab.
end. It's on my it's on the hardware
shit.
end.
Your fault.
Wait, someone clip it and send it to me. I'm gonna see how bad the buzzing is when they're talking. So, and then I'm gonna make a expert.
La, da, 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 da.
They are lying, bro. Is fine. I don't hear it. Okay, it can't be that fucking bad then. All right. So Maya and I were going to do this thing. Aside from covering how the Trump administration is going to do horrible, untold amounts of cruelty to endangered animals, they've also decided to destroy the natural habitat by unlocking access to critical deep seabed minerals, which is crazy that Noah's account is posting this, by the way.
I know.
This is like literal scientists, and they have fired all the scientists and now are just using the NOAA government Twitter account to say the next gold rush. President Trump unlocks access to critical deep seabed minerals. Historic executive order will boost economic growth, support national security. Not only am I worried about the environmental impact of deep sea mining, I also feel like we're gonna unearth some biblical creature. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna find something down there, and then it's gonna fuck up the world even further.
So are we against this?
I'm against it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm no longer fucking around. I'm no longer memeing. I am against it.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
We riding. If I don't understand, just go to Hasan and then riding, man. Let's ride.
What we say, whatever Hasan says.
Come on, no.
I don't say that.
She doesn't. She's a
No,
hater.
don't do that. I forgot what he said one time. I was like, I don't know if I actually ride with this all the way.
It was something.
He just said women shouldn't do political commentary.
I did
just
say
said
that just now.
No, he's trolling.
And you guys agree.
No, I didn't agree. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There's that one girl. There's that one girl on the right that does. What's her name?
There's a lot of girls
Cutie
on the right that do.
No. There's another girl that does. She's more right. It starts with. She was just on The Wire and she left.
Brett something.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, Brett.
What is her last name? Fuck. Am I Brett Cooper? Brett Cooper.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you, chat.
She's pretty popular.
It's like 10 people that got that. Good job, guys.
Yeah, she's popping. Wait, let's hear the buzzing. Okay, let's hear.
This.
I'm against it, yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'm no longer fucking around. I'm no longer memeing. I am against it.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
We riding. If I don't understand, just go to
I'm putting all the fucking audio files in the mines, dude. You're going to the coal mines, chatters. Okay, that's crazy. Like, that is so marginal. The buzzing is so fucking marginal. Y'all are on crack cocaine.
That's crazy.
You know what it is? It's because they have like $700 like studio headphones, and they're like, I can hear your hair follicles move, and it's bothering me.
Yeah, turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, my sensitive Zoomer ears is like, you'll be fine. All right, speaking of animal noises, we're going to do a Guess the Animal Sound game. 30 animal sounds quiz, wildlife trivia. I don't even know how we're going to play it, though.
We close our eyes?
I guess.
No,
but hold on.
I'm guessing they won't show it on a Guess the Sound video, Mike.
They might show. They might.
No, they didn't do that.
After the fact.
Yeah.
Okay, that was number one.
Whoa. We
Guess
missed
the
it.
sound. You want me to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a camel.
Spoiler.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, yeah.
Wait, go again?
Bro, it's too late. We already saw it.
Oh, I gotta guess a cow. I said, close your eyes. Oh, it sounds like he's complaining.
I think it's a camel.
I think it's a camel too.
Not camel. All right,
No,
next
camel.
one.
Elk. Camel's later. Like, right? You were hovering over the
Yeah, she might be right.
I don't know.
I think
This is hard.
You said elk?
Yeah, but I think it's
I think it's a cow.
I think it's a cow too.
Honestly, cow is the one that's the misdirection.
That's
Like,
how they only can trick you on the first one because it's like, oh, why would we throw you something so easy? Let's go cow. I'm not mad that I got it wrong with cow.
Okay, chat. You have to keep track of who gets it right and who gets it wrong and what our answers are.
Are we doing that?
We're all getting it wrong every time.
What did you hear?
3, 2, 1. A stag. I was close.
It's an ungulate.
Wait, so does that? Wait, hold up.
They're both
Did you
deer.
get it right?
I win.
No, it's a stag.
Can you?
It's not.
Are we
An
playing like that?
Elk is a deer. Like, this is some other deer
Okay,
species. It's not an elk though.
Okay, a cow has 4 legs, so I was also close.
You're so right.
Yeah. This is
Everybody gets
kinda
points
like,
except for Hassan.
No,
Yes.
I said cow
Perfect.
too.
Count it.
No, you didn't.
Perfect.
You said camel.
Yeah, you switched up. You actually entered 2
did say
answers,
camel.
which disqualifies
Well, this looks
you.
like
I
a
also
camel.
didn't say anything, so
Yeah, 0.
I
So
feel
that's the
like
point.
I'm gonna be
1,
honest,
0, 1.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like a stag is kind of like the camel of the north.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Somebody's gonna correct you
Like
so
they
bad.
kind of look like. That was very good. It sounded
No,
exactly
it sounded
like-
really good though.
Yeah.
The camel of the north.
Yeah.
I say
Wait.
1110.
Camel is closer to deer than
1,
cow,
1,
in
1.
my opinion.
Oh, they
Thank
said-
you.
Who's 0? Which way are they
I'm
reading?
Hassan
zero.
0.
Hassan
Okay.
0. Okay, bet.
Okay, bet.
Stag is just a male. It's an elk.
Oh, it's an elk?
You can't ride them? Are you kidding me? They ride them in like all the fantasy novels and shit. What are you talking about? They're
Isn't that the
definitely
one-
rideable.
What's the movie about the train?
Snowpiercer?
Thomas the Tank.
No, the like cartoon version.
Oh, Polar Express?
Yeah. Isn't that on
All right, let's move on. We got so many more. 30 animals.
It's 30 animals? Oh yeah,
I told you gotta close your eyes. And I told you
Oh, dude, easy.
Tiger.
Fucking easy. That's,
Tiger.
A lion.
I was going to say lion.
I'm gonna say tiger.
I think it's the lion.
Just a little bit more bass. It has to be a tiger.
Lion.
I'm just trying to be different. What's the point of tying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to win.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. That's 1 point for me.
This is a test to see if you go with the norm.
What the fuck? That's not.
Oh no, we need that one again. Hold on.
Wait,
Come
what
on, no
the
redos.
fuck was that, bro? Hold on.
I'm gonna go.
I think it's also a lion. No, I'm kidding.
It's like it's an attacking bird.
No, it's a geese, but I don't know. I don't know if it's actually.
Yes, it does sound like a
I
geese.
see. This is the problem. Like, do you go with the obvious answer, or is it like supposed to be some very specific bird that they're gonna mention?
It's definitely not specific because they said stag. So I think goose is the answer.
What are you, an animal expert?
Yeah.
I think the answer is goose.
I'm gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna say pelican.
I'm also gonna say a Midwest goose at that.
Canadian,
Yeah, I love it.
Canadian geese.
Pelican.
That's weird. That's definitely a Midwest. I should get extra points for that.
Yeah.
You could tell Chicago.
Okay, guess the sound is coming up.
Eagle. I'm gonna go eagle or falcon.
I'm not even joking. I think you might be right.
It's a great guy.
I'm gonna go falcon.
No, that's actually
what, the first one or the second one?
Because
I've guessed multiple times.
I'm going hawk.
Oh my god, that's tough. I'm gonna go
I don't think it's eagle because
I'm gonna say falcon.
The eagle noise is more like screechy almost.
Okay.
But this is more of a whistle tone.
I'm gonna go falcon.
Falcon?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go falcon with him.
Okay. All right. So falcon. You said hawk.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it. I'll go with eagle then. Fuck it. Why not?
It's hard
shit.
doing this with chat. I feel really gaslit.
I know. We gotta almost like not look at the chat.
Thank God I can't read that far.
Oh, it's a seagull.
It's gonna be a seagull.
No
Chat's
way.
Oh!
No.
I was right. Let's fucking go. Hey yo.
Negative point though.
Congratulations.
Negative point.
That was a wild guess.
No,
And you're a bird girl. You fucking love
Look,
birds.
I've been off the bird train for a while, okay?
Yeah, you like
I'm
bugs
about the
too
bugs
much.
now.
Yeah, you're a bug girl now.
I've switched
jealous.
sides.
Let's fucking go. Oh my god, that's the real sound of freedom.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy that they just like gaslit everybody into thinking that like the eagle actually doesn't have this lame ass noise and it actually has the like the cool noise is crazy.
Why didn't we should have like pushed for the lion. You would think is like our because eagle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. Why did they go with a bald eagle? Like, who made that decision?
I don't know.
I feel like you're sitting in the room, okay? Everyone's got their fucking makeup on and their powdered wigs and stuff. Like, someone's like, oh, I want a bald eagle. Like, nobody was like, I like a tiger.
That's too like not American though.
But at
tiger?
the time,
Oh, yeah, tiger.
Like lions.
why
Yeah,
not?
It's too
lions
not
is like
American.
more Africa. We're
Well, right, lions wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, what about bear? I feel like a Kodiak bear.
California flag.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, bears are
Cougar,
badass.
so we said.
mountain lion.
Could have been a turkey. Oh, thank
Turkeys!
God it wasn't, bro.
I love turkeys.
Oh my God.
Do you think it's a turkey we'd eat turkeys?
What?
Do you think if it was a turkey, if they chose a turkey,
Oh, would we eat
would
them?
we still
I
eat
think
them?
so, yeah.
You think so?
For sure. Bro, if it was a turkey, that would be so lame. I feel like America would not be able to dominate the planet as much. Everyone would joke about how lame we are.
Yeah.
Turkeys are, come on.
I love turkeys.
They got like a ugly ass ball sack right on their face.
Guys, how do you?
No. What? Messed up.
That was a good one.
That's messed up. It's my goiter. Fucked
like
up.
turkey like that. Do you have one?
Oh wait, hold on.
Next one.
Oh no.
Easy.
Toad.
Easy.
You gotta do wrong answers only for this one.
Toad.
Frog.
Toad.
Is there a difference between a frog and a toad?
I don't know. I
Yes.
just feel like they're not gonna put frog. They're gonna put toad.
All toads are frogs.
It's a
not all
bullfrog.
toads are- Frog.
Fucking got him.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, just like the one you have at your sanctuary.
It's also a frog. Yep.
Yeah.
Do you how many frogs you got?
I have one. He's an African bullfrog.
Yeah.
I love those.
This is an American bullfrog.
Yeah, he's fat as fuck.
Yeah,
it's
he's a
crazy.
big guy. But they're
He's
meant to be
super
that
fat.
way.
He's super fat. Georgie. And when you hold him, it's like weird. It's like he's got like it's like a bag.
Wait, he has a new enclosure. Go to the Alveus channel. Is it up? Guys, Georgie got a new enclosure yesterday. It's a freaking mansion. He's got a waterfall. He has thunder. He has lightning. He has a rain machine.
Wow.
And he has new fish friends.
It's Georgie.
Yeah, his name's
Georgie.
Georgie. Mods, hurry. Oh, look. See, there's his underwater cam. Those are his fish friends.
This
Yeah, this is the sanctuary.
Yeah, this is the actual.
These are our rescued animals. That's Abbott. He's a crow.
Oh,
Here's
there
Georgie.
it is.
Look, there he is.
Wow. Georgie.
Georgie in his new enclosure with his underwater cam.
Doesn't he look like he'd have like a British accent? Like, "Hey, good day,
Is it
mate."
true, like, because I always see like African bull frogs
Uh-huh.
that they don't really have a perception of how big other things are, like when they're trying to eat it.
He will eat huge. He eats mice.
Nice, Georgie.
Georgie.
Yeah, he just kind of goes after things that move.
Fucking hell, he's got the fishies.
No girlfriend, huh, Georgie?
No, just him.
Yeah, when are you gonna get him a girlfriend?
It's just him, man. We don't need more Georgies.
This is it, Georgie. How long do they live for?
Like 30 to 45 years in captivity.
Wow. How old is Georgie?
He's like 4.
Oh, damn.
Young.
Yeah, he's got a ways to go.
Long life. He's like a teenager, right?
This is him all day. This is what he does.
Like a middle schooler now, technically.
Is he one of the gay frogs? Because they've turned the friggin' frogs gay. Are you sure? Have you tested it?
You know what? He could be a gay frog.
Yeah. How could you know? How could you know?
He could be gay.
Yeah, he probably is.
Oh my God, he's moving.
He's moving.
That was awesome.
He definitely hears you talk.
Yeah, he's like,
he definitely hears you calling him gay.
Hey, mate, I'm not fucking gay. I enjoy a shag every now and then. Maya's not giving me any fucking ladies in my enclosure. She talks about luxury. Someone said buy erasure. Yeah, here's me holding Georgie.
Look at his butt. Wait, show
Yo,
his butt.
He's huge.
That's explaining him.
Yeah, he's big as
That's
fuck.
so funny.
But it's crazy because like when you hold him, you realize like a lot of that is just like it's just an area to hold stuff, I guess.
Oh, it's just hair?
Yeah.
Oh, because they have semi-permeable skin, so they can soak things up through their skin. It's good for gas exchange. It's bad for chemicals and stuff.
Got it.
And he it's like a bag. It feels like a bag.
Yeah, he's like a water balloon.
Yeah.
He doesn't try to
Can
jump.
I touch him now?
Yeah.
He done jumping?
Oh!
He can jump a little bit. I
It's
saw him do a
so
backflip one
weird.
time. It was awesome.
Hi.
Whoops it all at the family reunion.
Why,
once a year.
why not?
All right, you want to hold him?
Yeah, I want to hold him.
Actually, you're gonna be better at holding him than me, because your hands over here.
Because he's gay. And I'm a
Are
guy.
you
That's
censoring
what it
his
is, right?
butt?
That's what
No,
you meant.
I'm trying to
Your
push him onto
hands
your
are
hand because
bigger
he's backing up. You gotta hold him behind his legs, dude.
Oh,
Like put
okay.
your thumb behind his leg.
Like
you're
that?
Your glasses.
You're bad at that.
He's backing out of here.
You're
All
bad
right, I
at
got him.
that. Oh. All right, Hasan is holding Georgie.
He's so cool.
It looks like you're selling
He's
ShamWow
so
right
big.
now in an
He's
infomercial.
really big.
Yeah.
This is
Such
the-
a big boy.
yeah, this is an African bullfrog. He's
the
pretty
bear.
much full grown
Has he? Oh, he's full grown. He
now.
hasn't grown since then.
And
I think actually
he's
he
an
has.
amphibian, which means that he
Full grown in
soaks
your
things
hand.
up.
I think he's a little bigger.
semi-permeable skin,
No.
so he can soak things up through his skin. And because it's
I'm hitting the same
a
lines.
script, you know, I got a script.
Hitting the
It's
same
exposed.
script.
That means it's a common question.
Yeah.
So I asked the right question. I feel good. There's no
Okay.
such thing as a dumb question until it's asked.
Yeah, Georgie's a part of the ADL. Yeah. Defend it, not ADL, EDL. Defend England. Yeah, no fucking migrants. That's what he says. He's racist.
No, he's not.
I feel like I heard this before.
We
Yeah.
hear it all the time.
Crow.
Is there a crow? Yeah, I was gonna say crow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what exactly it sounds like. Yeah. All the movies. So you know you're about to die in a horror movie.
Okay, this is like basic. I've pretty much gotten all these
Yeah.
right. I'm just saying. Like,
Pretty good.
It's like trivia for a stag was probably the toughest one though.
You guys know the difference between a crow and a raven?
They're both black.
True.
We'll start off with that. Both brothers.
crows are smarter than ravens.
Not necessarily.
Crows.
Wait, I
Ravens
crow-
were like more fluffier.
No, crows.
Ravens are, yeah.
Oh, is that it?
That's part of it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I feel like I see. I've never seen a
I don't
raven.
think I've ever seen a raven.
But
Ravens are much bigger.
Do they travel in packs? Crows.
They,
more?
yeah,
Murders.
They all hang out together.
That's
yeah.
what it's
They
called.
travel in murders.
Yeah.
Is that the difference?
They both travel in groups, or they both have groups.
Okay.
Ravens have like a curved upper beak, and crows have like a straight upper beak.
Mm-hmm.
And then crows' tails are more of like a fan shape, and then ravens' tails have a V shape. Oh well, here you go. here's all the things. And then, yeah, but mostly it's just ravens are
Nothing
much
like
bigger.
a good old
And
cartoon
fluffier.
graphic.
They got,
to
like,
describe
the
it.
beard going on.
If you see crows in the park, you're supposed to give them unsalted peanuts. Salt can hurt them.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Can hurt all
Don't give
of
them
us.
salted peanuts.
Don't give them salted peanuts. There's a fucking chatter in here that always baits me into reading whatever he has to say, and it always ends up with, if you go to the park and you feed crows. Never give them salted peanuts. They like hard-boiled eggs and unsalted peanuts.
Nice protein. They like protein.
Why'd you show that picture graphic? I was trying to see the actual difference.
Yeah.
They're like the same size in the thing.
And you should give ducks frozen peas, not bread.
Yeah, bread's bad.
Really?
Yeah.
We fed.
Wait, ravens are smarter? I thought crows were like the smartest birds because they can use tools and shit.
Ravens can too.
Okay, that's scary. I don't know what's up with those birds. They're a scary bird type. I don't know.
George!
Okay. All right, guess the sound. Number 7. Okay.
come on now.
Yeah, I wonder what this is. A dog.
I want a hamster. Domesticated hamster.
That's crazy that they put this in here. Like, did they run out of fucking animals? Like, really?
No, it seemed like it's.
I feel like they're trying to like dumb you up a little bit. Like, go ahead and get some right. Get on the street.
Yeah. Feel confident.
Yeah.
I keep dried peas in my car to feed birds. What the fuck? Bro, this is a video for children? Yeah, stupid children. Yeah. Give us some for smart kids. Monkey.
But that's like, I wish they would just give us, if it says monkey, then this is way too simple. It should be a type of monkey.
Capuchin monkey. That is a capuchin. What? That is not that crazy, guys.
That was crazy.
You fucking
that was crazy.
That's like a very
That was
common
Ultra
species of
Instinct.
monkey.
What
Definitely,
the fuck?
definitely aura farming.
My albino cousin looks just like that too.
That's crazy.
I used to have a capuchin monkey on my line.
I got an albino
as my
cousin, too.
string,
You do?
as a zookeeper.
It looks just
As
like
a zookeeper, they were what?
I had one on my string as a zookeeper. Her name was Crazy.
Was she crazy?
Yeah.
Did she attack people?
Yeah.
Because they're actually fucking super
They
violent,
can-
right?
yeah, they're
Are
really
those the ones
dangerous.
that chill in like they're chilling in jacuzzis?
Those are macaques.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the macaques are the ones who also fuck like crazy, right?
A lot of primates fuck like crazy.
No, but the macaques specifically, like there's bonobos are the ones that specifically
They fuck
fuck
like
like they do like incest and stuff. They're
100% of them, by the way, engage in bisexual behavior.
Oh, really?
They all fuck each other. All of them.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
There's
Bonobo
no
parties.
heterosexuality in bonobos.
That's the nickname, bonobo parties?
I just made that up.
That's crazy. They're the ones that sexually assault deer. That's wild. They're hitting way above their fucking weight class with that one.
No, that's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Insane fact that person
Bonobos be
knows
clapping
also.
cheeks indiscriminately. Owl.
What kind of owl?
Barn owl.
Great horned owl.
Yeah, what she said.
Yeah, brain horn.
Yo! What the
I heard
fuck?
who?
Yo,
I've
you're a
never
fraud.
seen-
You're a fucking fraud.
Delete the VOD.
Yo, you're a fraud.
Delete the VOD.
You guys want sodas?
I got us.
Yeah,
Dude, I love pigeons.
Wow.
They got Diet Dr. Pepper, zero sugar cream soda, Diet Dr. Pepper Zero, Diet Dr. Pepper Regular, Canada Dry, Diet Mountain Dew. It's protein shakes.
My energy drink for now.
Not
It's all
enough.
diet.
Not enough.
Can you play it again?
Yeah, flag on the play. Flag on the play. This is wrong. The video is wrong, actually.
No, seriously though. I didn't
No,
hear
it's
enough,
it's yeah. I think you can hear it at the end. Now that you know it's a pigeon, it feels like really.
No, it still sounds like an owl.
Oh,
I don't fault you for that. I still believe in you also.
thank you.
I believe in you. This is very deceptive.
I no longer believe in you.
No, the last
I'm 0 for
monkey
2
one.
birds.
She convinced me with the last one. She can do no wrong for the rest.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. She aura farmed and then minus 10,000 aura.
She's even now. Not bees, but
Wasps?
Hornets.
Hornets. Yes.
That's what I thought too.
I'm gonna go wasps. I'm just trying to be different.
I feel like hornets. If it's
Oh my god! I just realized I've done this to I Did a Thing as well, where he never lived it down. I Did a Thing. My buddy from Australia, he's like a big fisher. He does like spearfishing and stuff, and he prides himself.
It's the wolf dog. You still have the albino
Oh
tab
my
open.
god! I was like, what the fuck is happening?
I thought I heard whining. I was like, this sounds like Aquila or Awa, and it was
Yeah, she got wolves,
wolf dogs.
wolf dogs, wolf hybrids.
Where's he at? Wisconsin? Oh, fire.
Why is she crying?
They do that every day.
Wait.
It's not crying necessarily.
Did she
Yeah.
miss you? Is that
That's
why?
Awa, and Aquila's here too.
She's like, where's Maya?
No.
But her tail is tucked under cheeks.
I don't know what she's.
Was
how
the
at.
frog stuff, was it here? Or was it?
Same channel, yeah.
Okay.
There we have live
Bro,
cams
this
and
kind of
audio
feels
enclosures.
like no disrespect. I know the Muslims are gonna get mad at me for comparing this, cause like, but it sounds like a call to prayer almost. Like it sounds like Ezan from afar. I swear to God. Maybe. Oh well, Turks are wolf descendants. You know, is holy. That's what it is. She's saying protect the dolls. Yeah, that's what she's saying.
What is that?
The dolls? Do you know? Oh, you don't know what dolls are?
No, I'm like 6 weeks Twitter sober.
Oh wow.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Everybody,
Congrats.
thank you.
Honestly, if you had told me you're like 6 weeks sober from a drug, I wouldn't have gave as big as a congrats.
It's hard, man.
Yeah, Twitter's tough.
I pay someone to give me a recap though.
Shut the fuck up. Are you
Swear to God.
serious?
I pay young Jeff 2 vodka crans a week to give me a Twitter recap.
Vodka
Called the
cran.
MAYAHIGA bar tab. Keeps me healthy.
That's funny. Yeah, the doll is a term for trans women.
Oh.
Like a specific term for like a specific type of trans woman, I guess.
Oh. Huh?
Yeah. Right? Isn't that right? I think dolls slang from the 1980s ballroom scene, Maya, not Twitter. Yeah.
You got some real fact checkers in here.
Double screen fact checkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an affectionate term. So when people say protect the dolls, they're talking about protect trans women.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is. It's
So
a term
good
of
term, right?
Yeah, it's a term of
But sometimes
endearment.
it'd be words that it's like, oh, this is offensive, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, I didn't know it in the moment.
Okay, these wolf dog hybrids are so fucking cute. Oh my god.
Oh, didn't they bring back a
dire wolf?
Dire wolves, yeah.
Okay, let's hear
Was
what
that-
Maya's
is that the
take
Game of
is.
Thrones?
What do you think about that? Because I have some. I'm not the biggest fan. What do you think?
So okay. So there's this company called Colossal Biotech or Biosciences, the biotech company out of Dallas. They released this piece where they said that they brought back the dire wolf from extinction. That is the first time that dire wolves have howled in 10,000 years. I think that the controversy is that the way that they did it is they had DNA from dire wolves from like skulls and teeth,
Yeah.
which is sick from like 72,000 years ago or something. That's very cool. But they didn't actually like insert that DNA into another animal and like make an actual dire wolf. They compared that DNA with a gray wolf DNA, and they genetically engineered a gray wolf essentially to look like a dire wolf. So they took all the traits that made it look like a dire wolf and then put it into a gray wolf, put that embryo into a surrogate dog, and then birthed what they're calling a dire wolf, but it is an animal that looks like a dire wolf. It's like
So it's not a dire wolf.
Yeah.
it's technically no. I mean, it's
So-
semantics, but no,
It's
it's
a
not.
gray wolf.
It's a gray wolf that
Yeah.
looks like a dire wolf.
Gotcha.
Did you guys hear about that? Forever ago, they tried to genetically modify tomatoes to be more frost resistant, and so they spliced in winter flounder genes because they have this like antifreeze in them, so that they don't freeze in really cold water. So they tried to
Tonight
slice
we
in the
wanna-
genes of this flounder into tomatoes. So in this example, it would be like calling that tomato a fish.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't make it a dire wolf.
I feel like a fish and a tomato are so different than what like a
No, I get
gray
it.
wolf
I
and
get
a
what
dire
you're- I
wolf.
get what you're doing.
If I made a human be hairy all over, and have like a shorter nose bridge or whatever, and it looked more like a chimpanzee, I'd be like calling that human a chimpanzee just because it looks like one. How's that? It's not the same.
Better.
Generally speaking, though, the technology that's come out of this and the science that's come out of this could be incredible for conservation. It could also be really bad. So
Yeah.
It depends on how they use it.
Remember, we're gonna create the first aliens right here on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is. I'm such a fucking luddite when it comes to stuff like this, where I'm just like, I would rather work on preservation and conservation rather than trying to bring back species that we've made extinct.
So they have cloned 4 red wolves, which are critically endangered right now. The same company. So and they're doing work with northern white rhinos and a few other things. They are doing that as well.
Are they
but
going to be fucked up? Are we going to find out that there's something severely wrong with them?
These guys?
No, the red wolves and the rhinos.
No, they should. Not that I know of yet.
We don't have any more rhinos.
White rhinos, northern white rhinos, like no.
We just
Black
like
rhinos
we just release them
also
into
no.
the wild and they just start fucking up all the rhinos. They just beat the shit out of them.
Okay, cool thing though. Sorry, I'm not gonna go on a tangent for too long
They're
about
like,
this.
we're the mutated superior rhinos. There's like rhino racism. You know what I mean? Like the genetically modified rhinos kill all of the non-genetically
Okay,
modified
shut up.
ones.
So, one cool thing that could come out of this.
I'm just
oh my
saying.
god! Oh, the northern quoll in Australia is this critically endangered little. It kind of looks like a rat with stripes in Australia, right? Cane toads are invasive in Australia. Cane toads are toxic to like every endemic predator in Australia. In South America, where they're native to, all of the endemic predators have like evolved a resistance to that toxin. So like they can live with cane toads because they've had like forever to evolve that, right? If they genetically alter northern quolls in Australia, it's just like one gene that they can genetically alter in Australia. It makes them like 3,000 times more resistant to cane toad toxins.
Okay,
so
that sounds
this is
so
exciting.
dangerous.
Okay, but it's exciting because that's it. Cane toads are a problem. They're an invasive species. It's a problem that we introduced. And so by introducing a solution to a human-caused problem, maybe that's cool. You know,
I'm
maybe
gonna be
that's
honest. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the genetic modification that we're gonna tweak on the what did you say, the endemic species that are being destroyed by the cane toads. They're gonna go back and do another emu war style situation. They're gonna take over. They're gonna take over the island.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I just want them to offer this.
Aussies
to
already
humans.
took a L with the emu wars. They're gonna take another L now.
maybe. We'll see.
I want them to offer this to humans. Like I sign up to be genetically.
Like Elon Musk, he has Neuralink. This is basically that.
Does Elon have that, you think?
No, I think it's mostly bullshit.
Yeah.
Emu.
Do not let Elon Musk do this. I just don't trust Elon Musk at all.
This has nothing to do with Elon Musk.
No, I know. And the CRISPR stuff is like, I mean, I like I go back and forth on the Gattaca style future of like having, on the one hand, I'm like, do I want the next LeBron as my child? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Like you have the option of
color and
having,
everything?
sure, why not? I don't give a shit. It's
Okay.
awesome.
Brad Pitt.
I don't care about anything other than dunkability.
Yeah, I feel
Like I want my next of kin to be 40 dunking on 20-year-olds.
Why are we playing basketball right now?
Because it just got bright.
Because
outside.
it was raining.
Yeah, if we went to
6
the
hours ago.
No, but if we went to the course right now, they'd be still wet. They'd still be wet.
I just like that LeBron's never too far from a conversation. Always remember that. He's never too far from being connected to it. Start off with dire wolves. We're here at LeBron.
Yeah.
Go.
You can always insert LeBron. Yeah. Some might say, someone say after LeBron, the GOAT of basketball might go extinct like the direwolf, you know what I mean? Unless we clone him.
You know who are investors in this company?
Who?
Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, Paris Hilton, Peter Jackson. Who else?
How do they make money? Is it like government contracts and stuff like that?
It's a for-profit company. So I think just a bunch of private investors.
That's weird.
But
It
like,
is-
how,
it
what's
is
the
weird.
like? What's the return? That I'm saying, like,
Well,
I
eventually,
don't
when
know.
they fucking tell you, like, we're
Peter
gonna
Jackson put
genetically,
10 million in this
we're gonna
company.
genetically modify your next of kin to be LeBron. That's
it.
what's gonna
Yeah.
be the moneymaker. And then you get to Gattaca, where the rich have like full blown genetic modification, and the poor don't, and then they get slotted into different categories in society. Have you guys not seen Gattaca? I guess no one has seen it. It's a great movie.
I gotta check out the movie.
It's an amazing movie.
what would you modify then?
If I were to modify,
if you could,
easy.
just like one thing though,
Like-
height, weight,
In a child?
Oh, only one
athleticism,
thing?
just one thing.
You
Just,
saying it in himself?
no,
in
in
my
his
next
kid?
of kin,
Okay.
yeah, not
if they
one
could be
thing.
excel at one thing, just
Yes.
like,
Not
Fuck.
getting cancer.
Basically, it's him though, because he's thinking about his traits.
Yeah, I'm not getting cancer. No, fuck that. I don't care if he as long as he's great for
Who said that?
what.
They're ruining it. Not
What are
getting
you saying?
cancer. How is
No,
that
she
like?
did, mine
Oh
did.
god! What the fuck?
Yeah, no, she's giving like a smart answer, which is lame. I don't even care if he gets cancer later down the line. Also, everyone's getting cancer at a certain point at this point, so you'd feel left out. I don't know. Probably athleticism. Like
Okay.
if that's like one catch-all, I would go athleticism.
What kind of athleticism? Like baseball, hand-eye coordination,
Vertical.
basketball, or football? Like what kind of
Basketball.
basketball type of coordination?
Basketball for sure, because I feel like it's more applicable to virtually everything else.
Yeah.
I feel it.
So you're basically just Ty Jerome at this point from the Cavaliers, just like a
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Someone said disc golf athleticism. Hairline fix? No, I don't care about that. That's easy. You can just go to Turkey. Quick trip to Turkey, get that shit fixed up. But if I were to do like, I would max out everything. I would max out everything. Intelligence, charisma, like a fucking,
Charisma? I don't.
like a slider, like a slider on a video game. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. People be like, no, you have to make this balance. I'm like, nah, fuck that.
I feel like charisma is very like you can't really like. It's not like
It's not an explainable thing.
Yeah. It's very different.
Because what is charisma?
It's not a genetic
Like if
thing,
you were to rank charisma out of the four of us, like how would you rank that?
Ooh, that's a tough
1,
question.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm number 4, obviously.
Hassan has no charisma because he can't make eye contact.
You know, I actually believe Hassan was. I actually believe Hassan did have autism too.
No, Hassan. She said he can't make eye contact, and then he looks all three of us in our eyes for the first time today. I was like, I didn't even notice Hassan hasn't looked at me. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, because I'm streaming. It's not because I can't. Dude, if anything, this gave me autism. Maybe RFK was right. You can get autism from computer.
No joke.
Everything's computer. Now I'm looking at you guys on purpose.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird though.
I'm looking deep into your eyes.
You're way too deep right now.
Now you don't like it. Okay. All right. What were we doing? Oh, we were doing the fucking animal test. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna be like zebra next or something.
The zebras don't make noises.
What was this one? Oh, this swarm of bees.
Bees.
Does hornets count or no?
Sure.
Donkey,
easily a donkey.
I was about to say elephant at first.
Or my Uncle James, whatever.
Donkey.
Oh, it sounded like an elephant at first.
That's a nice pic too. I know a guy that's just like that.
Okay, that sounds exactly like the donkey. What the fuck?
That sounds. That's a bear. That's a. Oh.
I don't know. I'm gonna say bear.
I think grizzly bear.
No, now it's a camel.
Oh, because of the.
Oh, it is a camel.
No, I think it's a bear.
I think it's a camel.
Oh, it might be the camel. Spoiler, yeah.
He knew where he was when he saw it in the
put the cursor over, would he?
No, I didn't. Horsey.
Horsey.
Zebra.
You guys know Hassan's a horse girl?
Yeah.
He loves horses. Why that picture?
Yeah, it's like the.
Yeah, it's kind of like the donkey picture too.
You're a horse girl too. Okay, now it's an owl, right?
No, that's like a smaller bird. I'm not hearing.
What? Okay, what do you think it is? I think it's an owl.
I don't think it's an owl.
Oh, I like that. It's like something like a red robin or something.
Yeah, something different.
Okay, Maya's not even answering.
Okay. I think it's like aquatic. It's giving aquatic to me.
Whoa.
So I would say either like a grebe or like a
grebe?
A grebe or like a loon.
The fuck does that even mean?
Or a cormorant.
I don't even know what
Those are
any
my
of those
three
things
guesses.
that you just fucking made up.
Oh
No
my
way.
God.
Get fucking wrecked!
This is horrible.
Get fucking wrecked!
Did you stay
This
with
is
owl?
horrible.
Yeah.
You're just staying very simple. Like you're not.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
yeah.
not taking no risk.
Cope.
You don't want it bad enough.
No, you don't want
This
it
is
that
terrible
risk.
for
This is
me.
not fun playing with you, Hassan.
I'm sorry. I'm too fucking good, dude. What the hell? Also, you're a fraud. You're a fucking fraud.
I said I'd be bad at
Do
this
you
game.
even care about animals? What is this shit?
No.
Might just need headphones. That's all.
I don't even like them.
Someone's gonna bring a bird to you to be like, "Hey, can you take care of this?" You're gonna be like, "What is this? A fucking pigeon? What the fuck is this?"
That didn't sound like owl to me.
Yeah, you're gonna give the owl pigeon care. I don't know.
Shut up, play the
The
video.
worst thing is that you can go on YouTube right now and play owl sound. It probably will sound different than this one.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of different owls.
Yeah, this is a different kind of owl. That's it?
Oh, I don't know.
That was so short. What the fuck? Maybe an 8? Could be an 8.
Yeah,
I'm going with some deck.
It's what would attack me like that? Lunge at me. That's like
it's like a cat.
Mountain lion.
Something like that's a cat.
I'm going mountain lion.
Because you see how he jumped too? That's how you would jump.
They don't really have a roar, but it sounds like an aggressive, like
I think
a
it
deep
was a
voice.
2003 Ducati. That's what that was.
Some type of cat.
What do you think?
I think I agree. It kind of sounds like an ape, but it also could be a big cat. I have no idea.
I think it's a gorilla.
I'll go.
I'll be mad if Hassan gets this right.
I'll go baboon.
What did Hassan
You
say?
said gorilla.
If it's a gorilla, I quit.
Probably not.
You saw this before, this gorilla. Accusations.
Let's see. I don't know.
No, if it's a gorilla.
Yo.
You saw this before. You're lying. No, you're lying. You're lying.
I told you.
No. You're.
You definitely watched this video before.
You had an hour before you hopped on stream before we
Pre-watch.
left after our workout.
Someone sent this to me on stream, so
Pre-watch.
there's no way I could have watched this.
Paid
Oh my god, bro, I am fucking goated. What are you talking about? They call me Steve Irwin around these parts.
Definitely a pre-watch.
Irvin.
Irwin. I'm ESL. Don't make fun of me. Do you speak Japanese? Exactly. That's what I thought.
Fucking ESL. I've never heard that as an excuse. Man speaks perfect English.
Okay, mister, I'm from Nigeria.
I didn't say that once.
Oh.
He mentioned it. That's what he wanted you to do. Hassan.
Yeah.
He mentioned it. That's why he threw yours out there. Yeah, you definitely watched this. 1000%.
I'm just so good.
You're gonna throw me off. You're gonna get this wrong on purpose.
Wait. I can't. Hold on. I have no idea what the fuck this is.
That sounds like a monkey high up.
Monkey, but at a different altitude?
Yeah. Like it's above you.
What do you think?
It's a fox. Chat, you guys are actually pre-watching, and it's so cringe. It's so you guys have the link to this video, and you're clicking through the video, and then people are answering it, and then you're hive-minding with each other, and you're like, oh, yeah, of course I know it's a freaking fox. Pre-watched.
Cougar.
She has. No, she has. She knows because she has foxes.
I gotta pee.
One of the. Oh, she's running away. She's literally running away in shame. By the way, she doesn't even need to pee. She's just like, oh, this is fucked up. I'm getting outed. But yeah, she has foxes at Alveus. One of them has like a weird ass face that I think looks like. Yeah, because they're all animals that like fucked up people bred to house and stuff like that, and then they can't take care of them. But I think the fox has like a human face. I don't know how to describe it.
Do you see many foxes?
It weirds me out. I have seen foxes. I've just never seen a fox like that.
We live by a place called Fox Point, and it's a lot of foxes.
There's no foxes in Fox Point.
Yes, there is.
Oh, these are like.
Those are the Trump hat equivalent of glasses.
Yeah, it's like the one you see in the profile pictures.
Yeah, you put that on immediately. You're like, what's his name?
Yeah, they have the side.
What's the dude that just got signed to the Browns? Like, he's like that boy didn't deserve it.
Perfect time. I mean, this is, oh my god! I saw so many. You see the guys that prank called him?
Oh yeah, you were just watching it this morning.
Yeah, they think they're so dumb for recording themselves. Like they think that's gonna.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Shadur Sanders.
Do the Shadur.
Yeah. He's got a real unkind energy to him.
Yeah.
That's what you look like you're about to say.
I don't like it. He reminds me of a thug rapper.
Yeah. He has no right to be this cocky.
Humble him.
Oh man. All right, so this is probably a fox. I was talking shit about your fox.
She had a weird
Ben?
face.
Yeah, he's mean about that.
Well, it's because this is the normal fox face, okay?
Oh,
Even though this fox looks freaky too, kind of. But the fox that you have, one of them has like their noses or their snout, they're bred to have like a shorter snout, right?
Yeah, sorry, he was unethically bred for the pet trade. Not his fault he looks like that.
Yeah, but because of that, it feels like when he's looking at me, it feels like it's piercing. You see what I'm saying?
Like, leave him alone.
Like when you see him in person,
Yeah.
I didn't see him like skinny. I saw him fat.
He's not fat. He's just really fluffy.
Wait, both of them are the same
in the
fox?
winter. Yeah, that's him in
Yeah.
the winter and the summer.
I only saw him in the winter coat. When
Wait,
he was
what?
Fat.
Yeah, they have to stay warm. His name is Finn. He was confiscated from the illegal pet trade in California. Actually, that's why he's at the sanctuary.
A black fox.
Yeah, so he's an American red fox. That's a species, but they breed them to be lots of different colors for the pet trade because they're cringe.
That does
How
like
is
him.
that?
that him?
Yeah.
It is.
Wait, is that him?
Yeah, he looks freaky. When he looks at you, he stares into your soul. I'm serious. Yes, he's got like a
No, he
real.
doesn't.
This is why they say clever like a fox, because he just looks like he understands shit.
Definitely got a face for radio.
He's literally.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you for saying that.
No, he's literally.
I don't know how to describe it. He
No,
looks.
no.
He
I
looks
like
like
it
he has the. He looks like he has the face of a person, and it's
Yeah.
like he's like trapped in there. You know what I mean? What does he
Can't even
know?
make out his face from here. On the left. Looks like
You're
a-
so far away.
Yeah, it's like a French bulldog. From here.
He looks like he's gonna talk. Yeah, no, he looks like he can talk. He just chooses not to.
My favorite
You're
video
overthinking
game
it.
is Cyber Fox.
If I saw him in the wild, in a forest, I'd be like, oh, I'm being visited by the spirit of the forest. I'd be like, this thing is going to give me a quest now. Yeah, see, someone else said that too. He looks like he gives side quests. That's what I mean. I don't know. He looks wise. There's that.
At least he's safe.
Yeah.
He's safe. Is he friendly?
Yeah.
Can you pet him?
Yeah.
No.
No, you can feed him.
He's not friendly.
Yes, he is.
He don't fuck with humans.
Well, that's not true.
He'll
take chicken from your hand.
Chicken from my hand?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very nice.
I like that.
The fuck?
Super
It's a
Mario.
synthesizer.
Super Mario jumping.
That sounds familiar though. I've
Sound
heard
like
that
Super
sound.
Mario
Yeah,
jumping.
Super Mario jumping
Yeah.
sound.
No.
What is it?
I think that's a frog also. But
Yeah, I think it's a
I
frog.
don't feel like they would put two. Ooh, that's a good guess. Yeah, gator is a good guess.
Gators, yes. That's.
But you guys
Gators-
are actually they
they're
don't
watching.
know
Gators
that.
make
Hassan.
fucking noise.
This is
Yeah, the baby ones I've heard.
They're
It
pre-watching.
does sound like a baby gator.
I thought gators were like
Some type of baby reptile makes
They
that
they
sound.
make actually quite a few.
It's a
But baby
baby-
gator is a really good guess.
It's a baby reptile, something like that.
Bro, I would never be afraid of this animal.
It's probably the
if I heard
frog
it.
with the little tips.
A young crocodile. Okay, everybody
Hassan,
got it
they're
wrong.
pre-watching.
What?
Everybody had it wrong.
They did not just know that.
Yeah, they're
I'm pretty
they're
sure a baby gator probably make the same sound.
Chat, I'm gonna turn off the fucking. I'm gonna. You know what? We're gonna put it in emote only. Let's do it. Wait.
Crocodile, not a gator.
How the fuck?
I think they're just trying to. They knew that, and then they didn't want
Where's
to.
emote only? How the fuck do I do an emote only from here?
I don't.
God damn it! All right. Well, do you need me to do it? I can do
No,
it,
it's fine.
but do it. Do it, Moz. Emote only. Thank you. Okay. Now they're gonna use emotes to tell us what the fucking animal is.
A little harder though.
Two grizzly bears fighting in the woods.
Yeah, it's a bear. But at first, I thought it was a cow. If it didn't have the background, like
Sound like two grizzly
sounds like a
bears
tiger.
fighting when they're like.
you think it's a
standing up.
tiger?
I don't know. I think bear is also a good guess. I'm really bad at this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad, guys.
I didn't get so.
I literally knew they were fighting. This
You
sounded
could
like
tell
they
that they
were
were
fighting.
fighting.
Yeah.
Going back to the baby crocodile one, why was there like bell sounds at the beginning?
Oh, I don't know.
Why are they throwing us off with that?
I don't know.
Flag on the play. I'm calling into question the legitimacy of this game. Fucked up.
I think you created more comments by putting into emotional.
Penguins?
I think it's an aquatic animal.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, that narrows it down.
Yeah.
Very astute.
It's a baby by the water.
Wait, can I hear it one more time?
It's a human baby by the water. Oh, I fucked
a
it
beluga.
up. I fucked up.
Beluga or dolphin?
I fucked up. We already know what it is.
That's nice.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a dolphin.
Dolphin.
But it's like, dude, that's crazy because they're rapists.
Don't they kidnap people?
Whoa. We put
They-
that
they-
on.
I don't know if they
yeah,
kidnap
no, they are. They are rapists.
They're fucking.
Yes.
They are like serial rapists.
You know
Yes.
the Navy
and-
trains dolphins?
I've seen two dolphins kidnap a woman dolphin like for miles and just stay one on top, one on
How do
bottom.
we know it's kidnapped?
How did you watch? Where do you watch this?
He's seen it. He was there.
I was there. I said, "Hey, so you guys stop that."
Yeah. They did it, and you went for a mile with them.
You stopped there right now.
How do we know this? Like, how do we know?
I don't know. They observe them in the wildlife, but also there's a lot of. Maya was just about to talk about it, but there's been a lot of experimentation with dolphins as well. Like the military has trained dolphins. There was LSD experimentation with dolphins specifically. I think there's what's the dude's name? Eli something. There was a woman who fell in love with a dolphin during the LSD experimentation.
That was
some freaky ass shit. They were like literally living side by side with the dolphins, if I remember correctly, where they would have the dolphin like be in the room with them and shit. Like they had an elevated bed, and the dolphin would like sleep, or the person would sleep inside of the dolphin habitat.
Interesting.
Wait, let me look this up.
Aren't they ranked? They're ranked pretty high on like animal intelligence.
Yeah.
Very smart.
That have to be like top 5, right? And not 5.
Yeah, the dolphin who loved me, the NASA-funded project that went wrong. I remember this. In the 1960s, Margaret Lovat was a part of a NASA-funded project to communicate with dolphins. Soon, she was living with Peter 24 hours a day in a converted house. Christopher Riley reports on an experiment that went tragically wrong. She fucking fell. Dude, imagine that's like what you are remembered as. Like the crazy lady that wanted to fuck the dolphin.
She want that double D.
That's crazy. I'm just saying that's a big L for science and for you in particular.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, you are never living that down.
That sucks for NASA. Also,
that's fine. I feel like they're allowed to do that weird shit. They're NASA. Look, now age 97. Yo, she's still giving interviews?
Oh, she's still alive?
Wait, hold up. No, this is not. No, this is.
Oh.
Wait, who was the lady who fell in love? I guess this one, Margaret Lovat at the Dolphin House. Look at her. She's like kissing him. She's awfully close. This photo enough should have been like.
Did they ever have?
That photo's like doesn't with the context. Yes.
Did they ever have intercourse?
I don't think so. I don't know though.
How would that work?
Dolphins pretty.
I mean, you could certainly like.
Maz, you can take it off of emote mode for now.
Can you like induce a erection for a dolphin? Like, or do they need to be erect?
Don't dolphins have like their outward with it? Like they have a.
I would assume it was like retractable.
Yeah, they're saying she jacked the dolphin off.
Right. Yeah.
See, I told you there's something that she could.
She rubbed his dolphin penis. Hey, yo! What the fuck?
See?
She used to stroke off the dolphin. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro, that is nasty.
Having a dolphin on your body is crazy.
No, that's so crazy.
That
that's worth 100 bodies. Right?
That's so much more than 100
Yes,
bodies.
with that dolphin.
It's worth 1,000 bodies. She did not fall in love with it. It fell in love with her. Okay, bro.
That's a crazy thing to say.
She was jerking off the dolphin. Okay. Oh, it was loveless on her end. It's not exactly fucking saving her. You know what I mean? This is at the end of the day, he's still an animal. You know what I mean? I'm sure he was like, "Yeah, I love the hand jobs you're giving me."
Ew.
I mean, he kept coming back for more, so she must have been pretty good.
Ew.
Will they have been interested in connecting with?
Was she married?
Oh my god,
That's crazy.
She was married?
No, I don't know.
Oh.
The young medic couldn't believe the size of the animal's brain and began to imagine just how intelligent the creature must have been, and immediately, in the most human fashion, was like, "Let me jerk this shit off. Let me see how smart it actually is." You were talking about a time in science when everyone's thinking about a correlation between brain size and what the brain can do in this period. Researchers were like, "Whoa, big brain, cool." At every opportunity in the years that followed, John Lilly is the guy who conducted the LSD stuff. Yeah, he started experimenting with LSD during the project. And his first wife, Mary, would charter sailboats and cruise the Caribbean looking for other big brain mammals to observe. Up until this time, fishermen on the East Coast. Okay. Now, age 97, Mary still remembers the day very clearly. I came in at the top of the operating theater and I heard John talking, and Dolphin would go, what? Like John, and then Alice, his assistant, would reply in a high tone of voice. And the dolphin would imitate her voice. I went down to where they were operating and I told them that this was going on. They were quite startled. They thought that the dolphins were trying to communicate with the humans. Every podcaster in the world loves to bring up the dolphin sex and also what it was like jerking off to porn when the internet was slow.
Who said?
That's, I mean,
I think that's where I heard it before too. Yeah,
I definitely heard it on a podcast.
Yeah. It's like definitely. Filler stuff. It's something we talk about on ours. We smooth your brain.
A friend of a friend is a entomologist, and beetles can be really hard to tell apart because there's so many species, and the only way that you can tell some beetle species apart is by their penis. So they have to jerk off the beetles to see their penis so that they can ID them.
How do you?
You just put them on a vibrating plate, I think.
Okay, that seems like an automated process. That seems a little bit cleaner than just like straight up rubbing the dolphin dick.
They call him the beetle fluffer.
The beetle fluffer? They can just ask the beetle, get on this plate. Wait, I'll tell you.
he probably enjoys it. It's like, I'm a beetle. This is the. What if it's the best orgasm of the beetle's life, and then you fuck up the beetle permanently, where he's just like constantly seeking out that vibration for the rest of his little beetle ass life? Wait, how long does a beetle live for?
Oh, it depends on the species of beetle, but like.
Someone said
not
your
long.
content is terrible.
That's so mean.
Who's talking about me?
So true, so true.
Oh,
No,
just like
y'all, none of you guys have haters like this. Don't worry.
Okay, good. Can't tell. I got low self-esteem. So really fuck me up.
You better watch yourself, horse condom carrier, young Hassan. That's true. I did work on a ranch, and I had to carry a fucking. I had to carry a thing of horse semen. It was devastating.
We've talked about that. We both had to jack off horses, right?
Yeah, I never jacked off the horse, but I had to. I was tasked with carrying the horse. Yeah,
Who's
they
jacking off
sell
horses?
They sell in ranches when they sell like stallion seed to
Okay, so
breed
you can
other
sell semen?
Yeah, to breed other horses. It was really fucking crazy. They put these like mares on the side, and they get the stallion ready to go, primed and excited. And then they would make the stallion mount the saddle rack and then strap on this fucking massive leather condom onto his penis.
It's an artificial vagina.
Yeah. And he would fuck the leather condom, artificial vagina, and nut in it, and then I had to carry it. It's gross.
You did not have to say nut.
I mean, that's what the horse did.
You said like something a little more. Like
Yeah,
ejaculated or something like that.
Stop talking about your horse semen slinging days. Back in my day.
No, that's actually crazy.
Was it heavy? Yes. Bro, have you ever seen it? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was.
What the fuck?
Was it heavy? It's such a diabolical question.
And to answer that quickly,
the answer is yes.
That's funny.
You know,
how many like different semen did you carry at a time?
No, just one. I only had to do this once.
Me too.
Did it smell? I didn't smell it.
What does it look like on bread? Who said that?
We know you can't read the chat, bro. You already outed yourself. You already outed yourself for not being able to read it. Crazy. That's crazy.
Sheep, goat.
Goat.
I'm gonna say sheep.
I'll go sheep too.
Little sheep too.
I've communicated.
Sheep do more of like a bat, and goats do more of a mat. You know.
Rattlesnake. Easy.
LeBron's back.
Yep.
In
You
the
used
conversation.
to eat goats? Where'd you do that?
Back in my country of origin.
Where is that?
Don't worry about it now. America.
Wow, you're not representing your country now?
Wow.
Say hello.
Don't be
Say
embarrassed,
hello.
man. Just say it.
Rattlesnake.
Do you have any snakes?
Yes, two.
Okay.
Carpet python and a ball python.
Carpet?
Oh my god, this
Yes.
dude went to North Korea and he had a rattlesnake like rum.
What?
And there was a full snake in it. And I've had it. I had it in Japan.
Rattlesnake rum.
I don't know if it was a rattlesnake, but it was like snake rum. And I know that the snake was in the thing that I drank out of, but the snake was in the bottle in this dude's video, and he fucking opens the bottle and the snake's tongue is sticking out of the side of the bottle, and he had to pull it out. He had to pull out the snake before he could like pour it into the glass.
Ew.
It's so fucking gross.
What is the point?
I mean, it's disgusting. It tastes like I said it tastes like broth, like alcoholic broth, but not as like not even salty.
You drink?
Sometimes I party.
That's actually crazy.
Are you talking about Mike? Okay, yeah, I am.
That I did a thing. I don't know why that made me think of that. I did a thing. I've only talked to him one time. Did I tell you about this?
No,
He DM'd me on Twitter years ago. Do you guys know this guy? The YouTuber? I did a thing.
probably not.
Who's can I see him? What does he look like?
He's always barefoot.
He DM'd me once on Twitter years ago, and he was like, I want to make this video where I train wild cockatoos to pick up knives and like drop them while they're flying through the air.
He's barefoot in every video, and first thing that shows up is him.
And I was like, I don't know how you would do that, but it seems really dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And that was like the only time we've ever spoken. This guy.
Right to say, I don't know the young fella.
Oh, look at that, Kaya.
Oh, Kaya. Who's that?
Who's that in the middle?
Damn, Hasan, your head looks comically small there. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
real.
that's
That's actually
It's
kind of
the
funny. Did they
angle.
edit
It's
it?
AI.
Did they
It's
edit
the
it?
angle.
Also-
Oh my god.
That was so fucked up of you guys.
I
chill.
feel like that was edited.
All right. Well, this is go ahead, attack me because I've destroyed you in the marketplace of ideas in this fucking animal quiz game, which, by the way, many are saying are for smart children and not for dumb ones. Okay.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I really think they edited that photo.
My back hurt.
I don't think your head's that small.
Uh oh. Your back hurts? Yeah. Oh no. Oh. Easy. We already heard it. And Alveus.
A dire wolf.
Yeah.
It looks like her.
Not just a wolf.
So haunting, but beautiful. Seagull.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
They look so fucking. This is what I have so much smoke for birds. I feel like they always look so angry. I don't know. Birds freak me out.
Yeah.
I feel like birds have that knowledge to know like their strength in numbers. Yeah. They could take over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They always just look like a agitated lady. I don't know. That is like.
It's because they don't have eyebrows. Like dogs can like move their occipital ridge a little bit, and birds
the
are just
eyebrow
fixed,
thing.
and so they just kind of look pissed off.
Yeah.
They just never do.
Like owls scare me like that. Like they always look angry.
I've never seen a bird that looks chill. Like I've never been like, that's a cool bird. I want to hang out with that bird. I'm always like, oh, chill. And they're dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They're like that's the closest.
What's a cute bird? They're cute birds for sure.
Birds don't do anything nice.
I like the African gray parrot when I was.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, we have one of those.
When I was in Nigeria, actually.
Like you're. Now you're just doing it on purpose.
I did have one though.
Yeah. Well, she has a bunch of parrots, and you know what's actually crazy? Like in the gym that we were working out this morning. Usually, if it's bright out, if the sun is out, there's straight up parrots that perch up on top of the power lines.
Really?
Because in LA, there's a shit ton of parrots. Like I think some guy bought a bunch of parrots and then released them into the wild.
Oh, really?
I was gonna say I never heard of a wild parrot before.
No, they're just established here.
Yeah.
But
they're also like what is it? What's the term? They're not good for the habitat. Yeah, they're invasive. Yeah.
I just don't see birds do nice things. Like I've seen like a lion kills every day, right?
Yeah.
But you see a lion like pick up their son, or you just see some type of stuff.
Yeah,
Birds
yeah,
are
yeah.
just business. Here's your food. They like kick out their there's a type of bird that like kicks out their young if someone else touches it. It's
But
like
they
you've been
feed them
touched.
by throwing up in their mouth.
Yeah, that's
nice.
gross.
That's
Even
gross.
that is
Yeah.
gross.
No,
It's
that's
like, they can't even get their own food. Like here, take my leftovers. Just
Yeah, no wonder.
They like dance with each other and they like preen each other. It's nice.
I saw a baby bird fall out this nest trying to fly one time. Like fell super hard. It was pretty sad.
What do you do with that situation? You just
me?
Can you?
If it
you
has,
you just drove away.
yeah, you just like,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I
You're like,
did.
fuck you,
I
bird.
did leave because I walked up and I was like, okay.
It was
it's my time
probably
to shine.
It was probably fine. If it has feathers, they fledge by like jumping out of the nest, and then they're just vulnerable for a couple days on the ground before they actually fly away.
But I heard if you touch a bird, like it might lose like that scent and the mom.
it's a myth.
That's a myth.
Mhm.
Oh damn!
You can put it
I
back
could have
up.
saved
See?
that bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bird's dead now.
No, it was probably a fledgling.
Turn him into a chicken nugget.
It's probably okay.
That's what happened to that bird. The craziest one is that, okay, you want to know the real fucked up bird one? The one that has like the super loud noise, that's scary as fuck?
Stork?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
the one
y'all
that,
seen that?
It's that meme. It's
that bird
everywhere.
looks like a fucking animatronic, dude.
Let me see that bird.
Oh, dude, it's gonna fuck you up.
It's very creepy looking.
No, no.
Oh.
That's not even the one you look. Oh, that
No,
one.
no, no.
right there in the
It is.
corner.
It is. Dude, I'm telling you.
What the fuck? Oh no.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing? It's like humans.
Birds are dying.
If that
Someone's
thing,
gonna sample that.
if that thing gets any bigger, oh look at that.
He's cute.
He's cute. Are you fucking
He's
nuts?
a cute
No.
guy.
No,
Like
that is
birds
an
like
affront
this?
to God, bro. That right there. If I see that thing and I have a gun, I'm shooting it like immediately.
I'll take the time.
What the
Like-
hell?
What? Are
That's
you kidding
evil.
Hopefully the
That
time.
does look like my sleep paralysis though.
Yeah.
Just what? Just because you're scared of it?
me? It's so big and like
yeah,
that
okay,
fucking
so are
beak.
you. I'm not going to shoot you in the street because I think you're
am I
scary.
birds are not supposed to be this big.
No,
Isn't that weird?
can I see it next to the guy again? I can't really gauge his.
They're not that big. They're
my
not. This perspective looks
God.
crazy. They're not that.
Yes, they are.
No, it's fine.
Look
It's
at
a really cool
why is he looking at him like that?
Because he wants to kill him. That's
he
what I'm
does
saying.
not.
They just can't make their move yet because they know that as
Yeah.
humans
We'll
we'll attack
catch
first.
on it. We'll,
Yeah.
oh, this one is the worst one.
No,
This was the worst one. This was the
no.
worst one. I've seen this video before.
I sweep this place out.
Like, look how threatening the aura of this fucking bird is. Because, like, it makes machine gun sounds with his mouth. So that's like, automatically, you know, if he catches you with them things, you're done. You're out. Like,
Other
it's
bird
gonna.
I'm kind of afraid
I don't
of
think
is
it'd be that bad.
ostriches.
Ostriches
She has a
Emu.
An emu, yeah.
Does it try to like? That's one that spits, right?
No, that's a llama.
Llama.
Which is not a bird.
Same vibe though.
Yeah. Long neck. It's like a giraffe, right?
No, wait, that's a camel, dude.
Terror birds. Yeah, all birds are dinosaurs. This is like a terror bird. All birds are descendants of theropods. Terror bird. Look up a terror bird.
Someone in the chat got mad at me.
TRROR.
You're such an asshole, man. Okay, calm down, bro. You trapped in this room with a fucking bird like this. I'll see how you behave.
I like my
okay?
chances though if I'm like if like I'm trapped with a bird.
Yeah, he doesn't go to leg day.
You guys
This
are
bird
fine.
does
Yeah,
no
you'll be
leg
fine.
day.
Look up a terror bird.
Terror bird?
Terror.
Terror?
That bird is scary though.
RROR.
Terror bird?
You said you liked
Terror-
it.
Don't
I
just
know
look
it
up
looks
the word
cool though.
terror. Terror
Reminds me of
bird.
like the character in Death Note.
Oh, you're saying that these birds used to exist. They don't anymore.
That's what that probably used to be, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
That's what
hell
all birds
no.
use.
Size of bears with eagle-like beaks and knives for feet.
Knives for
Their
feet?
deadliness remains unmatched by modern predators.
Oh my god.
So
Their
OP.
rule was long and brutal, and then they swiftly disappeared forever. These birds ruled over the age of terror.
That's a good bird for America.
Yeah, we
could have
Yeah, we could
Like,
have definitely been
that's
there.
like that. I respect that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though he's got like the little fucking shitty ass T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an L. Like I feel like
Why
other
does he need 'em?
other birds would like make fun of this one.
We had to just
Like,
see how it ran. Like that's the only thing.
Yeah.
I feel like the way people run, even with people, you can judge them based on
These
like,
are the terror birds. The Porosaurus. Context, the shoebill stork has one of the in many ways more similar to a theropod dinosaur like Velociraptor than to any living
You
predator.
can tell she loves birds.
Kelenkin was about
The
3
shirt is
meters
there.
long from head to tail. They're ferocious predators.
Okay,
Their
why do they
fossils
only
have
have
the
toys? I
biggest
wanna see.
I've ever seen. Badass name.
They
as a
couldn't like
jaguar
animate a
found
run.
14,000 years ago.
I like how all animals
The
just look
difference is
better
that ostriches
overall,
evolved
just like
to run
face
away
cards, you know.
from
Back then.
Wait, you think he's ugly?
Yeah, like grizzly bears look good, you know.
Grizzly bears look cute as fuck. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Mhm.
I
Oh,
think,
here we go.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay,
I feel
so
like, guys,
have
I don't
this-
know. I feel like I could vibe out a bear.
I feel I have this. This is my most unreasonable position. Okay, I feel like catch me in the wild, me and a bear. Okay, bear sees me, notices my vibes, and is like, "Oh, you're chill." Like he just like perches, sits down next to me. We eat together. You know what I mean? We hang out. We dab it up.
As two men, are you embarrassed right now?
Well, I know that bear's gonna eat his ass.
I feel like I could fucking vibe with a bear.
No.
That's how I feel.
You were afraid of that bird though.
Yeah, because the bird is like an alien. A bear is like, I can put the bear in a category like a dog. Like horses are like massive dogs.
They're not at all.
Yes,
What-
they are.
Where are
Oh
you
my-
drawing that comparison?
Horses are like huge dogs. They're very smart and you know they recognize you. They're chill. They can be very dangerous.
But where horses even
Humans are very smart. They can recognize you. They're dangerous. Therefore, humans are dogs.
What? Okay, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. No, that's my point exactly.
What?
Yes, dogs, horses fit in a category where like not only are they domesticated, but also like they're kind of like dudes. They're kind of like boys. Like you can be boys with them. And I feel like if we tried hard enough, we can make bears into that category as well. And we just
Yes.
simply haven't tried hard enough.
I think if we try, then it has to be like a them or us thing because they're just gonna.
Yeah, they're gonna take over like
Yeah.
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, they're gonna start
Planet of
coming
the
to the
Bears.
city like you fuck with us first, and it's like, ah, damn.
The only bears may vibe with are the type found on Grinder, bro.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is a bear? In
Horses are dogs you can ride. Exactly. That's how I feel about it too.
All right, I'll go try.
Why is everybody
No,
saying, why is
have
everybody
you
saying
ever-
man?
Have you guys never seen like there's a story of a bear, I think it was in World War II, that like got became a part of a unit and like literally would like take over enemy territory with them and shit. Like there's stories like that. It was a Polish bear. I think it came all the way from like Iran, if I'm not mistaken.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I'm serious. No. What the funniest
I've
animal
got a whole
theory you'll
theory
ever
about
hear?
animals. I reckon there's too many. Like, not in terms of population, but like types, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there should be 4 types. Like, there should be dogs, cats, bugs, and water, and that's it. You know?
I agree with
'Cause, like,
that.
yeah, let me explain. A dog...
I agree with this. This is actually he's spitting.
Was the last one water?
Yeah, water.
I feel like when people are into like animals and they have an accent, it's kind of like a cheat code.
Yeah, see, this is it. Look, Wojtek, it phonetically spells Wojtek, was a Syrian brown bear, not from Iran, sorry, from Syria. Adopted by soldiers of the 2nd Polish Corps during World War II as a young cub, his mother was shot by hunters, and he was found in the mountains in Iran. Oh, I was right. It was in Iran. By a young boy. The boy then sold him to a group of Polish soldiers who were in the country after being evacuated from the Soviet Union. To provide for his rations and transportation, he was eventually enlisted as a soldier with the rank of private and was subsequently promoted to corporal. He accompanied the bulk of the 2nd Polish Corps to Italy, serving the 22nd Artillery Supply Company. During the Battle of Monte Cassino in 1944, Wojtek helped move crates of ammunition and became a celebrity with visiting Allied generals and statesmen. After the war, he was mustered out of the Polish army and lived out the rest of his life at the Edinburgh Zoo in Scotland. This is my point. Like, I feel like there are some bears that just want to be boys.
Well,
but what was the process of domesticating that one bear?
I mean,
We don't
it's
know
just
if
like
it
a
was,
baby.
you think that would fly today though.
You get a baby from birth. This is everything that she hates. I'm literally saying everything that, well, if more people think like me, then you can have more animals in your sanctuary. So
no, the problem with me is like if I work for a company and there's a bear ranked ahead of me, so it's like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
You just gotta grind harder, man. You gotta fucking do Sigma grind set.
It's a bear over me. I couldn't even bear it.
Okay, we're supposed to do the pod right now, but I don't know where the fuck everyone's at.
Is it 6?
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to. That's when we were supposed to do it at. It's 6 already.
6 on a dot.
But of course, I'm not gonna let you guys off like this. We're gonna continue the fucking guest.
No way.
There's only 6 more.
Dude, it's actually incredible how long it takes you to get through an 11-minute video.
Yeah,
that is
it's like
I do
really
love
impressive.
pausing. That's why they call me HasanAbi.
Now, this is like full court press and you're up 10 with 10 seconds left. This is woodpecker.
Wait.
That's the
woodpecker.
Yeah, it's not the shoe
That'd
bill.
be crazy if it was.
No, it's the woodpecker.
Is that the sound they make or the sound that they make
Oh.
When they hit the wood.
Yeah. Oh, I'll get you a woodpecker and we'll figure it out.
Come on. Oh, good one. Hold on.
Oink, oink. I put in chicken.
My favorite. Republican.
People eat pig ears. It's like, people eat everything on a pig. It's actually insane.
Whoa, what the fuck is this?
Lion.
Well, I was saying elephant.
Seal.
Wait.
Seal.
You just saw it on Twitter.
No. Don't even. Seal.
Sea lion.
No,
I'm
she
going-
said sea lion.
I'm
I
going
wanted to
sea
say
lion.
seal.
I have a video of wow.
No,
it's because I wanted to say something different than her.
You guys
But
wanna-
close enough. Sure. You're fucking. That's cutie. That's cutie Cinderella. They're so fucking cute, dude.
I see what they look like.
Dude, in Japan, we went to an aquarium. Bro, they're so big. The sea lions get fucking crazy big. There was like one that was, like 6'10".
Wait, what are we talking about?
Sea lions. And
Yeah,
how big
they're
they
huge.
Get. They get massive. They're so fucking cute.
Oh wait, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, the one in Japan.
Oh no, never mind.
They were recently talking about that seals on Twitter. Someone said, "Why don't we eat seal?"
People do.
I think indigenous, like, yeah, like certain types of indigenous tribes
It's a lot of
eat
fat,
it.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen that dude on TikTok that has the face tats, like the indigenous tattoos. He's always using like some weird cutlery tool.
Oh, I know you're talking.
And he just like chops it up, and he has a white girlfriend, and he makes his white girlfriend eat the I'm not gonna say crazy food. I'm gonna say specific foods that I would find to be, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to be politically correct.
This is why it takes so long.
Yeah. Peculiar. Peculiar is a good word. Peculiar is a good word. No, because like there's one type of I think it's Inuit. There's one type of food that like there's one type of meat that is I think kind of endangered too, but like apparently it also it tastes like strange. I don't know what it is. Is it beluga? Could it be beluga? I don't know. But
People
it
are
like
eating belugas.
But it's like there's a traditional reason for why there's a traditional reason why they eat it. They don't even eat it for like taste, from what I understand. But also I don't eat any seafood. That's part of the reason why.
Narwhals are so sick.
Inuit ice cream, whale blubber, and blueberries frozen.
Yeah, narwhals are pretty popular coming up in elementary.
Yeah. Because when we did like you had to do a report about an animal, I wanted to pick something that was so different. So I did platypus, and then I did a narwhal.
I was really simple. Always go with the golden retriever. You know? You can say anything and it's true. You know?
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, they're not even fucking trying no more. This is crazy.
Such buck buck. I thought it was buck buck. A hen. Wrong.
Yeah. The knife you're talking about is called ulu. Wait, really? Bro, maybe Native Americans are fucking Turks. That sounds like a Turkish word, bro. What the hell is this?
How many we have left?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yep. There's only, I think, like 2 more or 1 more.
A cut above the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the dude I see on TikTok all the time. chopping shit up, making his white girlfriend eat it.
Why you keep mentioning that she's white?
because he is obviously accustomed to the taste, but she is sometimes not.
Oh,
does her face say it?
I mean, not really. Like she's into it. What is this?
Sounds so. It's
What's
parakeets, I think.
It sounds
yeah.
Sounds like a
like a pear. Yeah.
Sounds like some type of bird. A bunch of birds fighting for
But
food.
yeah, there's also it could be like.
It does sound like a bunch of birds.
But fighting for food, like what birds?
What
like,
kind of bird though?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know, at the gas station or something.
Yeah.
At the gas station.
Very common one.
Like starling.
Yes.
Starling. See if that's European starling.
Well, let's see what it is.
I think it's parakeet.
No fucking way.
I've never seen a group of
I've
parrots.
never seen a group of parrots. So why would they have that?
Wouldn't they talk?
Wait, why aren't you guessing anymore?
It's just the ones are easy, but this one I just didn't even guess.
Crazy generalization.
Okay, last one. What the fuck is burping?
Warthog.
Yeah. Oh,
We already did crocodile.
I thought they wouldn't say warthog after we did pig already.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, I have no fucking idea what this is. Boar.
Somebody said the devil.
Yeah.
No way.
No.
They're lying.
Koalas make that noise?
Yeah.
Bro, you have no business sounding like that. Okay? These things they're so fucking cute.
Yeah, they look like English teachers that don't curve tests. The grade is a grade.
Yeah. That is not a noise. That demonic, low guttural noise is not what I would expect from these animals that I've met in the wild, and they are fucking.
I've never
so
actually
nice.
even seen a koala.
Why can't they be pets? Do they do something?
Oh,
No.
dude.
Well,
Are they endangered too?
Stink.
Oh, they stink?
Oh my god, they piss everywhere. They fucking stink. Yeah.
No, he doesn't seem like the type of guy.
They piss on themselves. Like. Yeah.
Why everybody keeps saying STDs?
Yeah, they do have STDs.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they just like born with chlamydia?
Someone said they rape cats.
Okay, all right. Just like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Oh yeah, that's the other. I think they eat poison all day.
Yeah, they eat eucalyptus.
Yeah.
Got it.
What? Oh.
They will rip your face off and give you chlamydia while doing it. I don't. What did they say that they're violent? I don't think they get violent at all.
I haven't really been around koalas.
Can they give humans chlamydia?
Why are you inquiring about that?
I just wondering.
So they're a fail species.
Nah, these guys aren't that fight. I saw a sign. They just push each other until one gives up.
They're so cute.
Look how slow he's attacking.
That's not a little different than the other one though.
I guess they do have sharp claws. That's true.
What is going on? Just do it already.
It's too weird stuff.
I don't know. They just look like
two old people.
Yeah, they look like they're a part of Gryffindor, and I can't
Chlamydia is
explain
passed
it.
down by mothers to babies through their feces, which the babies have to eat to develop their immune system.
We got one more.
Yeah, they eat poopy.
Is the video over? My cat is so scared.
This is the most boring fight I've ever seen.
Oh,
we bit the shit out of him.
Oh my god, they're taking it to the bushes. Get your ass down here.
Remember that girl at the place that you went got hurt? Yeah, that's true. They get high from the eucalyptus. They have sharp claws. They stink. They get bored as fucking captivity and shit and piss everywhere. There's an old internet meme about it.
Oh, he got shit hanging out his ass right
Yeah,
now.
they're nasty. They're fucking nasty as shit. Oh, now they sound like the noise from the video.
Oh, they really, I mean, they just get high and shit and piss all day. Sounds like Uncle James to me.
Don't laugh at them, bro. It's private. It's private.
I always think that's so weird when someone laughs at animals fighting.
Yeah.
That was, what's that?
Where the fuck? All right. There's one last one.
Last one.
What? I don't know. Cricket? Like, what the fuck?
Some type of rodent, maybe.
No.
It's a mouse.
Okay.
Bat.
I think
A bat is a good. I was thinking.
I think it is a
has to be
bat.
some type of rodent. Hey.
Ugh.
Well, I was kind of right.
What is this? Don't forget this exists. The John Oliver Koala Chlamydia Award. Oh, he bought a chlamydia award. Nice. All right. Well, chat. I think we all know who won that.
Pat, you did get a lot right.
Come on now. And like I took chances. I didn't just go with the standard answer and lean back.
I think we know who lost. Animal professional over here.
Yeah, I'm bad at that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm really bad at that.
Yeah, you can't. We now know that you can't tell an animal if you only heard the sound, you would not be able to.
I didn't guess for like 5 times.
I didn't guess pig because I knew it was big. It was obvious.
I'm trying to get people to realize he didn't really do well at the beginning, and then he went on a streak of 5 and then celebrated.
He
and
just
then
got
like,
the gorilla one was just the highlight.
Yes.
And it kind of made it seem like he was getting a lot more right than he
I
was.
farmed the aura and I walked
Yeah,
away.
the gorilla was a good one. I give you that. The gorilla was
away.
That's some loud ass wins. That's why she didn't even brag on her monkey one, and she got it down to the T.
Right, thank you.
Which is a really rare win.
That was sick.
Still under investigation with that one. That was crazy.
I'm a
win.
leafer. Thank you for all you do with Alveus. Yeah, they're lying and saying Maya won because you won the hearts and minds, but I won the actual competition. It's not a big deal. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody. Crash Dummies podcast. MAYAHIGA, thank you for coming. Anything you guys want to say before?
Twitch.tv/Alveus Sanctuary.
That's right.
YouTube.com/Alveus Sanctuary.
What about you guys? Where can people find you?
Crash Dummies podcast everywhere, anywhere. Subscribe, like, do it.
All right. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle, you girl. beggar's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show CHADVICE. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan